Good morning and welcome here to Mid-Ohio for round number 5 of the World Racing League season. My name is Robert Hill Jr. Joining me today is, of course, Ryan West. We have JT Tammy with us as well, and Scott Michaels will be joining us a little bit later on with Jordan Worth on the controls here this weekend. Ryan, JT, how you guys doing this morning?
I am doing fantastic. I assume JT is fantastic as well, even though it's a little bit early over there on the West Coast.
Yeah, but it's going to be not as bad as tomorrow morning, so all right.
Yeah, no kidding, right? So we'll start an hour earlier tomorrow morning and end a little bit earlier as well, but we will not have the quiet hour in the middle of the race. So we're going to get 8 hours of nonstop action today and 7 hours of nonstop action tomorrow here with the World Racing League at Mid-Ohio. It's the third round of the season, I believe.
Third round,
yes.
Race number 5. Yes, that's correct.
Absolutely. And so as you can see here, we've got the double yellow flags indicating we are still under safety car conditions for the pace lap. Road racing veterans will know that Mid-Ohio is one of the few road courses on the planet where the start does not take place at the same location as the finish. So they will actually start on the back stretch. Right after the keyhole will be where the race is started, and then for the rest of the race, we will be doing start and finish at the normal start-finish stand where the pit lane is. I believe we have a nice graphic to show you what the race track looks like, and I can sort of annotate, if you will, where that will be. So right here, of course, start-finish line, that is, again, the start-finish line, but the race will be started between turns 3 and 4 there at the racetrack.
Yes, indeed. As you do take a look at the track map, obviously a lot of great technical corners to be dealt with this today, starting this morning and through the afternoon. A lot of great drivers here as well. I believe we're at about 40 entries or so. 43 is what I'm seeing on timing and scoring for this morning's event. So going to be interesting to see what we have in store ahead as you see the field continue to work their way around the racetrack. Ryan and JT, obviously yesterday the drivers did hit the track for a little bit of practice and some qualifying as well, and it looked like it was a rather eventful session, quite a few off tracks and whatnot. But what are some of the big challenges these drivers are going to face here this weekend?
Well, unfortunately, all of the practice and qualifying took place under mostly wet conditions yesterday. Wet and cold. It was snowing off and on. Not enough to accumulate, per se, but I think it would have made it difficult to get representative laps in for those who don't have the experience. Now, granted, the track will be dry, but it's also a brand new surface here at Mid-Ohio. This is the first time anybody's run on the surface. It's also the first race where the Continental Tire is mandatory for all of the general production class entrants. That's your GP 1, 2, and 3 classes are all going to be on a spec tire now. The pace car has pulled off into the pit lane, which means we are about to go green as soon as the cars get to the back straight. So you have the GTU prototypes leading the field, and then a little bit of a gap back down to the GTO field, which is your sort of GT4 style cars, a couple 911 Cup cars, and then 2 TCR Audis. So that is your view of turn 1. Of course, the flag will not be there. But yeah, a lot of unknowns this weekend between the track surface, the tires, and the conditions. It's going to be pretty cold most of the day. It should be sunny for a lot of it, so the track temperature may come up. But again, a lot of unknowns as to what the higher track temperature will do for these race cars.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to follow along here today and see how the track develops as the race goes on. Like you mentioned, rather cold there this morning, actually under a freezing warning at the racetrack. Looks like we're currently about 28 degrees Fahrenheit as the green flag is going to be displayed here for the GTU field. The Stratus machines out front are going to get us underway first. Like you said, the GTO's going to follow just behind. But going to be a great day of racing here as you do see the GTO field get underway. We are racing here at Mid-Ohio.
And they're going to stream down there into China Beach into what I believe would be called turn 4, depending on which set of track stuff. So the GTU cars are going to get away. We've got one of the Supras has taken up position, 2 Supras, followed by an Aston Martin, and then a Porsche. So a lot of action here at the front of the GTO field. And then the general production start should be about to get underway potentially. They are not quite there yet, so they're going to just come up over the brow here, and they will get going shortly as well.
Nice slow and steady approach to the start line for the GP field. Looks like we are going to get them underway just about now as you see the field go on by.
So it's going to be the 392 of Harrison Motorsports on the outside versus the 44 of PC Racing. Both longtime entrants are going to stream down into turn number 4. And we'll pick them up on the next camera here. And PC Racing is going to get through the first sector clean and take the lead, followed by Harrison and then the Palomar BMW. The GTO field, in the meantime, should be making its way back towards the front. And yes, they have. So they've just gone under turn 1. So now both races fully underway. We're going to try to bring you action from both.
Yeah, so far in the GTU field, it's the 766 of Thunder Bunny Racing out front ahead of the 34 for Hitman Racing. Going to be watching their battles all day long. Of course, Thunder Bunny, one of the front runners last time out at Barber. The TLM Mona entry that we had there that pretty much dominated the weekend, not here with us at Mid-Ohio, so gives an opportunity for that Thunder Bunny team to step up to the top of the field and see what they can do. As you see the field starting to get jumbled up again here as we merge the classes a little bit out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, so the GTU car is not quite able to keep the pace that they had or that they would typically have. The tires on those take a while to come up to temperature, and of course, as we spoke about, track temperature very cold here this morning, so it's going to take those GTU cars a while to get up to full speed. So in the meantime, they're going to be dicing with the GTO and the GTU cars, excuse me, will be dicing with the GTO cars. Sort of a David and Goliath, the GTU cars being lighter but less powerful. So still in the overall lead there, but I think these Supras at the front, desperate to clear them.
That's exactly it. Is like you mentioned, obviously the GTU car is typically the quickest that we see out here on the racetrack. At Barber, they were really able to pull away quite a bit, but here this morning, obviously, like you said, getting the temps up in those tires going to give them an opportunity to have a slow burn up to speed, as it looks like we did have the 85 car off in turn number 2 a little while ago. Our first little off-track excursion of the day. We're going to see a handful of those throughout the weekend, but no harm, no foul done there.
So both of those Thunder Bunny cars still at the front of the GTO field. That's going to be the 766, followed by the 34 of Hitman Racing, and the number 70 of Round 3 Racing. It's the 911 Cup car you see there in the red, white, and blue. Kind of a stellar lineup this weekend. You're going to have Cole Lofsgaard, who is a WRL veteran and has an astounding number of pole positions here in WRL, along with NASCAR driver who is known to most. This would be Josh Belicki, correct?
That's correct, right?
Yeah. So he is in the car. Of course, the two of them are going to be doing, I would imagine, the lion's share of driving that car. Those 911 Cup cars, not the easiest cars to drive in the world. So a very mechanical vehicle and not a whole lot of driver aid either. So all the pace that you're going to see from that car is 100% the driver getting it done. And I think making the right move here and just taking their time while we wait for the GTU cars to sort themselves out. It looks like the Supras are going to get all the way through, though, on the GTU cars. So the two leaders, both the 766 and the 34, go through on the leader in GTU just as we come through turn 1 here. And we've got a full course yellow.
Under full course, yeah. It looks like we had a spin by the 119 machine back there in turn number 5. So our first full course yellow of the day. That's the shift up now. Ooh, quite a bit of tire smoke coming off that machine right there.
That's the 501, the Rockwell Development GTO Porsche, by the looks of it, coming onto pit road here.
It looks like they lost a left front tire, either down or non-existent. It's kind of what it looks like.
Well, that's definitely not a great way to start the day. We'll see. We'll see what they got going on there, but not a good start for that team as they do work their way to pit road. See if they can get the car fixed up and back out there.
So we'll re-rack them here and try to start again. This time, I think the GTU cars are, well, if we're going to start on the front stretch, the GTU cars are going to be able to hold the speed through turn 1 a lot better. So the start at the front of the field, I think, is going to be pretty interesting as we go through here. You can, of course, see the double yellow flag.
3 laps into the race, GP1 still being led by the 44 PC Racing over the 392 of Harrison Motorsports. Palomar Racing just a little bit behind in third. GP2 being led by the Tourenwagen Meisterschaft BMW over Open Throttle, the 66, and Alpine Autosports. Third place in a Ford Mustang, I believe. And
yeah.
GP3's 1-2 for AOA Racing.
Of course, at Barber in the GP3 class, AOA was able to sweep the podium there. They were quite excited about that and easily going to be able to do that today, as only 2 entries in that division for today's Saturday portion of the event, as caution still displayed on the racetrack. We'll see when we get to go back to green flag racing. Looks like the safety team going to get out there, do a little sweep of the track, make sure there's no debris down on the surface before we can get back underway.
So about a quick little 8-minute jaunt there for the cars. I think everybody's got their feet under them now. Of course, we've had 1 spin so far, but I think mostly people have been pretty clean and pretty tidy for that opening stanza, if you will. A tight track here at Mid-Ohio. It's not... A lot of the courses we go to are a little bit bigger, a little bit wider, will benefit a larger horsepower car, but Mid-Ohio, a little bit narrower, a little bit harder to make your moves. And I think everybody being sufficiently patient here with 7 hours and 50 minutes to go. Really, the move you should be making is preserving the car, preserving the tires, and waiting for your competitors to make mistakes versus pushing the issue this early on a small track with this much traffic around.
And another thing to come into play into that too, Ryan, is the fact that, like you said, yesterday's session where they were able to get onto the racetrack was in those wet weather conditions. So you didn't really get the opportunity to really test out the new track and see how your car handles it. So the start of this race is almost like a test session for these drivers as well. Get used to the racetrack, get used to how your car handles around it. And, you know, you might need to make an adjustment or something when you come down pit road a little bit later. So right now, just trying to hold on for the opening stint, see what you have, see what you might need as the day goes on. So not necessarily going to see them pushing it as hard as we might see typically at the start of one of these races.
Now you'll see here on the camera that our producer Jordan has pulled up that the GP1 field has now caught the tail end of the GTO field under yellow, which of course is expected, but that's going to create another issue in that some of the GP1 cars, especially that Harrison Motorsports V8 BMW, are pretty quick in a straight line. So I would imagine that those vehicles will be jockeying for position with the GTO cars ahead as we come on to the start-finish straight. Now, they are going to get green, and a not insignificant number of cars are probably still going to be going through the carousel. So this start will be, I think, a little bit more chaotic just because it is on this shorter straight, and now we have all of the classes mixed in together.
Just adds a little bit more excitement when we get everyone together in the field, all the classes lined up. And like you said, there's going to be some of the GP cars that are a little bit quicker than some of the tail end of the GTO on the straightaway. So we'll see how that one works and see if maybe we can get some good shuffling out there of the classes as the day goes on. Going to be exciting to see what we have in store. 5 laps completed, 2 of those under yellow so far, as we just wait for the all clear and the chance to get back underway racing here at Mid-Ohio.
Now, the car this helps the most would be the Tooth Autosport number 73. I believe that's their car. That car, you'll see it on the screen right now, had to start at the back of the grid, presumably having missed grid or having changed drivers between qualifying and the race. This helps them tremendously because now they will be able to clear a lot of the general production traffic and not be on the back half of the lap versus everyone else. I have to imagine on a colder day, a front-wheel drive car like these TCR Audis is going to be a little bit of an advantage. I think, unfortunately, the way vehicles make speed in WRL now makes it hard for them to compete on pace alone, given that they're racing against GT4 machinery. But as anybody who's raced a Michelin Pilot Challenge on iRacing will tell you, a good driver in a TCR car is what you'd rather have than a bad driver in a GT4 car. So still positions yet to be made up there, I think, for the Audi languishing in the back. That's the Pegram Racing number 73, excuse me, not Tooth, but Tooth in the 138 in their TCR, also near the back of the field.
And I actually had a chance to speak with the folks at Tooth yesterday, and they were talking about that 138 machine. It is the father-daughter combo of Ron and Meg Tomlinson up here in the Ottawa area near Calabogie Motor Speedway. Tomlinson, a very well-known name for their construction business. Ron, of course, the CEO of the company. Meg, his daughter. And they are drivers in the TCR Championship here in Canada, using this weekend as an opportunity to get some seat time, get back behind the wheel. And we'll see how they do today and tomorrow as the weekend goes on. But just out here getting a little bit of seat time, see what they can do.
The Tooth folks come down and run a fair number of WRL events per season. I think part of that's going to be due to the track selection. WRL typically goes to the major tracks in the sort of East Coast, Midwest, kind of Southeast region. So you get a lot of really good tracks on the list, a lot of bucket list stuff, but also really good value for money as far as track time is concerned. Much, much cheaper than any other GT4 racing series you could consider, and on par, at least entry fees wise, with a lot of other series that are kind of at this level. So Tooth Autosports, no strangers to WRL, of course. Happy to have them here this weekend. Of course, being Canadian, I'm sure they would hope for a little bit more of the rain and snow versus a lot of these entrants that are from Texas and the Southeast that don't necessarily run in the wet very often, versus what I imagine up at Calabogie is a little bit colder and a little bit more rain.
Yeah, their comments on the weather yesterday morning was that it felt like home, so you're absolutely right on that, Ryan.
And it looks like, I'll have to wait for it to come by to see, they also enter, in addition to their 2 TCR cars, they also had entered a Honda Civic TCA car, I believe.
Yeah.
Correct. That car had a issue with an ABS module yesterday, and I was told by Claire, who was one of the drivers in the TCA Honda Civic, that the ABS module is one of the only parts on the car that isn't a road car part. So they had to have it shipped in from Santa Barbara, where HPD, or whatever they call it today, they had to have that actually shipped overnight here to Ohio to get that car working. It was on the pit lane at the start, and they were thinking that they were going to miss the start, but the car is no longer there. So I'm not certain if they were able to get going. They would be in GP3 or 2.
Correct. I believe I had them on GP3 entry list.
Okay. And I don't see them even on the time and scoring at all, much less being pink.
Correct.
A little bit of a top-heavy...
No, doesn't look like they're out there at all. Yeah, you're right.
A little bit of a top-heavy WRL race here at Mid-Ohio. Lots of GP1 entries, lots of GTO entries, not a ton of GP2 or GP3 entrants deciding to take part this weekend, which is unfortunate because this is a track that I would think, JT, having a GP car is going to be a lot more fun.
Yeah, you get a bit more usage out of the car, just because they're not generally high horsepower cars. So you definitely get to throw them around quite a bit. Definitely a lot of fun to drive, as we see the 119 being recovered on the back of the flatbed here.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse for the AE Victory Shift Up Now entry there in the Audi R8 with that big V10. Not a great start to the day for them. I don't imagine I'll be seeing Sarah Montgomery this morning like I was assured, given that the car is currently on a flatbed. It's not a good situation.
Yeah, I'd say priorities just changed right there. You're probably not going to be seeing Sarah Montgomery this morning. Great conversation you had with her back at Barber, and I was looking forward to hearing what she had to say again here at Mid-Ohio, but still early in the weekend. You never know. They could get back out there a little bit later today. A team that's known to fight through the adversity and stick with it.
Yeah, lots of Audi people, I guess, in that garage down there. So if there's anybody that's interested enough to, go through and fix that car, it's them. So if it's able to be fixed, I'm sure we'll see the car come back out this weekend. Field has now bunched all the way up. We are on the short stretch here, so I would imagine that we would be going green next time by, given that Audi is now recovered.
Yeah, we're just going to wait and see. Lights are still on the pace car, but we'll see what happens here if we get set to go green. Obviously, with these road courses, a lot of times they'll tell you 1 to green as soon as you hit the back straightaway, so we'll keep our eyes open on that one. We're 10 minutes into this full course caution period, and these drivers, they're hungry. They're ready to go. They want to get racing, get some laps in, and see what they can do to gain some spots out there on the racetrack.
You'll see right at the tail end of the GP3 field there was the number 369 of Chattanooga Tourenwagen. They came to the pit lane under this yellow, which for my money is a little bit early to have made a pit stop. I know that generally if it's yellow, you want to be making a pit stop because it costs you less time. But with only 10 minutes or so of running, I guess, plus the pace laps, I suppose you could top up on fuel, but I would imagine that was not a planned pit stop and they may have had to check something. I usually can hear from those folks as well as to what's going on with the car, and perchance they will tell us in the chat what that stop was all about. But I was a little curious about that stop for sure. So that's put them right to the back of the field. But again, under yellow, everybody's going to stay on the same lap.
Definitely interesting to see that they have come down pit road already, like you said, a little bit early, or actually very early for a stop. But if they had some sort of a noise, some sort of vibration, definitely a good opportunity to come down, not lose too much time, check it out, and avoid any major issues that could develop with leaving something unattended to.
Yep, and that's the car we just saw go through. It's at the very, very back of the field. It'll take a while, of course, to come back through there. So we're here. We'll look at the GTO field. The white flag is out, as well as the double yellow on the start-finish stand. So I believe that will mean that vehicles are returning, emergency vehicles are returning to their homes on track.
Yeah, just ahead of this shot, we did see one of the blower trucks work his way back to his safety area on the racetrack. So it looks like we are preparing to get back under green flag conditions.
We're preparing to prepare to go green.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Lots of preparations out here at Mid-Ohio.
Another change this weekend in GTO. Front runners, the number 123 in their Mercedes, the
NFC Motorsports.
NFC Motorsports, thank you. Thank you, JT. Missing their fast driver this weekend, Aaron Povaledo, otherwise involved elsewhere. JT, did you catch who is driving the car instead of Aaron Povaledo?
I did not.
It's none other than Randy Popst is in the car this weekend.
All right.
So probably a little bit. Lately, he's been driving, I think, a bit slower cars than the GT4 Mercedes. So probably a little bit of an adaptation to be made there. But I imagine that by the end of the weekend, he'll be nearly as, if not on the same pace as Aaron in that Mercedes-Benz.
Randy Popes can drive anything.
Yeah, exactly. So a good sub, especially to have for this sort of racing. Just saw that car go through the frame there. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, that's the blue one. Yeah, so it was the previous car. It's the sort of gray, green, and blue Mercedes-Benz with the enormous wing on the back. Of course, for those of you tuning in for the first time, saying, these are GT4 cars. They are, but they do not adhere to any specific homologation rules. It's purely a power-to-weight formula with a couple modifiers here and there for engine, aspiration and displacement and such. So there it is right there with the big old wing on it. So it gives you the opportunity to make changes to the car if you so desire, which NFC Motorsports has a little bit different aero package on their Mercedes-Benz. think they're pretty happy with it, given that I believe they are the front runners in the championship right now, JT?
I'm not sure.
I think that if they're not, they're close.
It is important to note, though, that we do have 2 Mercedes GT4s in the field.
We do.
This weekend. I
we
believe
don't usually.
This is the debut for the Kingpin entry.
And you are correct. The NFC 1-2-3 machine is the points leader in the GTO field by 7 ahead of the GTR 99 team.
And then that's interesting because I would imagine that a little bit further down in either 3rd or 4th is going to be TLM having picked up their win. But they are not a full season entrant, so they really are going to be battling that GTR 99 as well as the Thunder Bunny entrants in the Supras for that championship. All 3 of those being mostly full-time, if not entirely full-time entrants. Hitman as well, a normal entrant here in WRL.
Yeah, it's correct. Hitman Racing enters this round 4th in the points. 3rd is the Thunder Bunny Racing 225 machine, and you mentioned the TLM Mona entry. They entered today 7th in the points. Of course, not here today, so that will likely change quite a bit.
Yeah, and then of course, as I forgot, in my head they had 2 wins, but they had that 1 win taken away, having failed tech after
That's
the
correct.
race.
Yep.
So that would be why they're down in 7th, and again, they are not here this weekend. Of course, the owner of TLM Motorsports, David Twatty, a little bit preoccupied with his other racing commitments.
Definitely a busy guy, and definitely looks like they're busy down there on the racetrack, still trying to clean up whatever fluid might have been put down there through the carousel and towards the pit road entry, Ryan.
And that's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. So that would lead me to believe that something more catastrophic has happened to the Audi than I originally would have thought. Now, granted, this is a new surface, so they're probably cleaning fluid off of this surface for the first time, so it may not be doing what they think it might. As far as trying to apply oil dry and see sort of what happens there. So this taking a little bit longer, I think, than expected. This would be the time frame now, but now you're in the danger zone, of course, of if you pit now and it goes green as you come to the pit lane, you've got a little bit of a problem. But we've now been running, almost 30 minutes on this tank of fuel. It would be advantageous to have made a stop here. And indeed, if I'm, a team that's got multiple rounds in the chamber here, as it were, I probably take a pit stop here with at least one of the cars and split the strategy. Indeed, one of the open throttle BMWs comes down the pit lane, so they'll have decided to make a stop. Thirsty V8, of course, in the GP1 entered open throttle BMW.
It'll be interesting to see how that strategy works out throughout today. Obviously, now coming down pit road, put yourself off sequence a little bit from everyone else. Of course, we're going to see that throughout the field where different strategies come into play, a different amount of drivers in the car as well. So having to work the driver changes into it and everything like that throughout. But cleanup still continuing on the racetrack. A lot of opportunity for these drivers to reflect and look ahead to what they have going on here today. Maybe strategizing this upcoming restart, find an opportunity to gain a handful of spots and set themselves up well for that first pit stop, which should come up sometime in the next 35 minutes or so, I would say. Just working our way around, backing up on the racetrack, having a good time down there in the carousel. The cleanup crew just trying to see what they got to do, what needs their attention as the field goes on by.
The YouTube feed dies on my other screen quite frequently, and then I am concerned that the internet has cut out as well.
That's quite frightening, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this is so it just keeps happening. I'm like, well, I guess that's just not going to be reliable today. Some of the cameras, of course, are going to pick up some issues, I think, to do with the sun position more than anything else. So we'll have some that are a little bit more stuttery here in the morning, and then I expect that those will clear up, and then others will be stuttery later on in the day. not a whole lot that can be done, given that most of the cameras I have when I placed them said they had full 5 bars of service. So I don't really have any other answers on those. So we're going to try to keep the shots looking fantastic. And of course, we've got Jordan Worth on the 1s and 2s, trying to keep us squared away there. Jordan knows a thing or two about ring endurance racing, doing good production. So no worries there.
A little bit of gratitude there for our great producer, Jordan Worth, and some gratitude as well for the safety crew that's been out there on the racetrack now 22 minutes doing cleanup. So I would expect quite a bit of fluid to have gone down out there. You can see the streak of Speedy Dry all the way through the carousel there, and I'm sure it extends on beyond the shot as well. As the blower out there trying to clean that up a little bit. New track surfaces don't often take too well to fluids being put down.
Absolutely, and then part of your issue as well is that's not that it's good to have oil in any part of the track, but certainly through the carousel, that's where you need the car to be hooked up. You're really relying on the mechanical grip to carry the car through the apex there, and if the inside there is super slippery, you're going to have some problems trying to keep the car on the racetrack. So probably a good call to take your time, especially this early in the race and this early in the weekend, in making sure that you get everything squared away.
Absolutely. And of course, on the shot of the start-finish line that we had just a couple moments ago, you saw the cars weaving a little bit, trying to keep the heat in the tires. With it being so cold there, the track surface not necessarily coming up to temperatures right away, and these guys just trying to keep that little bit of grip that they had from that initial restart for the restart that we should have coming up shortly here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So drivers just trying to keep their cars the way they want them for this upcoming restart.
Indeed they are. Just trying to cycle through that. There we go. So the general production field, of course, again, I kind of go back and forth on how I feel about this. Some of these cars can do up to 90 minutes, 90 minutes, even up to 2 hours I've seen on a tank of fuel, whereas the GT cars are closer to a 75-minute stint. So they'll be, I think, anxiously looking at their fuel window coming up here shortly. The 501 Porsche still has the front hood up, which would indicate to me that they are working on something in the front left wheel well still. That car, of course, I believe brand new for them, or at least new livery and or, sort of setup.
Pace car in.
And we got the pace car in.
There
We're
we
going to
go.
go green here on the front stretch. The 756 and the 34 are going to lead the field. They've got the 2 GTU cars behind them, which is going to balk the progress of any of the other GTO cars that want to get towards the front. Those GTU cars, of course, going to be really waiting as we go through turn 1. One went to the outside. And they're going to come up through the keyhole here shortly as the general production field filters through turn 1. And, of course, this camera, the one not really wanting to play ball with us.
That's just the way it always works, isn't it, Ryan? The one camera you want to see. Here we go. We got them coming off of the keyhole.
There we go. And you can kind of see in the distance the cars back there. So maybe, at some point we'll be able to track that. This is them going down that big back straightaway. And then as you can see there, the GTU cars having to pull way offline as the GTO cars streak past. But, like I said, the GTU car is able to brake a lot later. But they've lost a ton of space. I think the folks in sort of the top 5 or top 10 of the GTO class are a little bit relieved to have cleared those sport prototypes. And
definitely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Harrison BMW just getting a little wide there on the exit of China Beach, I believe.
Now, fortunately, that Harrison BMW, when we were at Barber last time out in the wet and rainy qualifying, they were able to get the cars slid around there quite effectively. So if there's a team that I would trust to catch a car coming up the outside and getting a little bit of dirt on the tires, it would be them. The Porsche 911 of round 3 racing making good progress on the 2 Supras at the front of the field. Through turn 1, we're starting to close the gap there. So as we go up into turn 2, I'm sure we'll be even closer. And we'll be able to see the results of that as they come back down the back straight into turn 3.
So getting reports, Ryan, that the 138 Tooth Autosports car ended up making impact with the wall. It looks like in turn 5 after some contact with the 332. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Definitely not the way you want to start the weekend for that Tooth Motorsport or Tooth Autosports team. And we are under a full course caution once again after the 138 Tooth car making impact with the wall.
Making the wall. So an unfortunate weekend continues for the Tooth Autosport folks, having made the effort to get down here to the United States. And we'll re-rack them and try again. Now, look here at the gap that the GP1 field, just in that short amount of time, the Palomar and as well as the Choice Racing BMWs, as you see come through your screen there, a huge gap to the leaders, PC Racing and Harrison. Those cars, of course, the more nimble, older BMWs with a little bit less power. And, again, as we spoke about, the temperatures here pretty cold. So if you have the light and nimble car, it takes a little while to get going versus the cars with big power. The power's on tap almost immediately. Now, I think this is a situation where you have to come and take a pit stop.
Yes, most likely you're definitely going to want to take advantage of this. We could see that previous shot there just at the very top right of the screen, looking back into turn 5 at the top of China Beach. You could just see the stopped Audi RS3 up there. That is the 138 of Tooth Autosport here.
And that, of course, the entry driven by the father-daughter Tomlinson duo. Unfortunate for them. Unfortunate for Tooth as well. At Barber, they had a fair share of struggles with a couple of their entries, and unfortunately not starting well here today at Mid-Ohio. Hopefully nothing too major for them. They're able to get it fixed up and get back on the racetrack, but the fact that the car has come to a stop on the racetrack does not seem to be like it's looking too positive so far. Our second full course caution of the day coming here at 9:32 a.m. So second one of the first hour as well. Bit of a rocky start here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, a little bit of a rocky start, and on with the track conditions the way they are and the number of vehicles we've got on course, it's not unexpected per se. You would always hope for better, but with this many cars on track and a small amount of tracks available, and then plus you've got the unknown of the new tire, the cold surface, it's tough. It's tough out there right now, and it doesn't necessarily look it because the skies are perfectly blue and everything's lovely, but a tough spot to try to go racing in right now as we see the GTO field just filter through here. So that number 70 Porsche that goes through, that car making pretty good pace right now, and I think relishing the opportunity to have a restart where there isn't a GTU car sort of in the way on the start-finish straight. I think they're going to be coming for those two Supras at the front of the field. As we see the field sort of check up here, presumably waiting for the emergency vehicles to tend to the stricken Audi. So down to one car for Tooth Autosports. It's the one we're going to see coming through here right now in the green and white Shopify car.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. They did come with 3 cars, and like you said, down to 1 already here. We'll see if they're able to get the Honda fixed up with whatever issues they were dealing with. But just a quick update on that incident. It has been updated that the second car involved in that, not the 322, because that car does not exist. It's the 392 of Harrison Motorsports that was also involved in that caution contact with the 138 Tooth machine.
And so that was what I talked about right before we were going back to green, was the quicker GP1 cars getting into the back of the GTO field. That car did take to the pit lane almost immediately when the yellow came out. So, of course, going to have to check on that car and see what the situation is. The Stratus Racing number 58 GTU car, the blue one, comes down to the pit lane. They are going to take some fuel. Same with the 59. So 2 of the 3 Stratus cars here going to take the opportunity to top up. The GTU cars, the little bit smaller fuel tank, so if they've used any meaningful amount of fuel, getting topped up here is the right call. they're already mired in the traffic of the GTO field where they can't quite make the pace that they would like to. So I think going to the end of the line here and taking the slower class cars at a pace that they are more comfortable with could be the right move. The 392 of Harrison Motorsports, their BMW has returned to the track as well. Just see that coming through our shot. And so there goes the Stratus Racing entry. That's the 58 as well as the 59.
It's going to be quite entertaining watching those GTU cars work their way up through the field. Obviously, once they are able to get the heat built up in those tires, they're very, very fast on any circuit. So watching them work their way up through the GPs and in the back of the GTO field going to be quite entertaining here on this upcoming restart.
And whether it's Josh Balicki or Cole Lofsgaard starting that Porsche, the number 70 at the front, the driving quality of that car is astounding. And so any pace disadvantage it may have, because they've had to detune a 4-liter engine to a level that car was definitely not designed to run at all, on a tire that it's not designed to run on at all. Getting that car caught up to the Supras and past is going to be quite the feat to watch here. You'll see the second half of the GTO field probably plotting how they're going to get around the number 60 GTU car. Now, of course, that clears the GP1 field at the front here, the 44 PC Racing. They had eked out a huge gap. That means now Palomar and Choice Racing in second and third in GP1.
Yeah, keep in mind right there at the restart, we did see the Harrison car get loose exiting turn 5, which may have been from that contact, but that definitely allowed PC Racing to pull a like 2-second gap.
Yeah,
as the Palomar and the Choice Racing cars were unable to get by Harrison. Here we go. Looks like lights are off.
Lights are off. They're going to take to the pit lane here, and indeed, we're going to go racing here again at Mid-Ohio. 7 hours and 20 minutes remaining. That Porsche, the number 70, gets an incredible jump out of the carousel. The Supras are going to go too wide defensively here, but that number 70 is going to tuck in right behind the Hitman Racing number 34 as they go up towards the keyhole. Everybody filing in single file. Oh, and the 997 goes down the inside of the 99. Can't quite make it stick. They're going to race all the way up to the keyhole and do it all again, coming down the back straightaway. So they are just entering the keyhole right there underneath the tire brand sign. It looks like the Supras have maintained their position, but the Porsche is right there behind them, and then a third Supra in there behind the Porsche. So the front 4 cars, 3 Supras and a Porsche, with the 2 Supras leading. You see that number 70 is closed right up there on the 34, and that Porsche, of course, able to get the power down a little bit earlier in the corners with that engine right over the rear axle. So in spite of not having traction control, probably has decent grip, especially on corner exit, versus a lot of these cars that are front-engine rear-wheel drive. So that car going to make pace in a little bit different fashion to all the others, as we see the BMWs in GP1 and GP2 come through here. That Harrison Motorsports car was right there at the back, starting to get a little bit of a gap back to the 225. I always have to correct myself because Thunder Bunny has changed which car is their lead car for this season. So that car starting to drop back a little bit. The 89X leading a gaggle of about 4 cars here. You can see that's the black Aston Martin that just clicked through. So that group trying to stay towards the front of the GTO field to try to continue to have good track position and stay on the lead lap and stay within punching distance when we come to pit stops here. None of those cars having taken a stop on that last yellow, which I'm a little bit surprised by, which means a lot of them are in danger of having to make a green flag pit stop where the pit times will come into play, and the Choice Racing BMW is going to take a trip down the pit lane here.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to follow along with the pit strategies as the day goes on. Like you mentioned up front here, you can see that front three, the Thunder Buddy Racing 766, the Hitman 34, and the number 70 Porsche for round 3 Racing all together up at the front. A little bit of a gap back to the Thunder Bunny 225 that continues to lead a gaggle of additional cars behind. But that round 3 racing machine, very quick it seems, and as the day goes on, I really expect that pace to even continue to pick up from that team. Not sure who's behind the wheel, if it is Josh Balicki or his co-driver here today. We'll keep an eye on that and see who's out there in the car. Maybe we'll get a word with one of them at some point throughout the afternoon as well. But you can see that 70 machine closing up to the rear end of the Hitman Racing 34 here. Work our way past the start finish line once again. But Thunder Bunny in that 766 continues to put down the quickest times of the morning so far. Last time by a 132.57, and in comparison, the Hitman 34 was about tenths off of that with a 132.79.
So the 997 and the 123, after starting a little bit deeper in the GTO field, they've started to make their moves as well. They're steadily moving. I think they'll be closing on the top 10 soon. They're both going to have to clear the number 11 of Kingpin Racing, another Toyota Supra. I think they've got a good shot. It looked like both of those cars were hooked up and doing what they need to do. And as we see the Random Vandals BMW, they're going to try it on the inside into turn number 4. They're going to stay right there with it with the TAPG Supra. Now they're on the outside. The Supra stays on the inside. And it looks like they're not able to get around the Supra, but then have an issue with the GTU car sort of holding up their progress, which again, the GTU car making speed in a different way. They're entitled to be there, and they are indeed racing for overall position as well. But just that traffic coming into play there as Random Vandals tries desperately to make a move to make up some time on the rest of the field. They're sitting in 8th position right now with the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra, not a GT4 car, a home-built Supra by Toyota employees, currently sitting in 7th. No gaps larger than 1.1 seconds until you get down to 9th position in the number 11 of Kingpin Racing. So the front of the GTO field still very tight here. You see the 997 and the 123 close right up on the Kingpin car. Really, really desperate to get around there. 2/10 when they came through the start-finish line.
Yeah, definitely some close battles all throughout the field. Like you said, nothing really more than a second separating any position through that top 10. You see another move there. I believe that is the Stratus 60 trying to advance its way up through the field there in that last camera shot on the right side. Is that the Toyota R&D number 90 machine there?
Yep, and then the Random Vandals car able to get around the 60. The 60, I think, opting not to outbrake the Random Vandals car, knowing that the 60 is currently leading the GTU field by a lot, but still owes a pit stop to the two sister cars. I think wisely allowing the Random Vandal car to go there, pulling out of line, so that the Random Vandals can continue their attack on the number 90.
Choice Racing BMW and GP1 is back out on track. We saw just going through the shot there. They pit just after the green flag, unfortunately due to contact in turn 11, making contact with the wall, bringing it down on pit lane, checking over the car. They've got it released. Meanwhile, the 83 of Palomar Racing has been an absolute rocket ship. Same with the 112 from TC Klein Racing. Both cars moving up in the GP1 field. That Palomar 83 having started 10th today in GP1. Getting around a couple cars there on the restart.
Definitely some great gains there, and going to continue charging forward. The Palomar 83 team, like you said, very strong so far, charging forward. We'll see how far they're able to get in this field as the day goes on. Up front continues to be Thunder Bunny Racing in the 766, about half a second ahead of the Hitman Racing 34. That gap is not half a second right there. That is tight between first and second. The battle underway for the race lead.
Yeah, that battle has spread out a little bit more over time. I think everybody's starting to find their rhythm here, but the Thunder Bunny 766 giving up a few tenths that last lap to the number 34. So definitely still a close battle, but not nearly as close as it was towards the start. So those two Supras, of course, sort of running away with it at the front. The Porsche trying hard to hold on as we've got the HM Road Race Porsche trying to go around the outside of the 89X Aston Martin. Didn't quite get it done there into the carousel. They're going to come back onto the front straightaway.
We're seeing reports that the number 55 AOA Racing entry in the GP3 field is smoking as of last time in turn 9. So we'll keep an eye on that. Only 2 entries in GP3 here today, and that could quickly change to 1 if those issues do further develop. Hopefully nothing too major for them, and they are able to continue on.
Well, you say that as you see this yellow MX-5 come through the shot here, that being the 55, the sister car 85 did take the green flag, but has since been on pit road for issues. Still only 1 lap for that car.
Fortunately, they're guaranteed a top 2 position in class today.
Podium.
So, getting some nice track time in, learn the track, got the new surface. Just keep it nice and steady and turn your laps. Ooh, wow. That BMW really wanted to get back down the inside of the Mercedes. The Mercedes closing the door there, I think rightfully so. That BMW would have had to come from, I think, too far back to have made that move.
Yeah, that was incredibly tight there on exit. Looks like the round 3 racing number 70 machine might have lost a position right there.
No, that's a traffic.
Is that a lap traffic? Wow, yeah. Already. Okay, so things developing rather quickly here on the racetrack, already going through some lap traffic.
What that does do is give the 220 or the 225 the opportunity to catch back up to the 70, having been balked by the traffic there. The 225 now only 5 tenths off of the 70, and the 70 now 1.4 from the 2 leaders. So the 225 here, this is the opportunity to get around that 70. They're going to have to take it if they can use it. That's the blue and white Supra right there that was just behind the Porsche.
Let's see.
So, go ahead, JT.
I was going to say, 5th place GP1 Zealous Motorsport, who had been directly behind TC Climb, has pit here. Green flag pit stop for them.
Oh, that's a big off right there. Not sure which car that. One of them just went way off here through turn 5 and 6. Able to gather it back up and continue on. Not a good moment right there.
Is that the 90 of Toyota R&D Racing?
You might be correct on that one. Yeah, we'll see in just a moment here as race control going to confirm which entry did go off. I believe it is the 90 from Toyota R&D Racing. That's correct, JT.
Yeah, we have 8 Supras today.
Quite a few.
Fantastic amount. Unfortunately, keeping track of them can be a bit difficult sometimes.
Absolutely, and I did just get an update from Tooth Autosport on their Honda Civic entry. Like Ryan mentioned, an ABS module failure. They're waiting for parts to come from California. They should arrive this morning, and we should see that car on the racetrack later on today. Looks like we had an incident up there in turn 11. The 85 machine making contact with the tire wall. That's the AOA entry from GP3. So their troubles continuing.
Yeah, you can see him here at the top of the shot. This is that car that had only done 1 lap. This is its out lap after its 45 minutes on pit road. Looks like they are able to
I think he's facing the wrong direction.
Yeah. He's going to be using this runoff here to get the car turned around to have a hopefully better rejoin for better visibility for the driver anyways. And yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and rejoin carefully here.
Yeah, just unfortunate there, JT. Obviously, not the start to the weekend that AOA wanted, but the pleasure and the joy of having these longer races, you can get any issues fixed up, sorted out, even use today as a practice session for tomorrow if you need to, if your day does go awry. But change for the lead here as the Hitman Racing 34 does take over the top spot ahead of the round 3 racing number 70. Looks like Thunder Bunny Racing going to fall back to the 4th position with their 766 machine. Not sure what happened to them there. I believe we're about to potentially get an update. No, another issue for Tooth Autosport. They do go drivers right 4 off and continue on in turn 5. But yeah, the Thunder Bunny Racing 766 has fallen back to position number 4 after leading the majority of this race so far. The 225 Thunder Bunny sister car holds position number 3. Coming up on 1 hour into this one here, about 7 minutes remaining in hour number 1. Of course, the GTO field, like we mentioned, Hitman Racing leads with the 34 machine ahead of the number 70 Porsche. Round 3 racing, Thunder Bunny in the 225 holds 3rd ahead of its sister car, the 766, in 4th in the 89X. Number 89 is holding that 5th position. Looking back at GTU, of course, Stratus holding the top 3 spots. The 60 out front, the 59 in 2nd, and the 58 in position number 3, 1 lap down. GP1, though, it's the PC Racing number 44 leading the way ahead of the number 38 for Palomar Racing and the number 392 for Harrison Motorsports, currently scored there in the 3rd spot. TC Klein 112 and the Flying Fur Motorsports 946 round out the top 5 in GP1. GP2, it's the Open Throttle Racing number 66 out front ahead of the 221 for Alpine Autosports, and the Rockwell Autosport Development 41 holds on to that 3rd spot. And of course, GP3, both cars out of the AOA camp. The 55, the only one still active out there on the racetrack. The 85 has been sitting on pit road now 20 laps down, as getting reports of contact between the 28 and the 90 out there on the racetrack. That, of course, the Toyota R&D Racing number 90 and the Random Vandals Racing number 28 in 7th and 8th, respectively, out there on the racetrack. So some very tight battles between those two, leading to a little bit of contact, but able to continue on as you see the field cycle on through here between turns 4 and 5. That GTU trying to work his way forward, see if he can slice and dice his way up to the front.
Yeah, you can see just coming through the shot here a second ago, it was that Random Vandals green M4 GT4, the 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra. Directly behind them, you had Kingpin Racing and the Round 3 Racing 997, all nose to tail there going through the shot.
Yeah, some incredibly tight battles that we're seeing so far. A personal best lap just went down by that number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche. You just saw them go by the camera shot right there. Seems to be getting closer to the race leader, the Hitman 34. The gap last time by about half a second between 1st and 2nd. So we'll see if that comes into play here. We expect the speeds to pick up here, the lap times to drop as, of course, the weight goes down as they work their way through the tank of fuel and whatnot throughout the day. Get some more heat in those tires. The track going to warm up a little bit as well. Of course, when we started this, temperatures outside feeling like 28 degrees Fahrenheit. Checking in now, it's feeling like 37. So a massive gain already from when we started the day, nearly 10 degrees warmer from the time we dropped the green flag less than an hour ago. You see the gaggle and the swarm of cars working their way into turn number 4. They are all together right here, JT. That is, you could throw a blanket over 5 cars working their way through these corners side by side, all the way through. The GTU car just looking for an opportunity to sneak through. He looked like he was getting a little impatient at the back of that pack.
Yeah, that was we saw Kingpin Racing Supra and the Toyota R&D Racing Supra battling right there side to side, going up and through 4 and 5 there.
Yeah, this, of course, the tail end of the top 10 overall. That Stratus 60 was the GTU we saw at the tail of that grouping, as everyone just trying to get into a rhythm here. We went through the caution periods that we've had so far here today. Now looks like we're able to get into a little bit of a rhythm here, set some laps down, and work our way towards that first pit stop that'll come up just a little bit from now. Like Ryan West was mentioning, probably about 30 minutes or so from the majority of these cars needing to come down pit road. The update between the leaders last time by Hitman was able to stretch the lead by 0.2 of a second, now up to just under 0.8 of a second, separating the Hitman Racing 34 and that Round 3 Racing 70. You see them on the shot right there. Of course, that Porsche trying to get up there and battle for the race lead. We've seen some great speed out of that entry so far today, but we're seeing additional speed now out of that Hitman Racing 34. They just set their personal best of the day with 132.410 for them. So rather quick time. Is getting an update from pit road. Looks like a pit lane fueling infraction for the 83 entry. That, of course, the Palomar Racing car in the GP1 field. So we'll keep an eye on those throughout the day. You want to be clean and green on pit road, not run into too many issues, because of course that could lead to some lost time on the racetrack and some lost opportunities, as Hitman continues to take advantage of opportunities, adds another half of a second ahead of the Round 3 Racing number 70 Porsche, now 1.3 seconds separating first and second overall.
Yeah, that infraction due to fire bottle not ready, that's unfortunate, but kind of understandable. I do not believe that car was due in this lap. That is really early for one of the GP1 cars, especially to be taking a green flag pit stop if you can avoid. So it looks like some sort of issue with the 83.
Yeah, definitely an unscheduled pit stop from what we understand and what we see so far. Looks like the Random Vandals Racing 28 machine went for a spin in turn 9, was able to continue on without too much of an issue, but gotta wonder potentially if they were just battling a little bit too hard. Of course, we saw them with multiple other cars under a blanket. It was about a 5-car pack together. Earlier on, they did have some contact with that number 90 machine of Toyota R&D Racing, just due to that very tight door-to-door action that we had on the racetrack. So we'll see how their car reacts to going for that spin, if they have to maybe come make a visit to pit road and see what they can do there. Looks like we do have one coming down pit road here to make its pit stop of the day. We'll get you an update momentarily on which car that is that just came down.
Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that was the 83 again.
I believe you're correct. Yep. Hopefully they have the fire bottle ready this time, avoid an additional infraction there on pit road, but definitely dealing with some sort of an issue, JT, with the fact that we've seen them down pit road now 2 laps in a row. Hopefully whatever they're dealing with, they're able to sort that out, get that fixed up, and get them back out on the racetrack.
Just keep an eye on, it's going to be the 369 Tourenwagen BMW in GP2. They did pit very early in the race during the very first caution, so they've been a ways back in GP2. They are consistently the quickest car in that class. They've closed that gap to the Rockwell Porsche, which is this blue and yellow Porsche we see coming through the shot here. That gap is now down to 16 seconds, and last lap by about a 8-second difference. So in a couple laps here, we'll see that BMW start to work its way up the field in GP2.
Definitely a very quick entry, and like you said, made that early pit stop. That's something that's that is coming into play as we see the 70 round 3 racing machine battling with a little bit of lap traffic right there. The gap at the line this time over 3 seconds now, separating first and second on the racetrack. So gotta wonder if maybe the handling going away a little bit from that Porsche, or if they're just trying to take it a little bit easier, maybe save a little bit of extra tire towards the end of this particular stint. But Hitman Racing leads by 3.1 seconds last time by, and then it's another second and a half behind the round 3 racing number 70 to the 225 of Thunder Bunny Racing. And that entry, of course, about 0.8 of a second ahead of its sister car, the 766. So some great battles up towards the front. Also seeing some separation amongst those leaders as the day does go on. Looks like we've been able to get into a rhythm here. 1 hour in the books. We still have 7 to go here at Mid-Ohio. Of course, today, the 8-hour portion of the day. And again, tomorrow, as Ryan mentioned at the start of the day, we're going to get underway at 8 a.m. Eastern time and run through to 3 o'clock. So a 7-hour race to end the weekend tomorrow. Be sure to join us right here on the World Racing League YouTube page, as well as on the social media channels. Check it out. Let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from, and how's your day going? Let us know. Let's have some fun with y'all today, and we're gonna put on a great show here at Mid-Ohio, as we have done already. And again, you just see it, the battling continues, the lap cars working their way around that round 3 racing number 70 in the last shot. So the traffic coming into play here, these drivers gonna have to find ways to dodge it here. Round 3 was about 0.4 of a second quicker last time by than Hitman Racing. Those drivers able to try to close that gap just a little bit here. It's all about how they're handling this traffic as well, JT. Of course, that can be a massive player when it comes to a battle, is how quickly can you make work of these lap cars?
Absolutely, and something we've touched upon previously is this is a brand new repaved track surface here. WRL is one of the very first to try this surface, so there's a lot of learning here. That's why we've seen a little bit of issues with cars either going off track or having a quick spin or something like that, as everybody's learning what this surface is capable of in terms of its grip, how you're able to take some of these corners here, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out throughout the day here.
Definitely going to be interesting. And once we get more pit stops underway for some of these front runners, that'll either create more separation or even tighten them back up. And that'll also jumble up the field completely, because you have everyone on different strategies out here. As you see some of the, oh, that was really close right there. Coming into turn number 5, nearly some contact between, I believe that's one of the Supras and the Mazda, working their way through turns 4 and 5, nearly chopping the nose of that Mazda was the Supra as he works his way on by. But that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well, these close calls with some of the slower traffic as the day goes on. But up front now continues to set the pace is the Hitman Racing 34, 132.317 last time by. In comparison, the round 3 racing number 70 Porsche put down a 133.328. So over a second of a difference between first and second last time by, and that all comes down to lap traffic again. So we'll keep our eyes on that and see how they're able to clear now, as you do see the round 3 racing machine went on by in that last shot. No real traffic around him. Hitman Racing was just able to clear, but they were in a rather tight battle with one of the lap cars momentarily, so that could allow that Porsche the opportunity to close back up. And of course, for those of you wondering where Ryan went, he went to take a look at the cameras, see if he can adjust them a little bit, get us some great shots out there on the racetrack. And looks like a beautiful day down there in Ohio, JT.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're not having the issue of all that rain and snow from yesterday. Unfortunately, that means while the track is nice and dry, some of the grass here might be a little bit slick. But hopefully everything gets dried out nice and proper. We can get some good temperature built up into the track surface.
We are expecting this afternoon to hit about 55 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be partly sunny, so we should see some decent drying of the racetrack here today. Still on the cool side, but of course you're going to get that. We are only in April at this point up here towards the northern portion of the United States. Well, we're still April everywhere. That's how a calendar works, but a little bit cooler right now. It's to be expected in the spring, but just watching, waiting for some pit stops to take place here from the field. I'd kind of expect those to get underway shortly, as we are about an hour and 6 minutes into the day. Of course, we are expecting some drivers to be able to make it about 75 minutes or so on the racetrack. So we're within about 10 minutes of that window of having them come down for a pit stop. We'll keep an eye on that. As soon as we see someone come down, we will report that to you folks at home. And just an update from pit road. We have quite a few cars sitting on pit road right now. The 85 AOA Racing entry in GT3, the 501 Rockwell Autosport Development GTO car on pit road, the Tooth Autosport 138 on pit road as well, the Pegram 73 of the GTO field also on pit road, alongside the 88 Zealous Motorsport and the 83 Palomar Racing entry. Of course, we've seen a multitude of these cars have multiple issues today. That Palomar Racing car we saw make multiple visits to pit road. So hopefully they're able to sort out any sort of issues that they're having this afternoon. And I'm seeing the Tooth Autosport 261 working their way up through the field, currently scored 15th overall. And again, I had a chance to speak with them yesterday. That entry today is driven by Canadian TCR drivers Justin DiBenedetto and Travis Hill, one of the THs in Tooth, alongside Khaled Edu. These drivers are prepping for the Canadian TCR season, and for Edu is getting himself some endurance racing practice here this weekend. So we'll keep an eye on that entry as the weekend develops, and see how those drivers get on prepping for their season and getting some time in on the racetrack. Of course, one of 3 Tooth Autosport entries this weekend. Unfortunately for 2 of them, the weekend has not started the way they were hoping for, but hopefully able to get that sorted out for tomorrow's portion of the weekend.
Yeah, that 261 currently having a good fight with the 16 Libre Racing Toyota Supra. I believe that is a new car for Libre Racing. Keep an eye out for it. It is a Toyota Supra GT4. The livery's black and orange. Bit distinctive, which is good to see. As they're fighting that greenish TCR. That would be 13th in GTO.
13th in GTO, so not a bad day so far, up there within the top 15. The Tooth Autosports 261, as well as the 87 Stoic Racing Machine right there as well. All these drivers trying to gain some spots before having to come down pit road. We should be close to that point as of now. We're getting some updates that a couple drivers might be coming down pit road. The Libre Racing 16 machine, I believe, has made a visit to pit road here, as we'll keep an eye on that one here, JT. That was just in a battle with the Tooth Autosports team moments ago. As just looking through the field, we're seeing the Toyota R&D racing car seems to have lost a little bit of ground, falling back to 10th overall, 9th in the GTO class. As the GTU mixed into that group is the Stratus number 60 machine. The other GTUs currently scored 14th overall is the Stratus 59, and 22nd overall is the 58 machine. And just an update, the 946 entry has a flapping splitter. So not what the Flying Fur Motorsports team wants to hear at this portion of the day, but they should be able to get that sorted out on their pit stop. The Thunder Bunny Racing 766 has been able to gain a spot on the racetrack, got by the round 3 racing number 70 Porsche. That car falls back to 3rd overall, 3rd in class as well, of course. As that 766 we did see out front a little bit earlier on, fell back to the 5th position behind its teammate in the 225, and of course that round 3 racing number 70 machine. So able to get back up to second, sight set on the Hitman Racing 34, but that entry now leads by about 4.4 seconds on the racetrack, which is quite substantial out here, as they are making lap times in the 1 minute 32 second range. So 4 seconds, a pretty large gap.
Yeah, and it's good to see the sister Porsche from round 3 racing up into 7th so far, having started, I want to say 19th in a GTO. So good to see that. We'll definitely want to keep an eye on that car as the day goes on, as we see quite a few cars coming out of the China Beach here.
Yeah, that 997, like you mentioned, the sister car there at Round 3 Racing, definitely gained a ton of positions from the start of the day. Now working their way inside the top 10, trying to chase down their teammate. We'll see, maybe at one point we'll have a door-to-door Porsche battle of those Round 3 entries, but still a long way to go to get to that point as we continue to work our way down the start-finish straight here. The number 34 machine, a Hitman Racing, continues to lead by 4.8 seconds over Thunder Bunny Racing in the 766. Round 3 Racing and their number 70 has lost 2 seconds to that Thunder Bunny Racing entry. So really losing some pace here at this point is that Porsche. We'll see if maybe they opt to come down pit road here over the next handful of laps, get themselves reset, re-rack it, restack it, and get back out there on the racetrack as we shuffle our way through turns 4 and 5. A bit of jockeying for position there. Looks like we were about to have a side-by-side battle. We will have a side-by-side as we exit turn number 6 here. Of course, things have cleared up quite a bit. We've already had 2 full course cautions on the day. Unfortunately, a couple of drivers making some contact with the wall, but nothing too major so far. Obviously, any damage is unfortunate for these teams, but they are all top notch, able to get those cars fixed up and hopefully get them back out there today. Otherwise, we hope to see them back on the racetrack tomorrow. A couple other notes throughout the field. The Random Vandals Racing 28 machine, of course, we saw them up inside the top 10 not too long ago. Now they're currently situated 12th overall. They have the Stratus 59 just behind them, as well as the GTR number 99 as well. Random Vandals had a bit of contact. They went for a spin about 20 minutes ago or so now, so trying to re-rack and recollect themselves here as they head through hour number 2 on the day. That's the joy of these longer races. You can make a mistake earlier on and still have quite a bit of time to gather those spots back up and get right back into play. The field cycles their way through the keyhole, watching some not as many tight battles throughout the field now. Seems like everyone kind of found their hole on the racetrack, built a little bit of a bubble of sorts so they can just run some laps, get some laps in the books here today, and see what they can do as the day goes on. I believe we just saw the Round 3 Racing 997 go on by. We'll see how they can do. Of course, their sister car currently scored 3rd overall, about 4.7 seconds behind the leader, as the Thunder Bunny Racing 766 has been able to really eat into that lead of the Hitman Racing 34 team. And right as I say that, the Hitman team puts down their quickest time of the day, a 131.947, so about 0.3 of a second quicker than second place Thunder Bunny Racing. So as soon as anyone closes in a little bit, that Hitman Racing team just hits that loud pedal, pulls away, and gives himself a bit more separation.
Yeah, they've got a nice little comfortable space that they're trying to maintain right now. Going back to that 997 Round 3 Racing, directly ahead of them was the 296 HM Road Racing. That's the Porsche Cayman GT4. So those cars fighting basically bumper to bumper across the line, 2/10, fighting for that 6th spot in GTO.
Yeah, some great battles here, JT, throughout the field. We just saw some side-by-side going on there through turn number 5, or headed into turn number 5. Is a bit more shuffling back there towards the tail. A couple drivers working their way through a little bit of lap traffic. You see one of the Stratus machines coming on through. I believe that was the Stratus 59, currently situated just outside the top 10, just behind the Random Vandals Racing number 28 as the field cycles through turn number 9. Watch for that. Watch for the round 3 Racing 70. Just went through your shot right there. They were tight to the Hitman Racing 34 not too long ago. Now you see that separation from first through third. This is an absolute gaggle, though, heading through turn 11. Wow.
So that's the 997 directly behind the 296 there, and just slightly in front of them is the 119. Shift up now, a victory, Audi R8 back out on track. So
that is phenomenal to see. Absolutely. Hopefully Ryan's able to catch up with them a little bit later now that they are back out there on the racetrack. But glad to see they were able to get the car repaired, get it back on the racetrack, because I believe they went off on a flatbed earlier, did they not?
Yes, they
Wow.
were recovered on the flatbed,
Yeah, that's a great job by that team, able to get the car put back together, back out there on the racetrack, and continue on in the event. Of course, at this point, kind of racing just for practice, prepare for tomorrow, get that seat time, get the notes put together, see what adjustments you might need to make for tomorrow's event. But just another quick note, taking a look through the weather, I can see some darker clouds over the racetrack, not anticipating any sort of precipitation out there, folks. So we're going to have a nice dry racetrack all day long. Of course, I could say that and pull a Brendan from yesterday where he's trying to jinx it at VIR in the SCCA class, saying, oh, it's going to rain, or it's not going to rain. Yeah, you don't say that. But as we continue on here, Hitman Racing 3.5 seconds ahead of Thunder Bunny and JT. We are getting closer now to the point where those first pit stops are going to come into play. And like we mentioned, you're already seeing the shuffling of the field, the mixing of those lap cars in with the leaders. That's just going to amplify when we do get those pit stops, because the drivers that are out front are going to lose, of course, quite a bit of track position coming down pit road, and the different classes, different cars having to come down at different points due to, of course, the fuel cell size and whatnot as well. So we'll keep an eye on that, keep an eye on the strategy, see who's going for what play here today, as we do continue on watching the field work their way through the keyhole. This looks like we had some sort of an incident in turn number 1, waving yellow. So we'll see what the update is on that here momentarily, JT. Looks like it involves the 97 entry. Take a look. That's the Liberty Autosports Racing
this red
1.
Mustang right here coming through the shot, I believe, is the 97. That is the red and black livered Mustang. That is the GP1 entry that is running 6th in class at the moment.
Looks like they went for a half spin and were able to continue on. Yes, they have continued. We do see that on the shot. They just went through our camera shot moments ago. So lucky for them, not too much of an issue. Obviously going to lose a couple spots out there as they go through the shot now once again. Another quick note, of course, the round 3 racing entry just set their quick time of the day at 132.097, but not really going to mean too much. They're 7.5 seconds behind race leader Hitman Racing, 3.2 behind the Thunder Bunny Racing, 766, and the 225 of Thunder Bunny Racing actually closing the gap. So we're about to have a battle for 3rd position on the racetrack. The round 3 Porsche and that Thunder Bunny Racing 225 should be coming into the shot here shortly, as that battle about to develop there for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, a couple good battles going on throughout the field. We saw GP1 2 laps ago, Harrison Motorsports retaking 2nd place from TC Klein Racing, who has, I believe, since lost 3rd to the Flying Firm Motorsports BMW. That's the bright red BMW E46 M3 with a black front bumper, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I believe you are correct on that. Just taking a look through. Oh, that was pretty tight right there, JT.
Yeah, that looked like what was that? The 90 Supra going to the inside of the 997 from round 3 racing, going into turns 4, 5 there.
I believe that's correct. Another driver just went 4 tires off. That's the GTR 99, 14th overall on the racetrack. They went off 4 drivers left in turn number 9, able to continue on there. But that just shows the intensity here as one of the round 3 entries coming to pit road. I believe that was the 997, but we'll see here momentarily. If that 997 has come down pit road, I don't know that the 70 is too far behind, because I would assume they're likely working the same sort of strategy here today. And yes, that was the 997 to hit pit road. So we'll keep our eyes on that pit cycle underway here as the Stratus continues to work its way around the racetrack. That's the number 60 machine, currently 7th overall, and I think the Stratuses are starting to get the heat in those tires just a little bit. The 59 was able to put down a 130.064 not too long ago. Very quick lap time for them. Of course, as anticipated, the Stratus cars are very, very fast out here in that GTU field. And we saw them at Barber. They were just absolutely able to stretch the lead that they had by quite a margin. And we're going to continue to see it today. And by the way, I got to mention, I just love the cube transitions between cameras that we have here. Jordan worked on a great job so far, giving us some shapes to talk about out there on the racetrack. Feeling like we're in preschool talking shapes. Would absolutely love it. It's going to mix that in for us throughout the day. Keep us on our toes, JT. And speaking of on the toes, I believe pit road is going to get busy here very shortly. Of course, we saw the 997 on pit road, still scoring them as on pit road. So we'll see when they do come back out here momentarily. Of course, Ryan West, when he's back up in the booth, is going to be able to give us a better understanding of the action on pit road. He's going to have a good angle of that from his point of view as just an update round 3 racing. The 997, of course, going to fall out of the top 10 with their pit stop, but they should cycle back somewhere within that middle portion of the top 10 once those pit cycles do take place here very shortly. The leader, Hitman Racing, leads by 3.6 seconds over Thunder Bunny Racing 766. Another 1.4 back to round 3 racing's Porsche number 70. Taking a look at GTU, of course, it's the Stratus 60 leads by 18 seconds over the 59 machine and a lap over the 58. So that battle not really too existent at this point. The PC Racing 44 leads GP1 over the 392 for Harrison Motorsports, and third is the Flying Fur Motorsports 946 machine. That one is one to keep an eye on throughout the day here today. Open Throttle Racing 66 leads the GP2 class over Tourenwagen Meisterschaft at 369, currently scored there in second. The Rockwell Autosports 41 is third in GP2. GP3 is a class that really has had some adversity here today. The AOA Racing 55 leads the way by 38 laps over the AOA 85. That car, of course, has been on pit road for quite some time due to some issues at the start of the race. Just a couple minutes into the day, they came to a stop in corner number 2, and that is pretty much all she wrote for that car here this morning. But as the day goes on, I would expect some changes throughout that field, of course. And speaking of changes, battles on for second overall. The Thunder Bunny Racing 766 leads by just 0.7 of a second over the round 3 racing number 70, and not too far behind that machine is the Thunder Bunny Racing 225. So 3-car battle for second about to hit the racetrack right here at Mid-Ohio. And of course, for round 3, that is a Thunder Bunny sandwich that you don't necessarily want to be part of out there on the racetrack. 2 very quick cars, 3 very quick cars, of course, with that round 3 entry. But you don't want to be in the middle of two teammates because they can really decide what you're going to do out there.
Yeah, they should be okay. Luckily, those are all very heads-up entries. So we're just going to see some really close fighting here as we watch these two NP zeros kind of duke it out here. They're not fighting for position, but they are definitely pacing each other as they're trying to work their way through traffic here.
Another entry to pit road. The Tooth Autosport 261 is the next car to come down pit road here for their first scheduled pit stop of the morning. About an hour and a half now into today's action. The 8-hour race from Mid-Ohio to start the weekend off here. Should be a good one. It has been a good one so far. We've seen some great battles all throughout. Now kind of in the period where things calm down a little bit, not a lot, but just a little bit to get some laps in the books, prep for your pit stops. And then once we get through that first pit stop is likely when we're going to see those battles fire back up. And of course, the battle does continue in GTO field for second, third, and fourth. Separation between second and fourth right now, only about 0.6 of a second, 0.3 back to round 3 racing from the Thunder Bunny 766. And then from that number 70 round 3 car back to the 225 is another 0.3 of a second, as here come the leaders. The Hitman Racing 34 hits pit road.
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of stints they're going to be able to run compared to the other Supras, especially from Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see the strategies coming into play here. Like you said, it's going to be interesting to see when Thunder Bunny round 3 and the other Thunder Bunny entry decide to come down pit road. Do they come this lap knowing that Hitman just came down, or are they going to wait? They'll likely try to run that tank out, of course, go as long as they possibly can before having to come down pit road, maybe build a little bit of a gap. It was only 0.6 of a second when the Hitman Racing 34 hit pit road in comparison to the 766 of Thunder Bunny Racing. So we'll see what the gap is here, where that 34 for Hitman does come back out onto the racetrack. Likely to lose a ton of spots, of course, but as a pit cycle works, they're going to work their way right back up to the front where they were able to establish a relatively decent lead. That car has great pace here today. I believe they have just decided to work their way towards the entry of pit, or the exit of pit road, get back onto the racing surface. But we'll keep our eyes on this throughout the day. Keep an eye on the strategies. Going to be a lot of good ones coming into play. The 766 does take the lead, of course, by 0.4 of a second over the round 3 racing number 70. The 225 Thunder Bunny machine in that third spot, as Hitman currently scored there in fourth. We'll see as the day does go on. Looks like we had a little bit of contact on the racetrack. The 261 and the 34 are going to come together. That's the Tooth Autosports 261. So troubles continuing for Tooth here today in the 34 entry.
That's it, man.
Yeah, that was the Hitman.
Leader.
Yeah, exactly. That's not what we were hoping for there, as they're going to put a little question mark on if it was the Tooth Autosports car. I believe Tooth is still on pit road, though. Was it contact on pit road? No, it was contact in 2. So questionable there. I'm not sure if it was the 261 involved, but we'll keep our eyes on that. The GTR 99 still on pit road. Hitman Racing 34 still scored as on pit road, but they have to come back around past that start finish line for that to reset itself. Random Vandals Racing number 28 also currently on pit road. Their issues they had earlier on, they were able to gather it back up, fix that up, get themselves up into a good position. Hitman does come back out here. JT currently scored position number 12, about a minute behind the leader, so lost nearly a lap during that pit sequence. We'll see how they can rebound from that and get back up towards the front. Of course, the leader still yet to come down pit road. Thunder Bunny round 3 and Thunder Bunny top 3. The Stratus number 60 working his way up there as well. And it is confirmed it was the Tooth Autosports 261 and the 34th Hitman that made the contact in turn number 2 not too long ago. Hopefully nothing major there. Neither team wants to see any sort of damage at this point. An hour and a half into the day, still a long way to go.
Yeah, and both cars are already back out on track. You see the 34 come through the shot here, as well as the Tooth Autosport RS3 directly behind it. So both cars coming through shot now, and they both look relatively okay. So looks like they can continue on here with not too much for the wear, as you also see the 55 MX5 from AOA Racing.
Of course, the AOA team had themselves a very strong run at Barber a couple weeks ago. Currently, the only GP3 car out there on the racetrack right now, as we see another couple of pit stops. Looks like the Round 3 Racing 997 back on pit road now. They did come down a little bit earlier, so not sure why they've had to make another visit to pit road. Definitely not something that you want to see, as it looks like the 89 machine also coming down pit road was scored 11th overall. 10th, actually 9th in the GTO class at the time of pitting, as the Round 3 Racing number 70 Porsche goes to the race lead. Bit of a change there at the top. Round 3 Racing number 70 and the 225 of Thunder Bunny Racing first and second. The 766 Thunder Bunny car, as well as the Stratus 60, both coming down pit road. So third and fourth overall hitting pit road here for their pit stops here today. I do believe the Stratus 60 entry is making its second stop of the event. The 766, of course, their first here this morning, as we do continue on here today. Great job by these drivers so far. Going to see as the day goes on how the strategies do come into play here, JT. A lot of strategies available. You know, you could try to run it out. You could go for some sort of undercuts at some point throughout the event, but with these long endurance races, you don't necessarily want to throw too much caution into it. And I'm still seeing the Round 3 Racing 997 on pit road, JT. Not sure what happened to them. They were having a really solid run earlier on inside the top 10, not too far behind their sister car that does lead the way in the 70, but they've fallen all the way back to 24th on the racetrack, have lost a lap or two at this point. They just continue to fall. So hopefully we can get an update on some point as to what happened to them, but just unfortunate for the Round 3 997.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. I think they may have gone behind the wall here, because I believe their pit box would have been right around where that Stratus is pitting, that we had in shot a moment ago, just around the start finish line flag tower. Unfortunately, since it's not there and I haven't seen it come across start finish line, they may be behind the wall, just for a quicker repair if needed. But that's not too good to see for them, unfortunately.
No, definitely unfortunate timing there for them. And just another update here. The 225 Thunder Bunny entry has hit pit road. Of course, the 766 also on pit road. The Toyota R&D number 90 on pit road as well. So most of the top 10 going through their respective pit stops at this point. The top 3 runners on the racetrack currently, the Round 3 Racing number 70 leads the way. The HM Road Racing number 296, an entry that we haven't really talked about here today. The Porsche Cayman currently scored second overall. The NFC Motorsports number 123 Mercedes-Benz is scored third overall here in GTO. Of course, that's a very strong team. We talked about them earlier on as to being a contender here. They did enter this event as the leaders in the GTO points overall. So if they can get this pit cycle to work to their advantage, set themselves up for a really strong day here today, that could be an opportunity for them to stretch that points lead, which, yes, we're still early in the year, but you want to be able to build that buffer. So if you do unfortunately run into a day where, it's just not your afternoon, not your day, you don't have a good finish, you still have that points buffer to fall back on. So we'll keep an eye on them throughout the weekend, as well as the round 370 continues to stay out on the racetrack, has themselves a 22-second lead over HM Road Racing and 28 seconds over the NFC Motorsports 1, 2, 3. Fourth overall will be the Stratus 59. Once this all cycles through, there they go up to fourth now. And the Hitman Racing 34 should slot back into position number 5. So a very strong pit cycle for them. They should easily cycle back into the race lead once that top 4 comes down pit road. And just of note as well, since they came down pit road, they've been able to cut 8 seconds into the gap between themselves and the race leader of round 3 racing. Because when they exited, it was about 1:08 separating those drivers. Now just 1 minute flat. So going to be interesting to keep an eye on that throughout as we watch the drivers cycle their way through turn number 9. Another issue on pit road. Not sure who this one's going to fall on there. We'll bring that to you as soon as we do get that update. Looks like another fueling infraction, unfortunately, starting the car while fueling as we wait for the update from race control which entry that one was. Just a warning at this point as the round 3 racing number 70 comes down pit road. You see him pull into his box right there, center right side of your screen, coming to the attention of the pit crew. Going to get that sorted out, see how quickly they can get that entry back onto the racetrack, maybe even be able to hold on to the race lead. That would be absolutely phenomenal if they're able to do that. Don't think they're going to do a driver change at this point. Haven't seen too much movement around those driver doors as of yet, but of course anything could happen. They might be able to be a little sneaky, get that done. Hopefully they don't have any issues like their sister car here on pit road. Of course, the 997 we saw pull into the garage area a little bit earlier on, and that issue on pit road was the 74 machine that had themselves a little bit of a moment, able to continue on though. That was the AOA Racing GTO entry. It looks like we have a car stopped in turn number 2. Don't have an update on that car number, but looks like they are okay.
You directly center shot. They've taken the cutoff road here and parked over there. Let's see, white over red and black. I don't think that's the 90. It might. Let's see. Cars with that livery could be, I think, the 90.
You definitely do still see it stop there. Just waiting on an update from race control on which car that is that's come to the stop. They are in a safe area of the racetrack, well off the racing surface, JT. So I believe we should be able to stay green. As the Stratus 59 cycles to the race lead, the NFC 123 going to come to pit road.
I wonder if that's the 296.
Shows as the 11 car that's going to be stopped there. That's the Kingpin Racing entry.
Okay, yeah, that is the white and red Toyota Supra. So
they were having a strong run themselves.
Yeah, definitely.
So not sure what happened to them. Unfortunately, they are going to come to a stop over there. We got the one car slow in turn number 9. That's the other Kingpin entry. Oh, man. That is not a good lap for Kingpin Racing. If both cars having issues here, got to wonder if potentially that's not. Oh,
here it is.
There we go.
He might just be running very low on fuel down to
Great shot there by Jordan Worth, giving us a look in turn number 11. That car, is he going to be able to make it back to pit road here, JT? He's looking very, very slow at this point.
Yeah, very slow.
Whoa,
he's going to have to cross over here to driver's left to be able to make pit road. And yeah,
he's come to a stop.
Yeah, you could see he was moving the car left to right, shaking the fuel around if possible.
Wow. If that is the 11, do we think potentially they just ran both cars out of gas by accident here? That's
very well could be the case.
wow. That is quite the chain of events here. We'll see what happens. That car not in a great spot there at the top of 11. Nobody up in the tower to wave at him and see if he's doing all right down there, but we'll get an update here. Full course caution displayed, the third one of the day here at Mid-Ohio. The Stratus 59 machine leads over the Hitman 34. So Hitman has been able to cycle back to second, as you see there. Both yellow flags display. It is windy there at Mid-Ohio. Wow. The flagger not even having to do too much work to get those flags waving, as the wind going to do all the work there. As you do see the Hitman number 1 stop there at the top of 11. They'll likely attend to that driver there. Also pulled off. We do believe that's the Kingpin number 11 machine that stopped as well. So both Kingpin entries not having themselves a good time. And I do believe that is the 11 Kingpin machine, because both of those drivers have fallen through this running order rather rapidly.
Well, we say that, but so is the 296. The 296 is being shown salmon on our timing here, which means it is a unexpectedly long lap or missing.
And that may align as well with the car colors on the HM Road Racing 296. Can't really see which car that is stopped down there. We'll know soon enough, of course, when they do get that vehicle moving, but unfortunately there for the number 1 machine of Kingpin. Going to come to a stop here in 11 as the safety truck going to pick up the rest of the field. I believe Ryan's rejoined us. Ryan, what do you see out there, my friend?
I see that my camera at turn 9 still isn't perfect, which is a little bit of an unfortunate situation. Yeah, the only other Mercedes, there's 2 Mercedes in the field, and one of them just gave up the ghost here, it looks like.
Yeah, it's unfortunately when you have a couple full course yellows, it kind of throws around your stint length, and it seems like this was one of the guessworks that just went a little wrong here, going too long.
Yeah. Well, then anybody that could go long enough can now make a yellow flag pit stop, whereas a lot of people, I was seeing the 70 included, were making green flag pit stops about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, they were one of the later GTO green flag pit stops. So unfortunately the Kingpin Mercedes was going to be one of the last ones.
Got it. And just couldn't quite bring her home, huh?
That's exactly it.
So we do see that the sister car, the Super from Kingpin, is still circulating. I'm not seeing any more laps from the 296. So that may be the car that has stopped.
Yeah, we're just waiting on an update from that one here. See which car that is stopped here in your shot from the keyhole entry. You might be right, JT, on that being the 296. Again, still showing in that salmon color on the timing and scoring. Hasn't done any additional laps as of yet. So we'll keep our eyes peeled to see which car is going to be pulled by us here momentarily. You do see the Kingpin number 1 now getting pulled very close to pit road entry here, so should be able to make quick work of that one, but still have to grab the car stopped over there around turn number 2 here under this caution period.
So Harrison's made up all that ground on PC Racing, huh? Or are we waiting for the pit cycle to finish up there?
Yeah, Harrison has been able to work their way back up. They have just come down pit road not too long ago. PC Racing made their stop as well. So yeah, they're going to take over the race lead there, or the lead in GP1. And actually just an update here under this caution period. Of course, some pit stops still underway, but your top 3 in GTO field is going to be Hitman Racing number 34. They've been able to cycle back to the lead after their pit stop ahead of the 225 Thunder Bunny Racing entry and the number 90 90 for Toyota R&D Racing. These drivers have all hit pit road. In the GTU field, it is the Stratus 59 ahead of the 60 and the 58 in that class. GP1, the Harrison Motorsports 392, as Ryan just mentioned, ahead of the PC Racing number 44 machine and the Palomar 38. Palomar, of course, had some issues a little bit earlier on, able to get that sorted out and continue on. The Open Throttle Racing 66 leads GP2 ahead of the 369 Tourenwagen Meisterschaft machine, and the 41 of Rockwell Auto Sport Development rounding out that top three. And in GP3, of course, it's the 55 for AOA Racing, the lone entry out on the field today, as its sister car, the 85, has been behind the wall for quite some time.
I saw that 85 go into the paddock earlier, missing a front bumper while I was out trying to do camera things. So I think that probably contributes to the situation. Now, granted, it seems rather often that I see an AOA car missing a bumper of some kind. So I'm not entirely surprised by that. I don't know if they just don't attach very well, or, you know, if they're getting rubbed or rubbing frequently. I don't know. I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but an AOA car with no bumper is not an uncommon sight.
It's possible that bumper may still be in turn 11. That 85 was the one that had a problem just at the start of the race. They came back out and did have a slight impact into the turn 11 wall. They were able to rejoin, but there was definitely, it was hard to tell with the camera, but there was definitely something flapping at the front of the car.
Interesting. Well, we wait to see. Of course, they're assured of a podium finish here. Probably not one they will celebrate heavily, I would imagine. But here, nonetheless, get some track time.
Now, Ryan, obviously, while you're away fixing cameras, we saw the 997 of Round 3 Racing doing a nice job inside the top 10, and they've pretty much disappeared since their pit stop. From your point of view, have they taken it to the paddock area?
I haven't. I would imagine they've taken it to the paddock. I don't see it on pit lane anywhere.
Okay.
That car, the 997, is very much a extra car that is a fun track time getter as opposed to a competitive entry, at least at this juncture. So that doesn't astonish me at all that that car is not returned, given that that car is split between Brad and Buzz McCall, the co-owners of Round 3. So I would imagine if something were to happen to the 991 Cup car, maybe it would be brought out as like a reserve vehicle. But that car, I think, not fully dialed in yet, and they're not trying to get wins with that car. That is very much only in existence to have a good time.
And as we just saw on the shot right there, JT, you were correct. That is the 296 entry of HM Road Racing that came to a stop there in turn number 2. So finally some clarity there. The white flag shown just to let the drivers know that there's some emergency vehicles working their way through.
And it
So we
looks like
should be getting set soon.
It looked like it had run clean since I had left, which I was pleased to see, of course.
Yeah, it's been very clean so far. A lot of separation throughout the field, as we did, of course, have the pit cycle underway. Gave the drivers an opportunity to really settle in, find their home on the racetrack, and build themselves a little bit of a bubble. So not a ton of door-to-door. We did have a couple of cars under a blanket at one point in the middle portion of the top 10. But towards the tail end of it, just before we went under caution, it seemed like everyone was kind of just setting themselves up for their pit stop.
Which makes sense. You know, you're getting into this phase of the race with 6 hours to go. You start to get to where you can back time your pit stops a little bit and try to figure out the path to the final pit stop so you can get your sprint to the end. Planning your driver changes. Also 2 hours in, a pretty normal time for a 4-driver lineup to switch drivers. So you're starting to get into that window as well. Of course, some cars here will have 3 or even 2 drivers, but a 4-car lineup, you're thinking about making a change here anyway. The one unfortunate thing has happened is the clouds have fallen over mid-Ohio once again, which is going to impact the surface temperature somewhat. It was starting to feel all right for a moment, and then the clouds have returned, and suddenly there's a little bit more of a chill in the air. So we're kind of waiting to see. Now, at this point, there should be a groove, as it were, being laid into the track. You can almost see it here on this camera, where the inside portion of that corner looks different from the outside, just for the tires running over it. Now, typically, these 200 treadwear road car tires that the series mandates don't leave a whole lot of rubber on the track, and if anything, we've seen where it pulls rubber from Pro Series up off the track. But on a new surface here, you can definitely see that the racing line is a different texture from the rest of the new surface. So surface change is still very much in play, especially with the temperature swings, both ambient as well as track. So, I think that'll continue to be a storyline to follow. And that'll also, I think, come down to people who have made decisions on what suspension setups to run. That 991 Cup car, for example, a car never intended to be a road car. The shock package on it's pretty sophisticated, but it's also set up to have a pretty stiff race tire on it. So asking it to use these 200 treadwear tires is way out of the realm of what they would usually run on that car. And so that might be a car, too, where you're trying to make swings at the setup and, see what you can get done. I think those things are going to change day by day, at least, if not hour by hour. I did just get a message from Brad McCall, and he says that the alternator has failed on the 997, and that is why the car returned to the paddock. Probably not a whole lot of spare Cup car alternators in Central Ohio, I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't think Ohio is necessarily a hot spot to have all these necessary parts that the drivers are in need of here. But hopefully able to get them back out there at some point. Maybe later today, maybe tomorrow. They were having a really solid run, Ryan. Like I said, they were inside the top 10. Looked really quick. Thought they might have been able to get up there and go toe to toe with their sister car, the 70. And speaking of the 70. Throughout this pit cycle, they have fallen to 10th overall, so really losing out on the timing of this full course yellow. It gave a couple of these guys an opportunity to come down, make a free stop, not necessarily losing too much time on the racetrack, so they're going to have a bit of work to do. I do expect them to be able to work their way up, though, because they have been very, very quick so far. They kind of fell off towards the end of that stretch of green flag racing, but watch for them to be very quick here on this upcoming restart as the Hitman Racing 34 back out front ahead of the two Thunder Bunny cars, the 225 and the 766, and they're going to have the 60 Stratus machine just behind them as well. Watch for him to maybe be able to make quick work at this point. The track heating up just a little bit, but like you said, still rather cold down there at Mid-Ohio, so not necessarily the track temps that they were hoping for at this point.
No, and you can see here as we're going to come back around to the green flag, that number 70 is at the tail end of the lead lap. The number 34 is only 2 cars behind. So the 70, if they're going to stay on the lead lap and hope for another yellow, needs to really get a good jump here. And I think they're going to. They're going to come all the way to the front, past the lower lap traffic. That car is going to be in clean air and hopefully able to make up as much time as it needs. They're going to really, really want either some good solid green running here with no traffic, which they have, to catch the tail end of the field, or a yellow in quick succession would bail them out of the spot that they're in right now.
Yeah, definitely a quick restart there for that 70 car. Needed to get that jump and see if they can separate themselves just a little bit. Obviously, still towards the tail of that top 10. Currently scored 10th overall. The Hitman 34 continuing to lead the charge here so far, Ryan, and they've had themselves a really solid day, hitting on all the points that they've needed to all morning so far. About 2 hours into this, coming up on 2 hours, coming up on 60 laps completed as well. So ticking off about 30 laps per hour so far. As you can just watch the Stratus work its way through 4 and 5 right there. Absolutely able to just flow through the corner. I believe that was the 59 machine trying to cycle through as everyone just trying to find their position on the racetrack. Still a huge gaggle of cars together, but that's going to quickly separate as the drivers are able to find the lap pedal, get that heat in the tires, and stand on it here just a little bit.
And again, we're probably not going to quite see the pace that we had, towards the middle part of the last stint, because in all likelihood, the drivers have changed over
of course,
since that's occurred. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see people taking it a little bit more gingerly here. The other deal is, by rule, the person who sets the fast qualifying time has to start the car. So not only did we have people who had been in the car for a while, but you also had the people who were quickest and most capable in the car to start the race. Now you're going to see a different crop of drivers, a crop of drivers that wasn't necessarily the quickest on qualifying day, trying to get to grips with these conditions, which again, all of these drivers only saw rain and wet yesterday. So this dry track but cold is still a newer experience for them.
And of course, with the repave as well, Ryan, it's very different than anything they've experienced before here at Mid-Ohio. Not necessarily having that experience in the notebooks to go back on.
And
yeah,
three
wide action. Three wide action. Very briefly, they're able to separate back to single file. And like I was saying, no real notebook to fall back on. And yesterday being wet, different track conditions that we have today. There we go. Big pass.
And that was on the 1, I believe. So not for position. I think the 1 rightfully getting out of the way there, but the Thunder Bunny car able to make up some more time as they go off in hunt of the number 34.
Yeah, that number 1 machine for Kingpin Racing. Of course, we did see them come to a stop a little bit earlier, right here, actually, in this corner, turn 11, which is what brought out the full course caution now about 15 minutes ago, just before we got back underway. 60 laps now in the books here. 2 hours is coming up rather rapidly, but you see that 70 machine pulling away just a little bit, of course, still at the tail end of the lead lap, Ryan. So a lot of work to do to get back up there and have a shot at this one, but they're doing absolutely everything they possibly can to keep themselves ahead of the leader and not going a lap down.
Fortunately, the leader has more lap traffic to get through before they get to the 70 of both the Random Vandals car as well as, I believe that is one of the other Supras. Indeed it is. I believe that's the number 90. No, because they're on the same lap. Is it the 16, perhaps? I'm going to have to take a look in here and see. It looks like the livery of the 90, though. It is.
So a little bit of lap
I'm sorry.
traffic.
That's the 11. My apologies. That's the 11 of Kingpin Racing is right there. And they are down.
So a couple Kingpin cars right there. Yep.
Yep.
As, of course, the field has gotten jumbled up quite a bit, of course, with the pit strategy and that full course caution coming out just moments ago. Not necessarily letting everyone get back into their positions on the racetrack, continuing to monitor all the battles all throughout the field here today. Some close battles to watch throughout, actually not really too close. In the GP1 class, the second place car of Harrison Motorsports has taken a pit road, as it does look like we had a bit of contact on the racetrack between the 97 machine and the 58. The 97 for Liberty Autosport and the 58 car. Which one's the 58 car?
58 is a Stratus.
Oh, that's one of the Stratus, yeah. Making some contact there. Welcome back, JT. So a little bit of contact a couple of moments ago between those drivers, able to continue on without too much drama. But once again, a bit of shuffling of positions out here on the racetrack.
At 766, dropping to 5th there as they come across the line.
Yeah, not necessarily the start that the 766 was looking for. Maybe struggling a little bit more in traffic. Just a quick note, the Stratus 60 is rapidly approaching the Hitman 34. Looks like they are en route to potentially taking over the overall race lead here momentarily. The 97 having some issues once again. They're going to go 4 off on drivers left in turn number 9 just moments ago. Of course, that's the Liberty Auto Sports number 97 in the GP1 field. So their troubles continuing in what has been a rather rough 2 minutes for that entry.
So the 34 has cleared that lap traffic, and they are now going to go after the 70 to try to put a lap on the number 70 as well. They've got one TCR car that I think they'll be able to dispatch relatively easily, and they do. The TCR car kind of lets them go. So now the 34 is going to set off in hot pursuit of the 70. The 70 doing its best to get away here.
And that's exactly what that round 3 racing Porsche needs to do. Has to try to find a way to separate themselves from that Hitman Racing 34 machine. Obviously, yes, the 70's inside the top 10, but they are the last car currently on the lead, or one of the last cars on the lead lap. So trying to get a little bit of a gap there, stay well ahead of the 34. You see that shot right there. There's the 70, there's the 34 as they're coming closer together here.
Yeah, the 34 really working hard, and that's, of course, Hitman, the team that's used the Supra the longest. If anybody's prepared for the track changes, etc., in that car, it's going to be the 34. Having run that car for, I think, 2 years now. They were among the first to bring it, and then Thunder Bunny brought their car shortly thereafter, and then subsequently everyone else has followed. The book very much out there on that car as far as generally what setup changes you need to make to accommodate the 200 treadwear tire. But as far as making changes to get the car to work on a different surface, I would imagine that the Hitman guys have it mostly figured out.
Ooh. I did not notice, but Moorhead has come out to play.
They have. They had come out during the yellow.
Okay.
But I have not seen that car since then. As the shift up now Audi comes down the pit lane to presumably make a fuel stop.
Oh, that is a good fight right there.
Some great fights on the circuit here right now, and yeah, nice to see Moorhead out here on the racetrack with us here today. Obviously, starting a good distance down in the field, but some good practice ahead of tomorrow's 7-hour race here at Mid-Ohio.
So coming into turn 11 here, that lead green car is actually, I want to say that's TC Klein's, the 112 leading the red BMW that's flying for Motorsports. And then just behind that, I think it's leading by 32 Choice Racing.
That is correct.
So
TC Klein, of course, now having the same color as Open Throttle, which is quite inconvenient.
And so it's good to see that the 90 Toyota R&D Racing moving into third position. 89X Motorsports and that black Aston Martin with the red lip on the front, getting around NFC Motorsports, moving into fourth. Stoic Racing catching up to the 766 Thunder Bunny here. Last time by within a second. That's another Toyota Supra.
I have not seen the GTR 99 make its way up the field in the same way that we're used to seeing this afternoon. Typically, after the first couple pit stops, we see them having jumped up the field tremendously, but I guess we've only made one green flag pit stop so far.
Yeah, we're 2 hours in, so it's not
A little bit of 3 wide right there
for what they usually do. They're just about to enter the top 10, so
right
there we go. As we see Moorhead, Janetta does come down pit lane here.
Yep.
Just a quick note here. Last time by, the Stratus 60 took over the race lead ahead of the Hitman Racing 34. So lead change. First time we've seen the Stratus out front here today. About 2 hours and 3 minutes into this one. Watch for that gap to just continue to grow as the day goes on with that 60 car. Very quick each and every week. Ahead of Hitman Racing in the 34 and the 225 of Thunder Bunny Racing. And you mentioned that 99 machine. They were pretty quick in the opening stint, kind of solidified themselves just outside the top 10 right now. But we'll see what they can do as the day advances.
Indeed. To go back to the 60 real quick, if you'll recall, the 58 and the 59 stopped under yellow during one of the earlier yellows. Both of those cars electing to take fuel. The 60 stayed out and conserved their track position. And it looks like that bet has paid off so far with them having gone through now to the overall lead.
And that is the first car as well to dip below a minute and 30 seconds here today. Ran a 129.383 just a couple of laps ago. So some great pace out of that car. And seems like the track getting a little bit quicker as the day does go on, which is as expected, of course. Going to put some temperatures in the racetrack just a little bit here as the day goes on. Still relatively cold, as we've seen from a couple of the flaggers that we've been able to see on the camera shots here today, all bundled up, wearing the gloves, wearing the hats, and just trying to stay warm.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been quite a cold weekend here, and then when you add in the rain, it's been way less than optimal as the 34 grows ever closer to the 70 there. I think between that and the groove we're starting to see up here on the track should continue to get quicker, and it wouldn't surprise me if the GTO field gets down into the 130 range by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, you can definitely see that the track is taking the rubber relatively nicely from these tires as the field does go on. You see a nice battle brewing just a little bit there on the start finish line camera. I believe that was the number 70 machine that was just able to cycle on through from round 3 racing. Yep. Currently scored 10th overall, and they have really actually cut into the gap just a little bit. Currently scored 1 lap down, though.
Yeah, that's just going to be a vagary of how the timing system works. They are still a full lap down, or almost a full lap down, right there at the tail end. But they were able to get those 2 lapped cars from the lower classes in between them and the 34. So smart traffic management to try to create a little bit more of a buffer and just continue as the 34 gets around the traffic coming down here into turn 4. The 997 has returned to the track as well. You see that the first round 3 racing Porsche going through. That car hopefully we'll see kind of pull off and let up to let the 70 through. We're going to filter down through turns 5 and 6 and then down to turn 9. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the pace of the 34 right now is too strong to overcome for the 70. I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to delay this pass, and they're not able to get around the traffic on their way into the carousel, and I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin for the chances of the 70 to stay on the lead lap. 34 is a little bit patient there, kind of gives a little bit more space to the Choice Racing BMW. The 70 comes down the pit lane, but the 34 is going to get a tow from the TC Klein BMW. And I think sometime on this lap, Robert, is going to be when we see the move made here to put the 70 a full lap down.
Yeah, definitely getting really close to that. Getting reports as well. The 997 stopped on the right side of turn number 5. We'll see that momentarily. We'll see if we're able to stay under green flag conditions, but definitely expecting that 70 machine, unfortunately, to go a full lap down here momentarily.
Really unfortunate, because if they can hold on and they get a full course yellow because of the 997, and they've just barely held off the 34. If you're the driver of the 34 right now, you're a little disappointed you couldn't get that lap put on the car ahead. Just not quite in time. The yellow comes out and preserves the chances of the number 70. So they are now going to be able to go all the way around the back and get the better part of their lap back.
That was lucky timing for that 70 machine of the round 3 racing Porsche. Otherwise, it likely would have been this lap that they would have gone a full lap down. They've done a nice job of trying to hold off that 34 of Hitman Racing, but we'll see momentarily. Great shot there. Double yellows displayed on the racetrack here from the turn 1 camera. And again, just look at the Marshall wearing those thick gloves. It is cold down there.
Yeah, it is cold, and especially right there where the tunnel is, it's nice and windy. The 60, the race leader of Stratus Racing in the Sebeco NPO1 is going to come in and take some fuel. They're also going to do a driver change, it looks like. So that 60, having taken its turn to the front, now gets in for some fuel. Same with the number Thunder Bunny, the Thunder Bunny car, 225 Supra. They're going to come in and take some fuel. Looks like we'll leave the same driver in that vehicle. So
they did pit a handful of laps ago. Actually, almost 20 laps ago, it was the Thunder Bunny 225. So just getting set to throw a little bit of strategy into this one here, see if they can negate having to come down under green flag conditions a little bit later on. Just looking through, doesn't look like too many other cars going to hit pit road under this first lap of yellow flag conditions, but the Hitman 34 going to continue to lead the way here overall. It's been a great day for them so far.
Absolutely a great day all the way around. I think we've had a little bit more yellow than folks would have maybe hoped for. But the racing, especially at the front, has been pretty close. The GP1 field, the other large field that we have here this weekend, starting to get spread out a little bit, but the top 3 cars, at least until this yellow, were on the same lap, give or take. I think PC Racing may have put a lap on everybody, but sort of second, third, fourth, all in the same sort of range. The 38 of Palomar having made a pit stop now as well. They're in from 3rd position in class.
Yeah, they've had themselves a really solid day as well. Their last pit stop came quite a while ago, just before lap number 40, so about 26 laps since their last visit to pit road. Good opportunity to come down, take advantage of a free stop. Looks like the Harrison Motorsports 392 also down pit road as well. A couple others sitting on pit road here under this full course caution, our 4th of the day.
Indeed, so that 997 going to be towed back to the pit lane. I imagine another electrical issue, given the alternator concerns from earlier.
Hitman comes in.
So the race leader now going to come down pit lane.
And to go back on the PC Racing, not only did it have the pace of the class, they were also fortunate in the fact that they did not have to do a green flag pit stop earlier. So that helps cement that lead there.
The 89X is also down at the pit lane. I think this is going to mean the 90 cycles through to the lead. The 123 taking to the pits. So I believe every GTO frontrunner electing to go for the cheap pit stop here.
Yeah, you are correct. Looks like the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing machine going to take over the race lead from that 34 Hitman Racing entry. They're, of course, on pit road doing their free pit stop here under caution. I believe we just saw a driver change take place on pit road with one of those entries as well.
89X makes a pretty quick stop in the Aston Martin, and they're going to come out ahead of Hitman Racing. Hitman still sitting in their pit stall, losing a little bit of time here, I think. And they're just now able to get the car refired and sent back out. So they're going to lose a spot to the 89. They're also probably going to lose a spot to the 225, who pitted on the lap prior. 225, of course, able to get in a lightning pit stop there. Now, my question becomes, is the 70 going to stop now that they're back on the lead lap and on the comfortable side of the lead lap, of course?
It's definitely going to be interesting to see if they do opt to come down pit road, obviously getting themselves back onto the lead lap, like you mentioned, and by quite a margin as well. A great opportunity to come down and get that pit stop. They did pit just prior to the previous full course caution, so about 15 laps ago. Could come down, top up on fuel, and kind of extend their stint out here if they opt to do so.
And that 997 car has now been cleared of the track and pulled into the paddock, so I imagine we will go green here in short order pending any fluid spills.
So we'll keep an eye on that, see if we are going to go green next time by. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Keep an eye out as well for any additional pit stops that might happen. Here's the field about to work their way by the pit road entry here momentarily. Like Ryan mentioned, do we see the 70 come down pit road here and take advantage of a free pit stop? That's possibly something that could come into play here.
No, but we do see the 70 having filtered back to right behind the pace car again.
Oh.
Due to all the other cars making their stops. The GTR 99 Supra coming down pit lane as well. Another GTO frontrunner electing to take the pit stop. The 225 is buried a little bit in the field, so I believe the 70 will be in the same sort of situation. Now, granted, the 225 much deeper in the field than the 34 was before, but again, not quite getting the wave around situation they're looking for to get back fully on the lead lap. They're, again, in a much more comfortable position than they were, but still not behind the leaders in the way that they would like to be.
So what we thought was going to be a good opportunity for them to get to the tail of the field and not have to really worry about going a lap down, now kind of thrown away here, as of course they're going to be right behind the pace car, going to have all those very hungry leaders just behind them as well. So we'll see how this one works out. The Toyota R&D Racing number 90 holds the overall lead ahead of the Stratus 59 and the 225 from Thunder Bunny Racing here, as they're watching the number 60 Stratus 60 machine for dumping at this point. So keep an eye on that, see if there's any issues there with the Stratus.
So keep in mind what we're seeing here with the 70 is they're gonna have clear track ahead of them.
Correct.
Well, they had clear track last time, JT, and it wasn't nearly enough to hold off the surging Toyota Supra of the number 34.
True, but that Supra is now going to have quite a bit of traffic to have to work through.
That's true, but again, they're just still not really in the catbird seat. And then if they do have to make a stop because they didn't stop here, they're definitely going to go a lap down.
I think they're baking on another full force yellow.
I think so too, but it's got to come at the right time now where everybody else also pits. But they rightfully don't pit because they would have gone a lap down. As we're going to come back to green here.
Green flag, and we are back underway. Pace car works its way to pit road. You see the number 70 machine get on the loud pedal, trying to stretch themselves. A bit of a gap here. We'll see if they're able to pull away and get themselves safely ahead of these leaders and on that lead lap.
As JT was saying, the 225 is still a little ways down here. They're going to have to work their way through some of the lower class traffic, but they are going to be on their way. That Thunder Bunny car, never one to have poor pace. Usually a car that's at the front of the pace envelope, as it were.
That's exactly it. The Thunder Bunny 225, of course, entering this event third overall in the GTO points. A very quick car each and every event that they're at, and expecting to see much of the same today. We've seen great pace out of them so far. But, a couple really strong cars up here in this GTO field for sure.
As we
watch the field cycle through.
Yeah, field filtering through here. The 123 of NFC Motorsports has now, on that rotation, moved up into third in class, about 6 seconds behind number 225. More in the realm that we're used to seeing them. The 89X has indeed jumped the Hitman Racing number 34. So the Hitman car, after pitting, has gone from first to fifth. The 90 stayed out, so in any case, you're looking at potentially first to fourth of the cars that did stop. That 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra, a road car originally, a car that was built and raced prior to the Super GT4 car being raced publicly. So a vehicle that has some differences in how it's built, potentially how it's tuned, how it uses fuel, etc. And we've seen that car have incredible pace over the years. In the past, 2 or 3 years, we've seen it have great pace at COTA. We've seen it have great pace here. A car that's definitely not out. They are going to be behind on the pit rotation here, and they will be lucky to stay ahead of the 70, I think, if they have to make a green flag pit stop. But strong potential that car does better fuel economy numbers than the race car.
Definitely interesting to hear a little bit of background on that entry. Of course, that team doing very good job so far. Of course, pit cycle has them out front, but they have been very solid all day long, well inside the top 10, even up towards the top 5 prior to staying out on the racetrack during this latest pit cycle. As you see a gaggle of cars all together there, working their way through turns 4 and 5. Seeing a lot of this, different pockets of cars under a blanket together, and then a little bit of separation where we see single file as you see some action here through turn 6.
And just want to look at the overall real quick and see what the position looks like for the Stratus cars, and indeed the 59 and the 60 currently in second and third behind the number 90 of Toyota R&D Racing. So the Stratus 59 and the Stratus 60 second and third. That 60, of course, the one that was off strategy from the 59. Again, the 59 has pitted a little bit earlier than the 60 did on this most recent cycle as well. So at some point, the 60 will cycle back through to the lead, depending on when we get our next yellow, or indeed if we get another yellow.
Just taking a look here, looks like the Tooth Autosports 261 had impact with the wall there in turn number 11 just moments ago, was able to continue on. So their troubles just absolutely continuing here today. Not a good start to the day for Tooth Autosport after what was, they were hoping to be a great day of opportunity to pick up some great notes heading into their seasons all throughout. Also had 4 off drivers left. Able to continue was the 64 machine. That car has had a pretty clean day so far, I do believe, for open throttle racing in the GP1 class. One of the strong cars there in GP1, 7th in that class here so far.
That GP1 class, one of my favorites. Still truly a class for home-built cars. There's a stock vehicle at the top of the hill.
Is that NFC Mercedes?
I think it might be. It's got the big, yeah, I think that is NFC.
It's one of the 2 Mercedes.
So they're going to get that car backed up. It's fired.
No, that might be a... Is that Hitman? Wait, hold on.
No, it's a Mercedes. The wing is too big. Yeah, it's NFC. Yeah.
Yeah, that is 100% the NFC Motorsports machine. We'll see if they're able to get that car off the racetrack enough to keep us green here, or if they're able to get moving. Once again, I just don't see them being able to rejoin the field as of yet. They have a big gap right here, not able to go. So unfortunate issues there for NFC Motorsports.
The grass here incredibly slick this weekend.
Yeah. A lot of saturation from the snow. Yeah, that is the 123 machine of NFC. Is scored 9th overall right now, so unfortunate for them. And I do believe maybe a full course yellow in our future.
I think we may get a full course yellow here again. I don't think it's far enough removed from the racing line, especially with that blind entry there. You're all the way up against the right side of the Armco. You can't see if there's safety vehicles very easily because it's uphill and out of the way. So potentially another yellow here, which again would really help the 70. Like they're getting what they need to get back on the lead lap, all the way to the front half of the lead lap.
And keep in mind, this isn't the first car that's had an issue with this corner.
No.
Correct.
And again, that's where we come back to. It's a new surface. It's been cold. It's slippery. It's been a bit of a bear.
I think they're still trying to move that car just a little bit. It kind of looked like they were backing up, trying to tuck in, but I just don't know if they're in a good enough spot to keep us under green. We'll see. This is, of course, where the last full course yellow came from, in this very same corner, in that very same spot. So not uncommon to see a full course yellow because of an incident such as this, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. We are staying green so far. And as I say that, the full course caution does come out.
Yep.
We'll see if this benefits the number 70 this time. or if they're going to find themselves right ahead of the leaders once again.
Well, now again, they have to figure if they can have the time to make a pit stop here, because they're still going to have to, wait for that. The 70's gone through down into turn 1. The 90 is the leader, and they just came through. So in theory, the 70 should be able to join up all the way back on the tail end of the lead lap here. But I believe will still owe us a stop.
Definitely still due to come down pit road. We'll keep our eyes peeled on that, see if they do opt to come to pit road, and we'll see what happens with that number 70 machine for round 3 racing. Hopefully an opportunity for them maybe to get back safely onto the lead lap, build a little bit of a gap here. Currently scored 9th overall, so they're having a good day, just not as good as it could be if they were able to get around to the rear of the field. Of course, our 5th full course yellow of the day, just under 2.5 hours into this one. Still quite a bit of time remaining, 5.5 hours to go. It is the Stratus 60 out front ahead of the Toyota R&D Racing number 90 and the Stratus 59 overall. Thunder Bunny Racing in the 225 in 4th, and the 89 of 89X Motorsports rounding out the top 5 overall currently here on the 78th lap of the day. The safety crew tends to the 123 machine up at the top of turn number 11. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes comes to a stop there to bring out the 5th full course yellow of the afternoon, and 2nd in a row in the very same spot. So a troublesome corner here today on this new asphalt of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
They are able to get that car hooked up and pulled over. I do wonder if just the way the road is crowned there, it just makes it difficult to get moving once you get onto the grass over there. And if you just really need that toe onto the asphalt, and then you're able to get going. Because, yeah, they've now stopped. They've got the car back in on the track. And I don't know if they're going to tow it all the way to the pit lane or if they're going to let it go here. Looks like they're going to tow it to the paddock again.
So it did look to me, Ryan, like he was stuck at one point up there at the top of the corner. Looked like he was hitting the gas pedal, and the car was just kind of sliding in the dirt of the wet grassy area there. So I'm not sure what their issues are. Of course, they are getting towed back to the pit lane, as you'll see them get back there rather quickly, not too far from turn 11 to the pit road entry here. As we watch from the carousel camera, you can see that 123 behind the safety truck. The safety crew's done a great job here today. By the way, very quick work of getting these cars off the racetrack. The longest full course yellow we had was just due to a lot of fluid put down here through the carousel earlier on in the day, but otherwise they've made really quick work of getting all these vehicles off the racing circuit and back to pit road. Looked like the 123 was rolling rather nicely, so we'll see if they're able to get that car back onto the racetrack. I'm sure you're going to have a pretty decent view of that shortly to see what they have to do and how quickly they can get that car back and up and running again. So as we are under caution, Ryan, we'll just take a quick look here at the running order. The Toyota R&D Racing number 90, as mentioned, is leading the GTO field ahead of Thunder Bunny Racing in their 225 entry, in the 89 of 89X Motorsports in position number 3. Of course, GTU, it's all the Stratus machines. The 60 leads the way ahead of the 59 and the 58 on pit road. GP1 is where the 44 PC Racing entry leads the way, but looks like they've made a stop on pit road. The Palomar 38 in second, and flying further in the third spot.
The number 90 has taken to the pit lane, Robert. So that's going to put the 225 back through to the lead. The 34 still a little bit deeper in traffic. Down in 5th position there, going to cycle through to 4th. Just got a message from Brad McCall that indeed they had another electrical issue and an exhaust issue as well on the 997. So it did break down, and he said it didn't break down in a particularly fun spot. So puts to rest any suggestions of shenanigans at that point. The 123 is proceeding down the pit lane under its own power. They're going to their pit stall. Going to be speaking with the driver. And they're going to look at the front tires. Perhaps some mud caked in the front of the car, making some noise on the brakes. But just taking a look underneath all the fenders here, I think, to clear any mud and debris that might be in there.
We'll have to keep our eyes on that and see if they can work their way back out. But it does look like they're going to make pretty quick work of that on pit road. Yeah,
unfortunately, that's the championship leader now several laps down today. So they're going to be hoping for a better day tomorrow to keep their lead. As it sits right now, I imagine Thunder Bunny is going to rocket up the order. Same with Hitman, as long as they can continue to claw their spots back they need.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes open here throughout the day. Obviously, like you said, the NFC Motorsports 123 machine was the points leader entering today. They led by 17 points. Oh, actually, no, sorry, just 7 points over the GTR 99. That machine currently scored 13th overall on the day. So both those cars not necessarily having as strong of a day as they might have hoped for. But we'll see how it develops here. Looks like safety car going to work its way back to pit lane. And we're about to get back underway. We're green flag racing once again here at Mid-Ohio.
And the number 60 followed by the 59 are going to lead the field to the green flag. The 225 right there in 4th position. So those cars, the actual leaders there, the 3 of the top 4 as they come back to green. The 70 being scored as having done a pit stop. So we'll wait for timing and scoring to see if they have made it back out in time. Now, of course, these yellows coming in succession to the point where they are, it's doing what they need it to do. They're getting enough, they're getting chunks here and there back to work its way back up to the top.
70's in this group approaching right here.
There we go. Just going down the inside there of the, and they're going to change lanes. They're going to try the outside into China Beach here. And they are wisely going to fold in, but the car behind brakes a little bit later, I think. The H&M Road Race Cayman right up on the back bumper of that car. It's got to feel good in a GT4 Cayman to be keeping pace with a Cup car of a similar vintage, given that those vehicles were very much in a different performance window from one another. Obviously, WRL having equalized those somewhat. The 60 has made its escape from the number 59 at the front of the field. Quite the gap between the 60 and the 59, and then the group that has the Kingpin Supra, as well as the leader in GTO, the number 225. So that front group really checking out there. The 766 a ways back as well, along with the 34. Unfortunately, I do believe the 70 is a full lap down now. having stopped and presumably put fuel in the car on their last pit cycle. Yeah, they're right there behind the 34, so that puts them behind the fourth place car in class. So they have lost the lead lap there. But you have to stop for fuel at some point, and the yellows just didn't time out as perfectly as they needed them to. I understand shortly JT will be departing us for his participation in a esports championship, and we will be joined by another member of the Commonwealth. Scott Michaels will join us, and will lend another degree of credibility to this broadcast, now featuring two people from the Commonwealth nations that have better accents for sports car racing.
That traffic's getting quite tight going through
Yep.
11 there. Oh,
Ooh,
Palomar
yeah, that was a
coming out of the
big
carousel.
slide coming out of the carousel there. The oil drive from earlier, basically indistinguishable, but still that spot there on the inside of the carousel a little slippery.
Oh, as we see the Porsche, the 70, coming out of the final corner here, also getting loose.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little bit of, I think, I don't want to say it was contact, but boy, it was close going through turn one there. I think the stewards may have a little bit of a look here as we're going to try to go 3 wide. And they filed down to 2 wide, and they're able to keep it clean.
It's cool. This is the red and white car is the new BMW for AOA Racing. I believe this is the first race for them, fighting that 34 Hitman Supra directly in front right there. So that's great to see that they're instantly on pace here as they go to the inside. Yeah, and the pass is complete.
Yep, so they're able to get around, and they're going to take another look at the Cayman up ahead, the HM Road Race Machine. They're going to be having a look there, too. The new BMW coming really onto its pace here. A car that, by all accounts, is a pretty quick car. Generally one of the preferred cars in the class right now, but hasn't had a ton of success this season. So that car is still very much at full speed for the GTO class. We've seen Team ACP with Tangerine Associates bring their new model BMWs, but they are not here this weekend. So this car flying the flag for the current gen BMW GT4 car, and they are hounding right at the back of that HM Road Race Machine. They're going to come down the front straightaway here. He's going to be pulled in. I don't think he's going to be close enough to get down him on the inside of turn number 1, but we'll have to see. No, they stay tucked in. He's going to try to get the draft all the way up into the keyhole at turn 2. Car's just a little bit of the ways down there, and we'll see if that BMW tries to jump out. And no, they've lost a bunch of time, actually. So they've checked up for whatever reason and lost that gap back to the GT4 Cayman ahead.
Fastest lap for the 225 Thunder Bunny.
131.8. Yes, that's their personal best here. The high 131s is about as good as it gets in GTO right now. Let's see, Moorhead Speedworks set a 131.0, but they are only completing lap 22. So they have the pace of the class by far, but are very much not in contention for the win today. But I think they'll be buoyed by the speed of that car for tomorrow's 7-hour clash here at these hallowed grounds of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Have we heard from Chad why they're 2 hours late to today's race?
I have not heard from Chad, no. I imagine that Chad was busy with whatever was causing him to be late. Also a little disappointed not to see the Moorhead Speedworks BMW 147 here, yeah. Usually one of the cars that can take the fight to the PC Racing BMW in GP1. We'll take another look at GP1 here. PC Racing still comfortably in the lead. They're a lap ahead of the number 38 of Palomar Racing. I think all in all a good result for Palomar here if they can stay in the top third. of the field, followed by the number 946 of Flying Fur Motorsports, and then the 522 of Choice Racing. Will and Bill Choice at the controls there, down in 4th position. I think Choice Racing making the move back into the general production field after having had limited success with their foray into GT4. For about one season, I think it was working the right direction and was what they needed, but the Choice family having now stepped back into GP1, a class they're a little bit more familiar with their E46 M3. The 290 of Moorhead Speedworks comes down the pit lane again. And it looks like they're looking at the front bumper almost as if they're scraping dirt and grass off of it. But that car's still not entirely healthy in spite of having the pace of the field in GTO. The 74 has now made up the gap that it had created on the H&M Road Race Porsche, and so going down into turn 1, they're a little bit closer than they were before, but still not perfect. I believe it was the other Thunder Bunny car that was breaking up that battle a little bit.
Still keeping an eye on this battle for second in GP1 between Palomar and Flying Fur.
Yeah. 2/10.
Yeah, it's been like that for a few laps here.
Also the battle for the lead in GP2. It's the number 369 of Chattanooga Tourenwagen up against the number 66 of Open Throttle Racing. Just waiting for the timing to update on that one. Open Throttle, of course, running, I believe, 6 total cars this weekend and only 2 here at this race. They're at another event elsewhere. In fact, I'm certain that Jordan can hear the Open Throttle cars from his house.
He's going to go open his window here, Ryan, and let us know if he can hear them.
If he can hear them. I mean, I'm sure he can. You know, he's pretty close. But indeed, the Open Throttle stable, ever growing and pretty competitive as well. When they first came into WRL, I think they had the same issue a lot of other entrants who come from other series have when they come to WRL, in that it's a different level of competition here. And able to secure the GP3 championship last season in their sort of base E46, and now having moved up to GP2 with a similar car with a little bit of aerodynamic work done to it, to kind of compete with the number 369. Harrison Motorsports, of course, a longtime entrant in GP2 with their spec E46. North Loop Motorsports, who I have on good authority, will be at Road America next time out. Their GP2 stalwarts, of course, a couple years ago, the overall and Midwest champions in that class. Harrison, of course, having won championships in GP2. Rockwell Autosport Development, a runner in GP2. You know, there's a lot of cars in GP2 that come and go. And when the class is competitive, it's usually the most competitive class in the field because the cars are so dialed, and it really does give just enough room to where you can go for the power on the BMW, or you can go for the aero and the slightly higher weight in GP2, which plays a big role depending on which track we go to. A lot of those GP2 teams that run aero, I think, start to regret it when they show up at Daytona every year, but of course this season not going to Daytona, so the aero approach likely working a little bit better over the course of a full season here for 2024. Of course, I've mentioned the schedule here, and I believe we've got a graphic that'll show the rest of the scheduled races for the season. Our next event will be at Road America at the end of this month, April 26th through the 28th. I will be there, and I hope to see the rest of you there as well. Road America, always a great event. We'll go to Siebken's, we'll have some drinks. It'll be a great time. And then on my birthday weekend, we will be at Charlotte Motor Speedway running the Roval.
We'll have a cake, too.
June 28th to the 30th. I will be purchasing my own cake. It'll be fantastic. And then a month later, July 26th to 28th, WRL returns to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, one of our favorite venues here at DriversEye Live, because the way the track is laid out makes our camera setup look epic, and there's plentiful cell reception there in Brazelton, Georgia. And then September 6th through 7th, we make a return to High Plains Raceway. I understand the format potentially is going to be changed from before. I'll check with RJ on that, but I believe a longer enduro format on tap there at High Plains. Gives everybody enough time to get home on the Sunday as well. And then WRL for the first time makes its debut at Watkins Glen October 18th through the 20th. Just going to start to see the fall colors change, I believe. Brendan would be more of an expert on that, being from that particular region of the world. And then November 8th through the 10th will be at Sebring International Raceway for your standard scheduled event there. And then, of course, December 6th through the 8th, the National Championship round at Circuit of the Americas. So we've got about a 1 month break in August. If anybody needs a commentator for that month, I am very available. Separate from that, though, we're looking forward to the rest of the season here, having dispatched Eagles Canyon and Barbers Motorsports Park. A little disappointed to see Daytona back off the schedule because they don't like grass. Of course, Daytona, very anti-nature. They don't like the grass. They're out on grass.
Is that what's going on? They're removing more grass?
They're removing all of the grass.
Oh.
Yep. Most of it. Yep, the bus stop. Well, and then the inside of turn 3, I believe, as well. Yeah. So.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yep, the grass will be gone from that part of the track.
Yeah,
of course, they're going to have to repave.
To be clear, it's affects the oval layout the most.
Yes.
But in terms of what WRL would run, you're still going to have grass on the infield.
Correct. So, we look forward to being back at Daytona next season. Of course, Jordan and I, having spent a lot of time at Homestead, Miami this year, I would not mind seeing that as a track on the schedule as well. That provides some pretty good racing. It's very point and shoot, though, as far as a road course goes. So maybe not the tightest racing, perhaps, on tap at the Homestead Roval. I don't know. We'd have to see. A lot of draft, though. Yeah, a lot of draft available.
It would definitely produce some good racing. It would be really cool to see it at least tried 1 year. And if it doesn't work, well, you don't go back. But it's always nice to experiment with the different tracks out there and
absolutely
see what you can do. And you mentioned both Charlotte and High Plains. Both of those tracks going to have the longer endurance races.
Yeah.
As per the information, 12 minutes. That's very short. 12 hours at Charlotte on the Saturday. And then at High Plains, it's going to be a 13-hour endurance race. That one would wrap up at 10 o'clock. Both those races ending at 10. So nice long races at both circuits.
Yeah. Able to get yourself back up into the field if you have some early trouble.
Absolutely.
Hopefully to return to a classic endurance format, which is my cup of tea, frankly. I would prefer a longer race like that. But, I understand that it's a little bit nicer to be able to take a look at the car after 8 hours and get everything redialed in and sent back out the following day. I see both angles of it, but I do like the variety as well. So able to run both of those endurance races should be lovely. Of course, we also used to have a 12 to 14-hour event at Daytona. Would have rounded out a triple crown of WRL endurance events this season. So again, I'm very disappointed to have not seen that come to pass.
Definitely unfortunate there, but hopefully makes a return in the near future. Gives us that great... Oh, that was tight right there.
That was a lunge by the Flying Fur BMW on Palomar in the fight for second in GP1 right here. The blue car, Palomar, red of Flying Fur, battling nose and tail still.
Well, they definitely brought the flying part out of their team name there, making that deep lunge into the corner. See what they can do to get that position. And just a quick update on the overall, the Stratus 58 has worked its way into the top 5 as well. So all 3 GTU cars within the top 5 overall. AOA Racing 74 machine going to fall down to 6th overall, but still 3rd in the GTO field. Definitely looking a fair bit brighter down there at Mid-Ohio now. Looks like the sun's starting to come out a little bit more, warming up a little bit, I would hope, Ryan.
Yeah, warming up a little bit. I don't anticipate it getting to be comfortably warm until closer to the end of the day tomorrow. Monday, supposed to be lovely weather, of course, for the solar eclipse. I will be leaving just in time to miss the solar eclipse. But they were giving away free solar eclipse sunglasses at Skyline Chili last night. So I went ahead and declined so that somebody else may use them, given that I won't be here.
Yeah, we got a email from our HR department at work about the solar eclipse, and it basically just said, don't look at the sun. Man, thanks.
I mean, that is a wise decision. I think wise words from the HR department there.
Yeah. Definitely shouldn't be staring up at the sun, that's for sure.
Not at all. I will offer a brief review of Skyline Chili after having heard about it endlessly from every food writer ever that I've read. Has said that Skyline Chili is awful and that you shouldn't have it and that serving it over spaghetti is bad, and I disagree. And the addition of the spices that they add to Skyline Chili makes it taste very similar to a pasta sauce that gets made on the West Coast, kind of in the Humboldt County region. It's very common to be served pasta sauce that has a very similar flavor profile. So calling it chili necessarily, like I don't think it's chili, but it is good. And I had it and I loved it. I may go again today. I don't know, because 2 chili dogs with my guest that's here with me, as well as a plate of pasta, was right at $20. Which seemed to be pretty good value.
That's not bad at all, actually,
given the prices of things nowadays.
Now, I got to ask, what kind of chili was it? Was it chili with beans or chili just with the meat?
So I elected to have the beans added, but typically it comes sans beans.
Okay.
But it does profile more as a tomato sauce, I believe.
So a bit more on the sweet / acidic side than spicy.
It's got a hint of sort of cinnamon and allspice to it. Not overwhelmingly so, but you can definitely taste that it's there. It is not spicy at all. And that's why I say I think it profiles much better as a sort of limp-wristed bolognese as opposed to a actual chili. But I do recommend. It was about 4 minutes from my hotel. I thought I was going to have to drive down to Columbus to have it, but fortunately they had one nearby.
Not bad at all. That's definitely sounds like a good time and nice little meal. Not too expensive either, which is always a perk.
It's always the nice part about getting to run WRL, and indeed entrants I think should feel the same way, in that we go see lots of different bits of the country, and at least for me, and I'm a little bit less busy overnight than a lot of the teams are, prepping a car for the race.
For sure.
I try to do at least one regionally specific restaurant visit for every place that we go to. So, of course, when I was at Homestead, Miami last weekend, we went and had some Cuban food that was lovely. Here I've had Skyline Chili. I've had cheese curds, etc. up at Road America in Wisconsin. There's always something regionally appropriate to partake in. And I quite enjoy that part of the World Racing League, in that we're able to cover a lot of ground here. Go to Texas, get some lovely barbecue. Maybe some Tex-Mex if you're into that. I am not, but the barbecue for sure.
See, it's much easier up here in Canada. All you have is poutine, so you're good to go.
I'm all right. I am quite a poutine guy. I'm all right with that.
Nice.
I would take it.
Nice little gaggle of cars there working their way through 5 and 6.
It's a little bit of traffic separating that battle between Palomar and Flying Fur, but it's by no means over.
Je préfère les pommes frites avec mayo. I think that's right.
What?
It was bad, but I think that's right.
French fries with mayo? I don't know about that.
That's poutine. It's got mayo on it, does it not?
No.
Really? Oh no, that's the gravy and the cheese curds.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, poutine is fries with gravy and cheese curds. It's got to be cheese curds, though.
Where is it they do the mayo? I feel like I've seen. Oh, that's like a Belgian thing, huh?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
In
All right.
hell,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
what I
that's
was
true.
thinking too, JT.
I mean, how different is Belgium from Quebec anyway? You know?
I've never been to Belgium, so I'm not sure, but
All right.
I'm sure it's pretty
I
different.
mean, they both have fry takes, I suppose. See,
It's
the
true.
gravy though, you end up like there's a big variety in gravy quality.
Oh, 100%. You got beef gravy, you got mushroom gravy, you got just about anything. Tomato-based gravy, which is weird, but
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about tomato-based gravy. I think I'm out on that one. The 85 has returned to the track. The blue MX-5 just coming down the front straightaway here.
you had to stop and get some gravy.
Yep, sans bumper still.
Only 90 laps down.
yeah, but keep in mind that is important that they get that car out in
100%.
laps because we are expecting the 122 of Tooth Autosports to come out later today with our Honda Civic once they get that ABS module installed.
That's a great point. Yeah, JT, of course, like we mentioned earlier, they're waiting on that part to get in from California. It's supposed to arrive sometime this morning. We'll see if we can get an update from them a little bit later on. They have a great group, by the way. They're very responsive to any questions. Going to visit them this summer up at their shop at Calabogie and see what they got going on, but hopefully they can get their car back out there. All three of them have had issues today, so unfortunate for them, but the day goes on, the weekend goes on, and we're about 5 hours remaining in this one.
Still a good scrap going on at GTO for fourth in class between the 766 Supra of Thunder Bunny Racing, the Supra of Toyota R&D Racing number 90, and just 4 seconds back, the 34 Hitman.
Yeah, the Hitman 34 had a really strong start to the weekend. By the way, the Random Vandals Racing number 28 charging back towards the top 10. Currently scored there in 11th. We'll see if they're able to work their way by the Stoic Racing 87 here. About a minute separating them, though.
Coming across the line side by side, these two Supras, Thunder Bunny and Toyota R&D, fighting hard.
Yeah, they've been very strong contenders all day here today, side by side, door to door, wheel to wheel, all throughout as you see them battle there up through the keyhole entry cam. You're going to see them work their way down that straightaway here shortly on the left side of the screen.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Thunder Bunny has fallen back. Hitman now 2 seconds behind.
Seeing a little bit of separation there as they work through the 4 and 5 cam.
I'm being told that Belgium and French Canada are not similar, other than they speak French.
Yeah.
It was disappointing.
Probably a different French as well, because there's a very big difference between Quebec French and France French as well. Like if you're from Quebec, you go to France, they just look at you like you're an alien of sorts.
I've heard the same thing tracks with Spanish, in that if you don't speak Castilian Spanish, they look down on you in Spain, versus what is typically spoken in Mexico and the rest of Central and South America.
It's quite interesting how we can take a language and completely change it from what it actually is, and you try to use it with the people that speak the natural language of French or Spanish or whatever it may be, and they just look at you like, what are you saying?
Yeah,
I
people
guess
look at
even
me weird when I
English to
speak
an
French all the
extent.
time, so I mean, that's whatever. That's because my French is bad.
At least you try.
Yeah, I know.
We'll get you up here to Quebec at some point and see how you do.
Je dormir la classe française à l'école. Je préfère la fête au lac. You know, etc.
Of course.
Yeah, you know. I'm sure I butchered all of that too, but you know, that's what it is. I bet you got.
You tried.
You got the gist
You
of what I
tried.
was
Yeah.
saying. Yeah. Okay. Which explains, you know, why I'm bad at French. I thought it would be fun to be different in California. Like, everybody takes Spanish. I'm going to take French. That'll be very useful.
Yeah.
No, as it turns out, it's not that useful.
No, you're probably not going to use it too much at all.
No, I can listen reasonably well, but I can't speak and I can't write it. But I can listen to some extent and I can read it. And it's like, I can get by with that. I feel like I could travel to a French-speaking country and just not talk. And I'd be okay.
Yeah, I'm not the greatest with French. It's something you got to take through the first 9 years or so of school. But I know when somebody's talking bad about me. I can definitely understand that, and I can say bad words in French. But if I got to actually have a conversation, no, I'm out of it. But the non-French speaking Mid-Ohio producing some great racing here so far.
Unfortunately,
absolutely.
The 28 of Random Vandals was slapped with a 1-lap penalty for incidental contact with the 90 earlier, which has dropped them from 4th, where they were about 6-7 laps ago, down into 8th, unfortunately.
That is so unfortunate for them. They were having themselves a really solid day, and any sort of penalty definitely puts a hinder into your afternoon, but still a lot of opportunity to race here, just coming up now on 12 o'clock. So we're 3 hours into this one, 5 hours to go. Still a lot of great racing ahead of us and some great battles as well. The GTO field absolutely producing some great battles. Thunder Bunny Racing has done a nice job in the 225 to really separate themselves from that 89X of the 89X Motorsports team, and of course Toyota R&D Racing. Still some pit stops to come for some of these teams as well, as the 74 of AOA Racing going to lose a handful of spots. Not sure what just happened to them.
They should be pitting.
I would think so, right? It's been a while.
Yeah, I that's one of the reasons why they're able to get that new car up into that position, which has given them the ability to fight and hold on to it. But they definitely were due for a pit stop. So that's going to see them fall back from that 3rd place position.
So the AOA Racing 74 comes to pit road, was having a solid run there with the pit strategy. Now the top 3 is all GTU entries, as the 58 machine of the Stratus team going to get by the Thunder Bunny 225. So the top 3 GTU, and then the GTO field all together behind them now, as it is confirmed the 74 did come to pit road. That was about 50 laps since their last pit stop, so great run for them.
Interesting. Couldn't tell if that was the link plate of the 44 PC Racing coming across, or if that was a hand out the window. Could be my imagination running.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on that. They're going to come by a couple more cameras here, so we'll see if we can tell. It might have been a hand out the window, but is it a positive message or one that's not so great at this point? Who knows? Could also be indicating an upcoming pit stop or a thank you for letting me by.
As we see coming through the camera shot here, Flying Pro Motorsports was successful previous lap, getting around the 38 of Palomar Racing for 2nd in GP1. Not quite able to pull a large gap just yet. Traffic looking like it was holding up Palomar just slightly there, as the 74 from AOA Racing gets going again.
Keep an eye on that GP1 battle as it develops here. Of course, leading that particular class is the 44 for PC Racing. Flying for Motorsports just had their personal best lap of the day, a 138.198. So a solid job by them, holding steady second in the classes. Of course, we are just past 100 laps on the day, so hit the century mark for the first time this weekend. Couple other notes to pass along here. The Tourenwagen Meisterschaft team continues to lead GP2 ahead of the Open Throttle Racing 66 and the 221 of Alpine Autosport. Of course, the Rockwell Autosport Development 41 machine involved in that battle as well. So nice job by the field so far. A couple teams setting some quick times. Fastest lap of the day was actually just set here by the Stratus 58 last time by a 128.379. That is the third place GTU entry, about 46 seconds behind the leader, 11 seconds behind the second place Stratus 59. So we ride on board here, getting a shot from the Random Vandals Racing number 28 machine as they work their way through some of the early corners on the circuit. Nice to get some onboard shots here.
The number 74 of AOA Racing directly ahead. They're both going to try to go three wide here. They just
split the middle.
Past. Oh, yes, and the Random Vandals car much later braking down into turn 2. They're going to just be able to keep that position here. And
yeah, I believe that was the 74 helping out there a bit.
Yep. And they are going to continue down the back straightaway here. There's a little bit of a kink in it right there. And then we're going to fire this car down into turn number 4. China Beach will be on the left. They've now reeled in the 522 of Choice Racing. Again, a lower class car they're going to be able to dispatch with relative ease. 522 taking it a little bit gingerly there over the rise. We're going to come up through the S's here, and it's going to dump us out back down in the turn 9 complex here. 522 again taking it easy. Not a whole lot to fight for right this moment. I think understands that the Random Vandals car is going to take its time. It goes back down the inside, and we're going to fire back up towards turn 10, heading towards the carousel. Right after this left-hand corner, we're going to come back to the right and through the carousel here. And then we're going to come back to the left into the final corner, and we'll have completed a single lap here on board the Random Vandals Racing BMW.
Such a cool onboard shot here with the Random Vandals Racing team. I must say this is probably one of the clearer onboard cameras I've seen in quite a bit. It's nice to see the great shot of the work that the driver's doing behind the wheel as well. Just easily getting by some of this slower lap traffic and just watching those gloves. I love that he has the bright yellow gloves as well because it's showing how much he's actually working that steering wheel, as you see right there, having to gather the car up, giving his wrist a little stretch there, maybe snapped on him a little bit.
Absolutely. So, and that's something that you'll see on onboards of these cars as opposed to GT4 cars in typical competition. They're on a street tire, a 200 treadwear treaded tire. And these cars typically built to run on a slick, so they are going to move around quite a bit more. You know, they are helped out with the traction control, but if you're getting into the traction control, you're slowing the car down to some extent. So you'll want to either have that system turned down a little bit or just be able to keep the car right on the knife edge so that you can get into the corners the way that you need to. And of course, this onboard provides lap times as well. You got the throttle position on the bottom right there. Just a little bit notchy coming through the carousel here. And then on the exit, as they try to roll into the power, I think we'll see the wheel maybe get a bit twitchy. And no, they're able to squeeze it nice and gently. But the last time through turn one here, they were all over the wheel to some extent. And yep, you do start to see that, just looking for the grip, trying to find it, trying to get the nose of that car turned in. A big sedan, effectively. Only 2 doors, of course, but a BMW M4, not a small vehicle, trying to get that car rotated down into turn one while scrubbing off as little speed as possible so you can carry it all the way up to the keyhole. Put the emphasis on keyhole a little bit weirdly there.
And as you just saw him work his way through the previous corner, you did see a little bit of moisture still out on the racetrack from the wet weather we had yesterday. So the track not fully dry as of yet, and that's something that'll still come into play as the day goes along if we do have the standing water on the racetrack. Maybe it was a bit of a mirage because the rest of the track looks pretty dry, but we'll keep an eye on that anyway. Oh, a little bit of slower traffic right ahead of him there. Had to check up, switch his line to go on the inside and sneak on past. But this driver doing an absolutely phenomenal job. And I do believe for the next round at Road America, we'll have more of the driver information available through Flagtronics, and we'll be able to see who's actually behind the wheel of these cars. I know there was a soft launch for it at this event, but it's going to be mandatory for the next one. So going to be quite exciting to be able to see that.
Indeed, it is. Just making a few more tire sizes available to the rest of the field. As you see the speed differential between a GTO car and GP2 cars there on the right. Goes past them as if they're standing still. And that's just the power between 300 and 400 horsepower of a GTO car. Usually a little bit less than, sort of in the 330, 300 range in GTO at this juncture. And they're going to go around the outside of the 11, the Kingpin car, staying on the inside there. They're going to go try to, back into the car, steps out a little bit. They've got to gather it up, and they lose all their momentum onto the biggest straight on the track. So that number 11 Kingpin car is going to take the advantage here and move off into the distance. I don't believe this will have been for position at all. No. But still fun to watch nonetheless.
Absolutely. And just a quick update here. The Stratus 59 has taken it to pit road for their stop. We'll see where they cycle back out. Oh, that got really tight on exit of the corner here between the Random Vandals racing machine and the car that he was just able to get by right there. Nearly some contact to the right rear of that machine. Could have been troublesome for the Random Vandals 28 machine.
Could have been, but they were able to get it gathered up and squared away here in the Random Vandals car. Now, typically, Random Vandals, they do run SRO and limited IMSA events, so an entrant that's got a lot of experience, drivers that even relatively speaking have quite a bit of experience available as well. So really, really good entrants available. Not ever too concerned about them making any poor decisions in the Random Vandals racing car. That you'll remember them, of course, from the Michelin Pilot Challenge race at Daytona this past season, where it was, I believe, Kenton Cook was on board the Random Vandals car and almost pulled off an upset win, only to run out of fuel, I believe, right as they began the last lap. The car coughed and died right before the pit entry, and they had to come in, but were very, very near taking home their first Daytona endurance race win for the Random Vandals squad. I think a lot of the WRL entrants were watching that live and were disappointed to see that it didn't come to fruition for Paul Sparta and his squad.
No, but it's quite interesting to note that we will see Random Vandals step up into GT3.
Yeah, they just announced that, didn't they?
They did later this season.
Okay.
For SRO America, Paul Sparta's program, he's going to be running. It's Ken Cook and Connor Daly in the car together, and then they're going to be adding, I believe, Connor DeFelipe for the Indy 8-hour. So Random Vandals is definitely living a great time right now in motorsports.
And that sounds like an absolutely phenomenal driver lineup as well. I mean, anything you throw Connor Daly into, you can expect it to be quite a fun time, no matter what. You're going to see some great content out of that. We'll see how they do. But you know, you mentioned the Daytona run. Yes, they came up a little bit short, but still so much to build off of after a run like that, where you can go out there, take your notes, what you've learned there. How you felt running up front, put it towards those future races. And I really would not be shocked to see a lot of big wins in the future of the Random Vandals racing team.
A team that started, I think, running, basically races that were at this kind of level or even lower, and they've now moved up into the GT3 ranks. So
it's impressive.
Yeah, able to really make a business out of what was initially a hobby, more or less. It's not just the drivers moving up the ranks here. It's also the teams. And this is going to be on board the 369 of Chattanooga Tourenwagen in GP2. I believe they are currently the GP2 leader. Yes, ahead of the number 66. On the same lap, 30 seconds behind is the number 66, the bright green BMW 3 Series. You see the onboard there, the deep dish steering wheel. This car, of course, a new build for the Chattanooga Tourenwagen guys. Their old car having met a unfortunate demise a couple years ago, and that a new chassis. They had a fancy new gearbox installed, which promptly went out at Barber, and then they were also missing some power steering as well. So it's been quite a season for them. We now switch to go back on board the 89X Aston Martin. Just starts to lose some service in this part of the track. Your preferred cell provider here really has a big bearing on how well your onboard stays hooked in.
Well, it looks like he's about to get into some traffic up here as we're catching up to a gaggle of cars, about 4 just ahead of this 89X. And of course, the 89X currently scored 4th overall, 2nd in the GTO field. Going to make quick work of some lap traffic there on driver's right as he does continue on here through the early portions of the racing circuit. Going to make another move off to the left side. Some great runs here and some very quick work of the slower traffic by these leaders.
And this is a good opportunity to see how the reflections work on the window. I can't imagine it's that bad on board the car, but you got a lot of reflective surfaces in there, and it can get to where, especially if the sun's in your eyes, it is quite difficult to see. Able to see the driver on board this as well. A little bit harder to see the steering wheel, but you can see the right side glove. And so that's going to come down as they turn in. Yeah, you just about see the wheel. Safety netting in place, of course. We're all about safety here at WRL. All about safety.
Absolutely. You have to be. Anytime you hit the racetrack, you have to absolutely have safety as the top priority. It's no matter what you're doing out there, it's all about being safe before having fun, of course.
Yep. And this 89X car, of course, the same power plant as the GT4 Mercedes. So they sound very similar when you're standing trackside. Of course, a different body, different chassis, etc. But the same power plant, the same 4-liter V8 with a turbocharger. This car a little bit more wayward, I think, than they would prefer. 89X, of course, used to be in the business of running a fire-breathing Camaro here in WRL that actually, in spite of having a V8, because of the way the rules were written, had a substantial fuel stint length advantage for some time. But I don't think they were ever able to quite get the reliability out of that car that they were looking for, and also the pace of that versus a purpose-built racing car, not quite on par with what they would have hoped for. So they have transitioned to this Aston Martin GT4 car here for the WRL season. Been running with us for a few years.
Yeah, it's good to see them getting up to pace with the Aston Martin. I know there was initially a little bit of a struggle, but we're definitely seeing quite a bit of improvement here.
And they, of course, already running on the Continental tire, it would look like. And happy to see that tire working well at the front of the field. That car running 2nd overall. And so in the impending switch to the Continental tire becoming the sole tire supplier for WRL in the coming years, nice to see that tire is able to keep the pace with the other tires being used in the GTO class.
Yeah, definitely nice to see the Continental tire working out well for these guys. Like you mentioned, a newer program that's coming into play here this season with the World Racing League. And there was a lot of question marks over the last couple of weeks, teams kind of asking about how it might do, how they might feel on it. And it seems to be doing well so far. The 89X up there, second in class, doing a really nice job here today. It's been very steady for them. Haven't had too many issues to deal with whatsoever. Seem to be able to make pretty quick work of some of the slower lap traffic that they've gone through here today, and it's nice to see some positive gains for some of these teams too. Like you said, they've stepped up over the years and really working their way towards being a front runner, as you see here today at Mid-Ohio. As I think we're about to go 3 wide on board. And it really shows as well how tight the racetrack is. It's not overly wide, as they were 3 wide there. The 89X nearly off the racetrack on the right side, just trying to complete that move.
That's kind of important, because that was the 766 of Thunder Bunny there. That is now a lap down to the 89X.
And that is absolutely massive. That's the 4th car in the GTO class right now. So to be a lap down 6th overall really shows the pace that some of these guys up at the front have at this point. And of course, the strategies coming into play as well in regards to pit stops.
Yeah, if we stay green here, we're going to have another round of green flag pit stops, which again, we saw the 34 miss out on pit time earlier, and you have to imagine that kind of thing would be even more difficult to overcome if you had to do it under green flag running. Now again, I would say the 99 GTR squad are currently the champions of the quick pit stop in WRL, and again, not uncommon to see them make up 30 seconds on teams in the pits.
Wow.
So if we have a green flag pit stop here, which we're still a little ways away from, I believe, if we do have to make green flag pit stops, it'll be interesting to see how the timings for all those breaks out, because again, you've got varying levels of experience in doing pit stops, because again, the pit rules here in WRL a little bit different from how they would run it in IMSA, but does not have a minimum stop time like a lot of other series do at this level, which does give you incentive to try and speed the pit stops along. It's just one other spot where you can, in baseball, they talk about how many levers do you have to pull, and it's another lever that you can pull in WRL in terms of being able to put more time and effort into your pit pattern, or sort of cycle, if you will, the muscle memory, the ability to do things in the correct order, when to change tires, when not to change tires, where to have people standing in stage from when the car comes in. You got to make sure all those things are practiced and as perfect as possible.
How not to get pitted fractions.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's correct.
Get that fire bottle in place, make sure your visor's down, make sure the engine's not started, and you're good to go. But no, it's definitely, you got to get a rhythm when it comes to the pit stops. You got to set yourself up where you can minimize the time it takes to get the tires on, get the fuel going, whatever changes you need to make. You got to be prepared. You got to be ready to jump right away, get it done, get back out there, because as we've seen here today, a couple extra seconds on pit road can be the difference between being a contender and being someone just out there running in the midfield.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, the midfield continues to grow here as the 2 cars on the lead lap press home their advantage.
Yeah, Stoic Racing's looking pretty quick right now, reeling in the 34 Hitman Racing. Half second last time across the start-finish line.
They're looking quick, but they're not too sure of themselves. They're not smug or excited, but just very reserved, very matter of fact, sort of with a steely complexion, just kind of watching, coming ever closer. No love for the Stoic joke. All right. All right, that's fine. I'm all right with that.
I'm sorry, I was trying to look at the onboard.
JT's like, sorry, I'm actually trying to do my job while you're making bad puns.
We saw a safety vehicle out on track from the onboard, and I just wanted to check and see if that was a live video that we were watching.
All right. Fair enough.
That is a good call, JT.
So they're referred to as fair dinkum, I believe. No.
Sure.
No, no. Really trying to represent the entirety of the Commonwealth here.
As a member of the Commonwealth, we appreciate it.
As Scott Michaels prepares to join us here in the booth. Shift up now, Audi circulating on track still, which is nice to see. They've made a few more frequent pit stops than the rest of the field, I think, just trying to get some small issues probably sorted out with that car. Today, as good a day as any, with the weather being relatively nice and being fully out of contention at this point, means that you can spend that time today to make sure the car's dialed in for tomorrow. The 225, I believe, is going to come around to put another lap on the 70. They were just going down into turn 1 as I saw them cross through my window. And indeed, the 225 is going to go back down to the inside, and they're going to pull in behind the 70. That 70 is still leading the way here. They're going to come back onto the big, long straightaway here. Two cars that should be very similar as far as straight line performance. And that 70 is still ahead, but they're going to see if the Thunder Bunny car dives. No, they do not. They're going to stay nice and steady here. No need to push the envelope when they're so far in the lead. Only 19 seconds ahead of the 89X, but substantial distance ahead of everyone else. You think they would like to get this position here, but the 70 is going to try really hard, I think, to not give this lap away. This will put them 2 laps down. So I think the podium now, having firmly eluded the number 70 for the day, will try again tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, definitely want to try to stay just 1 lap down rather than going the 2nd lap down. And there you go. That's why the pass wasn't made. I believe the 225 just hit pit road right there. The 60 also hit pit road last time by. So 2 of our top 3 coming down pit road here for their pit stops.
So we are going to be making green flag pit stops here. If you were able to save any fuel this stint at all, that may come down to being an advantage if you can just extend this pit window and potentially get a yellow. The mood of the race has calmed down somewhat, so I think that's less likely than it was before. The grass also quickly drying now that the sun has returned, making it a little bit more difficult to gamble on those yellow flags. That's the 89X we see going through into turn 2. They are now the leaders in GTO, followed by the 90 a little ways down. That 89X, of course, will have to be thinking about making a fuel stop. And indeed, I look across, and they've got their fuel jugs lined up in the pit stall. So I believe the 89 will be coming to pit lane this time by, which should promote the 90 back into the lead, followed by the sister Thunder Bunny car, the 766, and then the corporate teammate, number 34, Hitman Racing, down in 5th position. If the 225 and the 766 have to make a pit stop, I'd imagine the 34 is getting close on fuel as well.
Yeah, you definitely have to think that we're getting into the thick portion of that pit cycle here now. Like we said, the 89X should be coming down pit road here momentarily. Expecting to see others coming down as well. The Toyota R&D Racing team, the number 90, should be able to stretch it a little bit longer than that 89X. They didn't pit quite as early as that team, so watch for them to stay out a couple extra laps here. The Thunder Bunny Racing 766 also should be coming down pit road here shortly. Of course, their sister car has already made its way to pit road, so I'd expect that pit stop probably within the next 2 to 3 laps, maybe tops. And we should see more action here on pit road very, very shortly.
The 34 of Hitman Racing is close to within 1 second of the 766 of Thunder Bunny, going probably down on the back straightaway by now. And no, Jordan skillfully picks them up right where they're meant to be. Just incredible camera work here.
Legendary right there. Legendary.
Never seen anything like it. Maybe Zach Johnson is fired after all. So,
sorry, Zach.
So,
get a new job, bud.
We see the that's the problem is he did get a new job. The number 34, not quite close enough to the Thunder Bunny car here, but I have to imagine you don't work this hard right now because both of these cars are going to be due a pit stop.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're going to have to take a look and see how this one goes. I think JT's got something here for us.
Yeah, just a real quick update in GP2. The 66 Open Throttle Racing has definitely had the speed advantage there and has closed the gap to the 369 of Tornwagen Meisterschaft version 3.69. That gap across the line, a tenth.
Yeah, so it's closed quite close on the number 369. So that 66 of Open Throttle, the new car for this season, with the light crew here this weekend, able to get it done and move themselves into position where they're in striking distance of first place in class. The 89X does come to the pit lane.
So does the 34.
And they are putting fuel in it. I believe the 89X is fueling the car from both sides. They have 2 fuel jugs, one in each side. The right side jug doesn't appear to be moving, so I wonder if they're trying to... Yeah, okay. What I bet it is there's an empty jug on the right side opening the valve so that the left side of the valve will drain into... The left side valve will drain into the car quicker. Because
That's brilliant, actually.
They've changed tanks 2 or 3 times on the left side. They're going to go for their, I believe, their 3rd or 4th fuel jug on the left, but the right side guy has not moved at all. So that, I think, a ventilation situation there. And then he's able to see when the fuel starts to bubble back up. I have not seen that before, I think, ever.
It's really innovative.
And they're going, and the 89's right back out. They've done a full tank of fuel and sent the car out pretty quickly. That was incredible. So the 34 also took to the pit lane. The 89X is going to come out right behind the 34. Which should be close to putting the 34 lap down here.
So keep in mind the 34 had been a lap down and had entered pit lane behind the 89X.
Oh, okay, so they've gained a little bit of spot here. Now they're now on the tail end of the lead lap. Well, relative to the 89X anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I'll take that. But yeah, incredible ingenuity, I think, on the fuel system there. Every car that has the 2-sided sort of fueling mechanism should probably be doing that. Although it surprises me that there's not a better ventilation mechanism for that than opening the other side. I'm a little curious about that, and maybe that's an Aston Martin specific thing. I'm not certain, but I'd love to talk to somebody about that. And the cat's out of the bag now. Like, that can be done on that car at least. So hopefully David Twatty was watching. So they can implement that on their cars.
Just quickly here, Ryan, sounds like the Thunder Bunny Racing 766 had a spin on the right side at the start-finish line just moments ago, was able to continue on, but that's definitely going to cost them big time here as they have already come down pit road.
Yeah, and I am sitting here at the start-finish line, and I did not see that, so it's probably either further before or further after where I am seated. If we pick up the cars going into turn 1 right now, we've got the GP2 battle. They're going to be coming right here, right there. So the second green car, as well as that white and black BMW, So those two cars, that is the battle for the lead in GP2. Jordan, very perceptive about what it is that I'm going to be looking for in my commentary here. And the 70 is going to let those cars go, although it looked like the 66 of open throttle, the bright green BMW, didn't quite get the same run through the corner, which is going to help the 369 here. And the 369 consolidates their effort forward here. And yeah, so unfortunately that issue with trying to get around the 70 as they were going slow through the keyhole has hurt the 66 considerably. But they make a lot of that up on the brakes. They're going into China Beach. They're going to come through the S's, back up over the ridge, and back down. Dive to the inside for the 123, and then there we go. So the 66 goes through on the 369. The traffic playing a huge role there. They're going to come down through turn 9. And you see, yeah, perfect. So that first green car in line there, that's the 66 going past the sister car. And then there's the 369, already losing a gob of time to the 66. Both of those cars are going to have to be thinking about a pit stop here in a little while. That 369, of course, run in conjunction with Palomar Racing now.
Definitely a great battle amongst these drivers. I do believe we've now been joined by Scott Michael. Scott, how you doing today, my friend?
I've been better, to be honest, mate, but it's good to be here.
We're glad to have you. Glad to have you indeed. It's been some great racing so far here at Mid-Ohio, and still about 4.5 hours left to go. So still a lot of great racing in our future here.
Yeah, I'll try and get myself up to speed as quickly as I can. I appear to be coming down with a cold minute by minute this morning. So my, so my head's a little bit all over the place. But I'll get myself caught up in time for JT to take his leave. And looks like we've got a race where GTU is finally stretching its legs.
Yep.
Yeah, it's worked out well for them. In the beginning stages of the race, you could tell they couldn't get the temperature into the tires, and they were more of a hindrance, I think, than anything else. But as the day has gone on, those cars have had incredible pace, and they've been able to kind of consolidate their position at the front of the field.
So was that conditions-based, or are they struggling off every restart? I understand we've had a few full course yellows.
I think it was both, honestly. I think it was the conditions were cold on the new track surface and the yellow situation, obviously, but it was an early yellow within the first 10 or 15 minutes, so really not enough time to even get heated at the tires at that point. But since then, they've been pretty consistent even on the restarts.
So I was just looking at the number 90 onboard camera. It's got another Supra ahead of it. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the iRacing AI, but they have a tendency to hang the rear end out around long corners for seconds at a time, and that orange and black Supra was doing a great impression of that. That thing looks pretty difficult to handle right now.
And so the battle for first place in GP2 comes to a brief conclusion here as the number 66 takes to the pit lane. So that's going to put the 369 into the lead again. However, they will also owe a pit stop. The 66 having already completed its pit stop here. So they're going to be heading back out on the circuit. Now, I can't quite see the Palomar and Chattanooga-Torrenwagen pit spot from where I'm seated. If I stand up here, I can just about tell. And they have fuel jugs standing by, so that's going to come through rather quickly. The 28 who's on board we carried, and we have a red flag.
Red flag, yeah.
So we're going to have all the cars stop where they are on the circuit as red flags
in turn 4.
Oh, it's that same Toyota I was just talking about. It completely lost it on the brakes. You can see it from the number 90 on board if anyone has that replay. It lost it completely on the brakes, and I mean, it kind of disappeared over the crest, but it looked like a Simon Pagenaud moment into China Beach.
Oh wow! Lost the brakes.
Yeah, it's a big time off. I hope everyone's okay, because that car probably made it to the barrier if it didn't pitch in sideways. And as we've seen from IndyCar, if you pitch in sideways into that gravel trap, it's not a good deal either.
Yes, that was the 90, the second place car in GTO, that Toyota R&D Racing prepped by employees at Toyota Research, right?
Sorry, Ryan, that's the onboard that saw
it was the onboard that carried
that's
it.
Not,
okay,
that's not the car. It's the orange and black Supra that I haven't ID'd yet.
Okay, I believe that would be the 11, right?
Or the 16 from Libre.
Okay, and both are not salmon yet, and that's not going to be useful as everybody stops on course. So we'll quit speculating about that, and I will attempt to go get some answers. So talk amongst yourselves, inform Scott of the challenges of the day, etc.
Yeah, the car did pitch in sideways actually as it went over the crest, but then it disappears from the onboard camera I'm looking at. It's
So-
actually it's an orange, white, and grey car. That helps IDing.
Yeah, just waiting on an update on that one. But first and foremost, of course, hoping that everyone involved is okay. Driver safety is of utmost importance to us here. Safety crew coming around to check on that machine, and obviously under red flag conditions here. Hopefully get an update shortly on the condition of the driver and that car. And as soon as we have information, we'll pass it along to you folks at home. Course so far today, we've had 5 full course yellows, and now under red flag conditions, about 3.5 hours into this one. We're here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course today, an 8-hour race, and tomorrow we're going to kick off at 8 a.m. Eastern time for 7 hours of endurance racing action, going to 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. And just a quick update, while we are under the red flag conditions, leading the way in the GTU class is the Stratus 58 ahead of the 60 and the 59 all Stratus entries, of course, there. GTO, your top 3 right now, the Thunder Buddy Racing 225 ahead of that Toyota R&D Racing number 90 and the 89 for 89X Motorsports. That is the top 3 there. GP1, the 44 for PC Racing, continuing to lead the way ahead of the Palomar 38 and the number 946 machine out of Flying Fur Motorsports. GP2, we've had a heck of a battle going on here over the last little while. The 369 Tourenwagen Meisterschaft machine ahead of the 66 for Open Throttle Racing that is currently scored on pit road, actually, and the Rockwell Autosport Development number 41 machine. That's your top 3 there. In GP3, of course, the AOA Racing 55 leads the way there. Their sister car, the 55, had issue, or the 85, sorry, had issues very early in the day. Currently scored 77 laps down, but back out there making laps now, getting some practice ahead of tomorrow, and just trying to get some laps in here, but still under red flag conditions. Time of the red flag, 12:36 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, difficult to know what to talk about while we're waiting for updates on that crash. But as we're discussing the running order, I can scroll down and see. It looks like we've had quite a lot of attrition this morning. Certainly in the GTO class, by the looks of things. I poked my head in a few hours ago and saw a Mercedes being towed away at one point. So were any of the front runners that have suffered issues earlier on in the day?
Well, the 123 NFC Motorsports team was running up towards the front earlier on. They are, of course, currently at the tail of that GTO field, and they entered here as the points leader, so big loss for them, currently 13th in class. They had their issues, saw them get taken back to pit road. Of course, we've had some issues as well for the Kingpin team. They came to a stop at the top of turn number 11. That's one of the cars you saw towed back to pit lane. Other than that, for the most part, it's been fairly okay for the GTO field. A lot of separation when it comes down to pit strategy and whatnot. But JT, is there any big points I'm missing there with the GTOs?
It just seems mostly to be little things that we saw, like the NFC just just having that small impact in turn 11. We saw the number 1 Kingpin run out of fuel. 28 lost a lap from avoidable contact, otherwise would be in the thick of it. So just little things here and there in GTO, kind of separating things.
I see GTR 99 is 5 or 6 laps off the pace. Is that Is that based on their performance? I doubt it because they're 2 laps off the nearest car.
That is a more recent development, I think.
Ah.
They have been hovering around 10th, 11th for a while, just not quite on the pace. I'm not sure if that is been due to something else though.
Okay, well, they're listed as in the pit, so it could actually be that was literally right before the red flag that they suffered a problem. They're only 13th, so they must have been running pretty much at the bottom of the sort of regular running GTOs anyway, and they've dropped 2 laps off of that 11th, 12th battle between round 3 and Hitman. But yeah, any car that's listed in the pits now would have been in the pits before the red flag, so it's possible that that's what's going on. I don't see anything particularly unusual from their lap time history. So yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe they're currently suffering a problem. I assume, and I think I remember in WRL rules that they would have to stop work during this red flag. So hopefully they're on the ball there, because certainly I can't remember which race it was, but it was a couple of years ago where a whole bunch of cars ended up getting penalties straight after a green flag because they weren't aware of that rule or fell afoul of that rule. So hopefully they stopped working, if that is an issue they're going through at the moment.
Still under the red flag conditions here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Cleaning up a mess over there in turn number 4 as we had a car go off. Sounds like potentially losing the brakes going into that corner and making some contact. As soon as we have any other updates on that, of course, we'll pass them along to you. Ryan West has gone to gather some information for us. When he gets back, I'm sure he'll have a briefing for us. Just an update from the racetrack itself. The weather has warmed up a little bit, 50 degrees Fahrenheit now the temperature, so we've gained about 15 degrees from when we started this morning, so definitely a lot warmer. Hopefully the track continues to warm up, gives us some great racing. We've seen this new track surface take quite a bit of rubber from the tires of these cars, which is good to see, of course. Obviously want to continue to build up that grip and build up the opportunities for some great wheel-to-wheel racing action in the closing 4 laps of today. We're approaching halfway through this event, about 3 hours 45 minutes down, 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. 122 laps in the books here today. And as we are still under the red flag, of course, tomorrow, like I said, we'll be back here for another 7-hour event. And next up on the schedule will be at the end of April. We're going to head over to Road America to continue our season. There are going to be some great action. We'll carry all the coverage live here on the World Racing League YouTube channel. You can see April 26th to 28th for Road America. Then we're going to have a month, actually 2 months off, as May was scheduled to be Daytona. That unfortunately has been canceled for the season due to some maintenance at the racetrack. So next round after Road America, we'll head to Charlotte, June 28th to 30th for some great racing there. July 26th is when we kick off the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta event. Going to be another solid one there. Of course, Charlotte going to be one of the longer events of the year at 13 hours. High Plains Raceway in September, another 12-hour event. And then we're going to head in October down to Watkins Glen International. That's always a really fun racetrack to put on an event there. November, Sebring for the second last event of the season. Then we'll wrap up the season in December at Circuit of the Americas for the National Championship weekend.
Have you happened to seen the entry list for Road America at the moment?
I have not. Were you able to get a copy of that as of yet?
Yeah, I've looked at it up on a Motorsport Reg, and it is fantastic. 70 cars, so
Wow.
currently entered for the race. 32 of them in GTO. We're expecting to see most of the regulars that we've had here today. We'll see a couple more additions. Like we'll see Matt Connolly Motorsports join us again. ACP Tangerine Associates, TLM USA. They're expected to be there on hand. Currently 20 entries in GP1, which is fantastic. I mean, we'll see like Edge Auto Sports, Montgomery Motorsports. They'll be coming back for that big mission. Motorsports, another big team. Someone I haven't seen in a while, KBT Racing. They've run a C5 Corvette in WRL in the past. So great to see that car hopefully back on track with us. GP2, we're looking at 10 entries as well. So yeah, we could see a really good event there. I'm really looking forward to that.
It definitely does look like a solid list, and I mean, even looking at the GTU field, obviously only 3 cars here today, all the Team Stratus entries. But for that one at Road America, we're actually expecting at least 5 cars, with the Team Dawn Motorsports team coming on board and Team Hera Flight Racing as well going to be there. So great battles all throughout the field, each and every class. Going to bring us some great racing action at Road America. Of course, that coming up at the end of the month here, as the red flag condition is still on the racetrack here. Just making sure that everyone is okay out there on the circuit. Obviously, had a reason to put the red flag out. As soon as we do have any information, again, we'll pass it along to you. But first and foremost, we're just going to make sure everyone is okay.
All right, we're back under full course yellow here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course after recovering from a red flag. As soon as we have an update on the driver being taken away for some care, I will provide that to you pending the release of that information, legally, of course. But the race resuming, as it were, and the driver being transported. So again, as soon as we have an update for that, I will let you know. But we're going to be doing at least 3 laps here of full course yellow to allow everybody to pit under the yellow. This was a discussion that was had in the drivers' meeting beforehand on Friday, that any red would result in at least a 3-lap full course yellow after the leader was picked up. Got to give everybody the same opportunity to dive for the pit lane. So with 3 hours and 40 minutes remaining here on Saturday's race, we'll be able to get back going racing here within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. I'm Ryan West. We're joined by Robert Hill Jr. and then featuring Scott Michaels for the rest of the way here with Jordan Worth on the 1s and 2s. So we reset here to some degree the strategy of the race, as this yellow is going to provide an opportunity for most cars to get a cheap pit stop here as far as losing track position. Now, given the way the timing system looks because of the red flag, we're going to have to wait for this to cycle around a couple times before we can speak definitively about how that's going to play out. The 66 had just stopped, and I believe the 369 owes a stop. So that's the one I know off the top of my head, and indeed the 369 comes to the pit lane here. The Chattanooga Touringwagon BMW M3. The 392 of Harrison Motorsports at the front of the GP1 field also chooses to take to the pit lane here and get some fuel under this full course yellow period. The safety car had picked up the next car on track and or the leader, which was one of the GP2 Mustangs. The 74 of AOA Racing also comes to pit lane here. They're going to go ahead and fuel the car. I did get a firm answer on the pit prior, or the sort of pit procedure for the 89X using the vent jug. So that is written into the rules that if you have a dual-sided fueling system like that, where you can fuel either left or right, you're allowed to do that with I believe it can only be a 1-inch hose on the vent side, and the vent jug has to be clearly marked. So there's a handful of teams that opt to do it that way. There's a discriminator valve system that is in play as well that can also work. But that is, again, I guess some teams do that and some teams don't. But it depends on the track setup, the car, etc. For example, the 74 team and their BMW ran to the hot side of the pit lane, as it were, to fuel the car over there. So, Scott, I know that pit stops have been one of your sort of hobby horses, if you will, in WRL about trying to optimize, and it seems like that's another route ripe for optimization among a lot of these entrants, at least in the GTO class.
Yeah, I agree. It's I don't want to say it's like the lowest hanging fruit, because there's so many variables with the driving and the car setup and strategy, things like that. But certainly it's the one with the most observable variables, where you really can just forensically analyze what happens in the minute or two that the car's sat in the pits, and just every element of it is ripe for optimization. So yeah, seeing teams figuring out brand new stuff like that is exciting. And yeah, hopefully we'll keep seeing those pit stop procedures develop as we keep getting new cars, because obviously new things are possible with new cars. I'm actually so I just popped back as you were in the middle of that that explanation. Which specific cars was it that have developed that system?
So it was the 89X, which is it's no longer the current gen, but the previous gen Aston Martin, the sort of 2019 to...
Right, so it is a GT4 car then?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, my assumption would have been that those GT4 cars wouldn't have as much freedom with that sort of thing. So that's kind of surprising that they found that with such a sort of modern and technological car.
Indeed, I was a little surprised that was the way the fuel system was linked, and I spoke with RJ briefly, and he said, well, there is a valve set up, but it does work a little bit better if you can open the valve on that other side and have it. So I'm like, oh, okay. So apparently it's a little bit lower tech, obviously, because you don't have stuff connected left to right as far as the fuel socket or probe location is concerned. So fewer moving parts, I guess, and it ventilates really well. So
yeah, and I assume the reason why it has them on both sides is just because you have racetracks with pit lane on either side.
Right, which is curious because I sort of thought that all GT4 cars had that system. And I've just watched as the BMW teams fueled, or the AOA BMW team fueled on the right side of the car, even though that's the track side and the pit wall side's on the left.
Yeah,
so I'm kind of, I don't know how that works specifically, I guess.
It seems like it would be an oversight for an IMSA/FIA/ actually it is, GT4 is an FIA class, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or at least it's involved in some FIA racing. SRO, FIA, IMSA style car, you would have thought that would be an oversight to not put the fueling capability on both sides of the car. So if there are any GT4s that don't have it, that's surprising.
Indeed, and I mean the Porsches, for example, and especially the Cup cars, but I believe the GT4 as well. It's traditionally on the hood, because it's rear engine, of course, the fuel tank is in the nose.
Yeah,
and so you always fuel it from the. It is. You still fuel them from the center. On top of the hood, which I thought was an elegant solution, but you're still having to reach over the front of the car. And so I imagine that is indeed slower than having it on one side or the other. But I'm pretty sure you still fuel those from the center.
Yeah, imagine it's faster than it being on the wrong side,
right,
than it being on the right side.
No, it's a compromise for sure. But I mean, in a situation where this Aston Martin has it on both sides, the road car Porsche, you fill from the fender. Like the filler neck is, basically right behind the front tire on the left side.
Here's a question. Is the type of racing that GT4 cars are designed for, is that typically racing where the pit crew waits for the driver and therefore it doesn't matter which side the fuel is on?
I thought about that, and I think like 5 or 6 years ago I would probably lean towards that. But these cars run like the Nürburgring and other endurance series like that where you don't necessarily change the driver every stint. And that used to be the siren song, the excuse of why GT4 cars from 2013 or before. As we come back to green here, I'll finish that thought in a second. The 60 is going to go right around the 66, the restart. The 123 and the 225, the Mercedes and the BMW of Thunder Bunny Racing, or the Mercedes and the Supra of Thunder Bunny Racing, a little bit held up by having to start behind a slower class car there. Not going to get the run into turn one that they were hoping for. The rest of the field's going to cycle through. So there they are. That BMW moves offline and lets another one of the GT4 cars through. Just to finish that thought, Scott, for a while that was an excuse that was given for older GT4 cars was, well, they're not endurance raced anyway. It's all sprint racing. But nowadays, that's not the case at all.
That wasn't the point I was getting at. This is only an issue because in America, you have to start a pit stop with the crew behind the wall, right? Or on the wall.
Correct, yeah.
Oh,
I'm thinking in Europe, if the fueler is just waiting for the driver, he can wait on either side of the car. It doesn't really matter.
Interesting. I didn't think about that. Okay, all right. Fair enough. I mean, I still feel like you'd want to minimize any risk and you'd want the person on the wall side, right?
What?
You get back across the wall quicker.
Ideally, but from an engineering standpoint, having two, just engineering the car, you would want as little redundancy as you can get away with.
That's fair. All right.
So it's a compromise either way. But yeah, if you're used to types of racing where the crewman can wait on either side of the car and it makes no difference to the time, then you wouldn't bother building to it unless there was some other performance advantage. But if it vents better that way, then they should do it forwards. Unless that's just not allowed in FIA, SRL.
I would imagine it's not. I've literally never seen that before. And then RJ was very convinced that this happens semi-frequently. But I've never seen that before, and I like to think that I watch a lot of endurance racing, especially at this level. Frankly, I watch this a lot. I watch this more than I watch any other type of racing at this point.
Yeah, and you certainly pay attention to
exactly.
those details. So.
Yeah.
The 90 car is right behind the 89X for what it's worth. At least it was at the start of the lap.
Yep, and we did have the 89X on board at one point available as they're kind of at the front of this gaggle.
That one is running, as is the 90s. So I don't know if we have it. Here
the 90 does not provide a link pull for us. So
no, but the 89 does, and we have it on the.
Yes, exactly. So this is on board the much talked about 89X Aston Martin with the fuel
with the
vent
fancy
can
fuel
situation.
system.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, is it fancy? Like, that seems like that's just a pretty
It's innovative.
straightforward solution to a
Yeah,
problem.
honestly,
like,
it really is.
Well, it's a solution to a problem that is not seen often. So
Right.
it's one of those things where that is an obvious
Oh my
solution,
gosh.
but only if you're thinking about this type of racing.
Look at how the 70 just goes past these two cars as if they're like sitting still. That's got to have Cole or Josh Balicki in the car right now. They are hauling the mail, getting that car going. Probably easier to get temperature in the rear tires of a Porsche as well, given that you've got all that weight over the back. So maybe up to speed a little bit quicker.
I mean, we saw that car earlier on today, Ryan, where it was really, really fast. It was up there competing for the lead. Unfortunately, got caught off sequence and trapped laps down at this point. It absolutely would have been a front runner at this point had it still been on the lead lap. So the 70 machine absolutely going to make quick work of some of these guys because it's just faster. The drivers have done a great job so far. Cole, Josh, whoever else is in the car. Not sure which driver is behind the wheel of that 70 machine right now, but they've done a great job. And as we ride on board here with the 89X, last time by, they did get passed by the Toyota R&D Racing number 90 machine, so they dropped down to 5th overall and 3rd in class in the GTO field.
Yeah, so this third place runner here, unfortunately the car ahead, not for position. We are looking for the 90, and I believe that is the 74 ahead of it. I think. Yeah, that is not the 90.
I believe you're correct. I believe that is the OA 70.
Yeah, so the 90 is a little bit further up the track there. I think probably at the front of that next train is what I would guess, given the gap was 1.5 seconds before. Or indeed, maybe they've already dispatched the 90.
The 59 should be right behind them as well, based on timing and scoring.
Yeah, let's see.
Speaking of, I kept an eye on I think it was the 89 on board, or maybe it was actually no, I think it was the 28 on board. They had one of the Stratus cars right ahead of them at the restart. And obviously, if tyres are ever going to be stone cold,
it's them.
After a 1 hour red flag.
Right.
And the Stratus car had no problem getting up to speed. It was definitely taking its time in traffic more than it necessarily needed to, but obviously just being safe. But the car had no shortage of pace right from the green flag. So I'm guessing it was just can we have a weather update? What was the weather like this morning? How has it progressed through the day?
It's just supposed to be cold. It was sunny it was sunny for a good portion of the day, but the clouds sort of come and go, and they come and completely cover the circuit. So I don't think the surface temperature has been able to get up very high. There was one on board that I swear it looks like you can see, and I think it was on the Random Vandals on board, you can see as they go into the keyhole, it almost looked like there was a stream running across part of turn 2 on the exit, just of like the water draining out of the grass or something.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of standing water there. It seemed like just that one area of the racetrack did not want to dry up whatsoever. And of course, it is still rather cool down there as well, only 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and actually has a wind chill, which has us about 45, 46, so not too warm at all.
Yeah, exactly. I think I might be able to get a track temperature update at some point here. I'll be able to head down and do that. If you give me just one moment, talk amongst yourselves.
Absolutely. As we do watch some of these battles out there on the racetrack, looks like we had a spinner in turn number 11 was able to continue on. It was the 41 machine, which is the Rockwell Autosport Development GP2 car, and he was actually running up there in the top 3, so 3rd in class in GP2, running into a little bit of an issue there, Scott, but able to continue on. And we've seen a fair share of that today. Drivers just having little spins by themselves, but able to continue on and keep us green.
While we were talking, that change for 5th overall happened. Stratus 59 overtaking the 89X Aston Martin. Obviously, that's a GTU car passing a GTO car, so not hugely relevant. But
of course,
that Stratus car is going to be. It's only 2.8 seconds behind the number 90 Toyota at this point. So that car's, which in turn is only 16 seconds off of 3rd. So we could have a Stratus 1, 2, 3 in the next hour or so, based on the pace of the Stratus MPO ones. We also have a really good battle on track. I don't know if it's something Jordan might be able to pick up, but the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cup car that you guys were just talking about, and the 766 Thunder Bunny car, they are the two I hesitate. Yeah, I'm pretty confident they're the two fastest GTO cars on the track right now, and they're nose to tail within a second of each other, battling for 7th overall, and 1, 2, 3, 4th in class in GTO class. So yeah, two very, very fast cars. Unfortunately, it looks like there's a lap between them and the kind of group we were just talking about with the 90 and the 89, with Stratus 59 in the middle. But yeah, those two are having a great race. Thunder Bunny, I assume that's still a Supra. They usually are. Yeah, so it's a Porsche Cup car versus a GT4 Supra. And I can't give any more details than that because I still haven't seen these cars running.
That's totally fine. Scott, another thing to mention, Scott, and I was curious about your take on this because you've had opinions about whether tracks rubber in or not. There are quite a few.
Have I?
I think it was you that was trying to tell me at one point that you don't even believe that track rubbering in even exists.
That doesn't sound like something I would say.
Okay, somebody in this grouping of people tried to sell that to me once. And
No, that is absolutely not. As someone who has done a lot of bicycle racing on kart tracks, where bicycle rubber and karting rubber doesn't mix, tracks absolutely rubber in.
Like actual bicycles?
Yeah. I'm an elite level cyclist.
Well, look at you.
Yeah,
he's
Ryan
an
likes to take.
elite sportsman.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you can see how the line, especially in this shot right here, Jordan went ahead and pulled it up for me. Thank you, Jordan. You can see how the line has sort of varied as the track has rubbered in and or changed, because we are the first grouping to have used the new surface here.
Oh, interesting. Let's hope we get better luck here than Sonoma had.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I don't know if that joke's already been made today.
Great. It is not.
Oh, right. Wow.
Well, it's the same thing.
too.
They had that same issue at Laguna Seca last year, where the track was starting to come up and there was divots and such. So I think it is likely the same group of contractors, that did it, because those two tracks are only at worst 3 hours apart, and with no traffic much closer. And the contractor certainly is in the middle between the two, just given how the cities and geography work out. But I did see also on that shot, kind of looking at turn 4, that as you come up into turn 5, there's already some rippling in the surface. You can just see on the inside right there, and watch how everybody goes right around it. Mustang didn't really care.
You say,
look at it. It's got texture to it.
Yeah, but part of me wonders if that's an ABS locking type of, like, it's something that gets exaggerated by that. But
right.
I also see a lot of patches around the track, particularly in turn 1. So is this a brand new surface the whole way around the circuit, or are we?
That's what I was told, was that the whole surface was getting repaved. This is new.
Yeah, Jordan's found the patch.
Great job, Jordan. Legendary.
Yeah,
I'm skeptical, but
I'm skeptical too. But I've been told by all the track people that they're very excited for the new surface. They've also installed new chain link in a lot of places.
Okay.
So they've put effort into this. I'm pretty sure this part is new.
Oh,
it didn't look like this yesterday.
This looks reasonable, yeah. I would believe that this is brand new, but
the turn 1 may not.
Not
be.
convinced about the turn 1 area.
Yeah, I gotcha. And I can see not wanting to reprofile that so much, given that it's kind of a high-speed corner, and if they already have the patch in there, and that's the way that turn works, you kind of leave it alone, I would suppose.
One thing I might have mentioned at some point, and this is purely because I don't personally understand the physics of it, is the idea of rain washing rubber off of the track. I wasn't aware that rubber dissolved, so that part I've never got my head around.
Is water not a surfactant? Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea what that means.
I was just thinking the same thing, Scott.
So
glad that's not just me.
Anyway,
and I've been a physics teacher, so but. Yeah, I just the idea, I know it happens. Like, it's very obvious from evidence, but I don't know what the mechanism that washes rubber off a track. I feel like if you just left a piece of tarmac with some rubber on top and poured water on it, the rubber wouldn't just go away. I don't know how that happens. So that might be what I've mentioned before that you've conflated with me being a non-believer in tracks rubbering in. But no, tracks certainly rubber in. And a brand. So this is, you say this is the very first weekend that cars have been on this new surface. That will definitely have an effect. And certainly, cars that struggle maybe to get their tires up to temperature, or struggle to just put weight and force and downforce into the racetrack, such as the MPO ones might. yeah, I could see them struggling. See that being a reason why they would struggle at the beginning of the race. I certainly don't think they're struggling now to get their tire, to get purchased and getting their tires up to temperature. As we can see from the lap times at the moment, and obviously we're now, I assume, about 20 minutes into this green flag run, but we've got the leading Stratus car in the 31s. The 59 is even faster in the low 31s, and then the 58 is in the 33s, whereas all the GTO cars are in more or less all in 33s and above. Exception being the 766 Thunder Bunny Supra. The one I was talking about was right on the tail of the number 70 Porsche Cup car, but that's actually dropped 6 seconds down, so that still has pace. So I'm going to quickly take a look at the lap time history. Yeah, there was a 136 in there, followed by 34, so I'm guessing those two cars caught some traffic, and the 766 got the raw end of the deal. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that, especially as there's a 74 AOA. What car is that? It's an M4. Is that a new car for AOA? That car is 6.5 seconds behind the Thunder Bunny Supra. Genuine question, is that a new car for the AOA racing? I've only really seen them attached to Masters before.
Did they have that one out at Barber, Ryan? I don't think they did.
Seems like Ryan stepped away for a second. He'd certainly be the one to have the answer to that question. I was commentating on some of Barber, if not all of it, and I don't remember seeing that car, but my memory's atrocious, so I'm not going to trust it.
What was the question?
AOA Racing number 74, is that?
Yes.
That's a brand new car, is it?
I believe so. They haven't run it in WRL very much, if at all. But I think they run it off and on in like SRO and or Creventic when they come to the United States. AOA runs higher end cars in other stuff from time to time. But this is the first time we've seen that car, I believe, in WRL recently.
Yeah, I don't have much memory of seeing AOA in GTO at all, to be honest, let alone with an M4.
Well, they had a TCR that they had talked about maybe running here at one point, back when the TCR was like a very competitive option.
And Audi?
Yeah. They have it was bright yellow, and like there's pictures of it rolling around like Daytona or something. But they have other cars in the stable. But I agree. I think this is the first time we've seen the new BMW in their hands here in WRL. But I'm happy to be corrected on that. Surface temperature anywhere from 55 to 60 degrees right now. So in spite of the lack of direct sunlight, still much warmer than the ambient temperature by about 20 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah.
Still cool, but a big difference from the ambient for sure. So
yeah, the grass was frozen when I was placing cameras this morning.
Wow.
So I was like, oh, it's dried up, and like it wasn't dry, it was just solid. I'm like, oh,
so
okay.
You're just walking on it, you can hear it crunching underneath your feet. Yeah.
We are about to get the change for third overall and get a Stratus GTU 123. The 59 is 1.8 seconds behind Thunder Bunny Racing, number 225. And they have been upwards of 3 seconds a lap faster. So we might be able to spot that one. I don't think either of those cars have onboards that are working.
One of them did, the blue one, so the 59.
Oh, really?
Question
Okay.
mark?
I tried looking through them earlier. The 59, well, that is the one we're looking for.
Okay. Oh, it worked yesterday, I guess. I don't know if we saw it today or not.
I was quickly flicking through them a couple of hours ago, and I couldn't find one that worked.
I don't believe we've had an onboard with a Stratus car as of yet today.
So then it was yesterday that we found it, and it was pulled in and working.
And then they forgot to turn it on.
The 60 is off cycle from the other two cars, but I would imagine with the yellow and red that is no longer the case. But during the early yellows, the 58 and the 59 came in, and the 60 stayed out.
The 59 is the yellow one, based on the fact that I just saw a yellow Stratus car with number 59 on the side of it from our external cameras.
Yes.
So Jordan's managed to find him.
Beautiful. The 60 is green. I know that. The onboard was labeled on the onboard the blue one, so that's why it was kind of a. So
we're looking at. Oh no, actually that's the Porsche, isn't it? That the Stratus car was just overtaking. We're looking for a Supra, so it must be that Supra at the front of this group.
Right there, yeah.
And then the Stratus MPO one going around the outside of the carousel. That is the 3rd place overall car coming past now, and the 4th place coming past now. But yeah, the MPO1 definitely has a lot more pace, but seems to, as is typical of these GTU cars, get a bit more stuck in traffic than GTOs tend to for obvious reasons. It's harder to pass in corners than it is on straights. The car has all of its pace advantage in the corners rather than the straights. I'm noticing a lot more, not a lot more, but more variety in GTO cars than I think I noticed at Barber. Like we've got, just from looking at the external cameras, we've got obviously our regular GT4 cars, but we've also got the Ginetta, which I know is...
Ginetta's been around.
I know it has, but I don't remember seeing... Certainly there weren't any competitive at Barber.
They continue to have issues at Barber. They were really good at Eagles Canyon because that's a Ginetta with a V8 that they've modified.
Yes.
So that's a
Yeah,
car that I think is difficult to make lap time with, though, because you still have to be on the attack because it's so light. It has a V8, but the top end power is not there.
Right. It's I was just saying that I was just thinking and about to say that was a GT4 car, but actually the G55 is a GT3 car technically, isn't it? Or it can be GT3 homologated?
Not with that bodywork. I think that is the closer to GT4 one.
Okay. I didn't know if there was I don't honestly on the international scene. I don't really keep up with GT4 cars all that much.
There is a GT3 Ginetta. I don't think this is that one. I think this is the school car, track day car.
Right. So it's not really.
You can convert it to the GT4 car if you want one.
Right. Okay. Cool. I didn't. I hadn't figured out that particular spec existed.
Yeah.
I was thinking this was a detuned version of the one that they tune up to GT3.
No. So this is the one that usually has the V6. But they've taken the V6 out and put a Chevy crate motor in.
And what's usually in the GT3 adjacent one?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
I think it might be the Ford V6. Well, now it's almost certainly a 3.5 with a turbo.
This battle for 3rd overall is nose to tail, by the way, on screen.
Yep.
In fact, the move is being made right now. So that has now changed, and we have Stratus cars 1, 2, 3 overall.
And I think is that the 70 having unlapped itself?
You'd have to tell me. I haven't got the liveries down here. Is there more than one Porsche Cup car out there?
No.
Okay, then yes, it is. Yes, that is the 70 because it is definitely a Porsche Cup car.
Yep, and then that is Scott. That's the lead Thunder Bunny car now because the purple one is no longer. That is the car. The blue one is the car.
Right. Well, the purple one is that the 766 that's running 8.
No, the purple one was the 111, and it was crashed at Barber.
Okay.
So
there's no more.
Yeah, it does not exist.
Non-existent. Yeah.
The 225 is the main car now.
Okay. Right. Yeah, that's not how I interpreted what you said.
Right.
Cool. Got it. So yeah, that is 225 is in the overall, not the overall, the GTO class leader. So that would be the 70 unlapping itself. And it is only one lap, well, now less than one lap down.
Well, and then they had this issue, a few hours ago, too, where they've been at the back end of the lead lap, and they, keep not quite getting the benefit of the caution because then they can't stop. And so, but now that 70 has got the pace right back in it.
Well, this is a little bit unusual. We don't often have the GTUs ahead of the GTO. So that car still wouldn't get a wave around if a safety car came out, would it? Because
no.
Well, firstly, I haven't even noticed. Do we have full safety cars, or are we doing FC?
No, we're doing safety cars.
It is full safety car. But if one came out, it wouldn't get a wave around because the overall leader is the Stratus car.
Correct, but they kept getting caught on the because then if the leader pits, then and they ended up repeatedly with the leader behind them in the queue, not very far.
Right.
So they're really hoping to get away here, and then that Supra's drawing ever closer to the 70 now.
Yeah, so what they need to do is build a gap and then have the 60 end up in between them and the leader, the class leader, and then they can get brought back round.
Right.
Which is, the bigger you can make the gap, the higher the probability of that happening, but it is a probability game.
But they've, like I said, they've taken a swing at that, chance 2 or 3 times, and it's never worked out.
All day.
Yeah, all day they've been on the cusp of is it going to work out, and it never quite gets there.
Anytime it looks like they're going to be able to do it, the full course caution comes out and they're just trapped again. It's so unfortunate for them because they do have a really, really fast car, just not getting the opportunities.
You say that, but right now they're only 3/10 faster.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
On a one-lap sample, they're only 3/10 faster than the Thunder Bunny car. So it's going to take a while.
The Thunder Bunny car has turned the wick up because they were a second or two a lap faster for a while. So now I think the Thunder Bunny, the 225, having responded, trying to keep that car in its sights and hopefully pin it a lap back down. Because I think with the pace that 70 has, if they get brought back around to be at the end of the line, basically on the lead lap, the pace of that car I think is going to be hard to stop in a closing stint.
Well, we're watching them right now, and the Thunder Bunny, based on 3 corners I've watched here,
right?
But the Thunder Bunny car is right behind it. Doesn't look like there's any lack of pace in that Supra. And if you look at fastest laps, the
they're pretty close.
The Supra has the edge.
Right.
So tomorrow they'll be starting ahead at this rate of the 70 car. But yeah, so if that really is the car the Thunder Bunny team are worried about, then all they have to do is stay attached to that rear bumper, and unless the 60 just happens to get right in between them as the yellow comes out, then they're going to keep trapping them a lap down.
Right.
It doesn't look like right now with this current combination of drivers, who presumably are the 2 fastest drivers that have been in that car all day, because they're both right on the fastest laps within half a second. But with this current combination of drivers in those 2 cars, it doesn't look like that's an issue.
I believe the slow driver has already done or the slower driver anyway, has already done the stint in the 70. The other 2 are a former Cup driver and also WRL champion Cole Lofsgaard. The driving lineup in that car is
it's quite the combo.
Yeah.
Well, what they need is the 225 to have a slower driver in the car.
Yes, they do.
Otherwise, it's just going to be stagnant, and they're going to get stuck there.
Right.
They are significantly faster, at least on the last lap.
I was going to say, they opened a gap here.
They are in some pretty decent traffic, though. You just saw it go by the shot, and the 225 kind of got stuck behind a little bit of slower lap traffic, and the 70 was able to maneuver its way through just a little bit easier.
Well, the other thing to consider is that before they take the lead, they've got to get on the podium. But they are significantly faster on average lap time than the 89X ahead of them.
Right.
So that gap's going to close up. Again, a safety car wouldn't help if the 60 got between them. So the smaller they can make that gap, the smaller the chance that the 60 will end up getting between them and the 89X, and the safety car would ruin that.
Right.
The gap is 45.8 seconds right now, and on that last lap they were only 3/10 faster. But they've been, I'd say, doing some quick sort of eyeball maths, 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster than the 89X on average.
Mm-hmm.
So that gap obviously will close up in sort of 15 laps or so at the current rate.
We've got 3 hours to go, so there's still some time to sort this out for sure. We've got some pit stops still to come. Not soon anyway, but we're still gonna need to. There's more variables in play so far.
We say not soon. We should be about halfway through a fuel run, should we?
Yeah.
At this point.
Let me see if I can
roughly halfway, I do believe, yeah.
So we got a Supra in between those two, a different Supra in between those 2 cars. I wonder which one that is. It's not going to be the Thunder Bunny 766, is it? But that car is only 4 seconds behind the 70 now. There it is, in fact. I assume that's it. They look more like a TRD livery than a Thunder Bunny livery.
Let's see.
Too many Supras in one shot. I can't deal with this.
There is a lot of Supras here today, that is for sure.
We can see 3 Supras right now, which is annoying. After I just said that I'd noticed a really good variety.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been pretty normal variety we got here.
So that red, white, and black one I'm guessing is the 766.
Yes.
As I just see, the 90 has made contact with a BMW.
That'll cost you a lap more times than not.
He didn't even make the pass, let alone the BMW spinning. This was in the left-hander before the carousel. I apologize for not having my corner names down at Mid-Ohio. It's not one of the tracks I'm that familiar with, at least corner name-wise. There was definite contact. The driver was making the kind of move you expect to be given space with on a lapped car, but it was only in the rear quarter panel, so he wasn't fully alongside. So we'll see if, in WRL, by the letter of the law, it's any contact is, if you're at fault, it's a penalty. So we'll see how that gets responded to. But that would be the 5th place overall car, so that would have consequences.
Well, that'll have consequences. That'll move the number 70 onto the podium. Like that gets them closer, and then all they have to do is hunt down the 89, and they have 2nd.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. While I don't think it's our responsibility to not report stuff like that, I wouldn't want to.
Right. Yeah. No.
Of course.
Go too far.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, of course.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. I agree. And if it gets reported, they're going to ask for the video card anyway. So.
Yeah.
Like that used to be the complaint was like, oh well, if it's on the broadcast, then you can see it if you make a mistake. It's like right, but now you have to have a camera, and they ask for the video card if you get called in. So. And
there it is. Just got reported on the log. It was the 522 of the Choice Racing team, the GP1 class, alongside the 90 of Toyota R&D.
Interesting. So we're gonna get to my favorite part of the weekend here, wherein I talk about stuff that doesn't really matter because it's not super relevant.
What do you got for us?
I have the irresponsible math page up. For GTO. So for overall, it looks like the 60 is the favorite, which has actually worked out quite well for them, given that they made that strategy call at the beginning of the race, and that has now led to them sort of being in the lead and called for the race victory. Right now, we've got about a 65% confidence that the 225 is going to bring it home in first. The 90 likely to come in second. Like, granted, they just got a penalty issued, so maybe. So, like, that's still to play.
Did they get? It was sorry, I haven't got the.
It's under investigation.
I'd be surprised if it was a penalty that suddenly.
Right, but like that's now up in the air. That's now like a question mark. Right. The 89 firmly in third, but 4th place, no respect for the 70.
Really?
The 70's favored for 7th, and then
7th.
has small chances at 4th, 5th, and 6th. But it says the 74 of AOA Racing is more likely to come home in 4th position than anybody else, really.
That is a wild prediction.
It is.
That is absolutely wild.
So,
no idea where that's coming from.
I'm sure that there's a vagary of having not done very many green flag runs.
Does that car happen to be going slightly longer than everyone else, or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. I think, again, I don't think that's very good data because we've had so many yellows. So if we get a couple hours of green running here, we can try again. But like as of right now, no respect for the 70 whatsoever.
That's surprising.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the 70 went further on the first stint, which looks like the most green one.
They did.
So that makes no sense whatsoever. Even mathematically, I don't know where that's coming from. But
yeah.
Cool.
Well, talk to your boy Joseph about it.
Well, no, it's called irresponsible maths for a reason. So.
Right. No, absolutely.
I can see some doubts about the 70 versus the 766. That car looks fast, and it has a fastest lap.
Yeah.
And it's right there. And then doubts about whether the 70 will be able to catch the 89X, although based on pure pace and amount of time remaining, it shouldn't have a problem there.
Right.
But so that would be worst case scenario 5th. I don't know where 7th is coming from, but
yeah, 7th would be a rather large drop for them, a couple of spots back.
We still need one more car.
That also doesn't have the pace. It's like I wonder if it assumes that the 70 needs an extra stop.
That's
for
what I was
whatever
asking
reason.
if the other cars have been running longer, but
they haven't. Like yeah. So in any case, not very useful at this moment, but something to keep an eye on at least. But they think that the top 3 right now is going to stay pretty steady. So any movement by the 70 will.
Well, yeah, because we very much disagree with that.
complexion.
We think the 70 is going to move into the top 3. The 89X looks very vulnerable at the moment.
Right. And they may get a driver change as well that will lead to them being more competitive. So, like, you know, it's you don't know until you know. But I figured, hey, you know, with 3 hours to go, we may as well take a crack at this and see what happens.
I'm trying to get my Supras in a line because we've got 2 of them right next to each other. One of them is the 766, and I think it's just overtaken the 225. So it's just unlapped itself. I got that right? Jordan is following it.
Yes.
These 2.
Yes, that's correct.
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's another car unlapping itself on the 225. Which I don't think that car's that slow. It's doing 32s irregularly. In fact, 31 did its personal best fastest lap of the race, which is a.
But then it's just done 2 34s in a row.
What?
It's given away all that time right back.
I think that the time it just did 2 laps ago will put it on pole in GTO tomorrow, won't it? There's no faster GTO car.
No, there's not.
So and
but
yet
they just gave all that time right back, and then
yeah, it's crazy because it's just had 2 cars unlap themselves from it in the last 10 laps or so, and yet it's also stuck itself on pole for tomorrow. What's going on?
I don't know.
Drivers not dealing with traffic very well, or making mistakes, or
it's probably Laura Hayes driving that car, who is no slouch behind the wheel of the Supra at this point.
Well, clearly it's fast.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Are we going to try to have a look on the inside? No. Can we get down the inside of the Mustang?
Overall, by the way. 128.299 by the number 60 Stratus car. That actually puts it on pole because the 58 had the fastest lap before. So that's somewhat relevant for tomorrow. Well, it's very relevant in GTU for tomorrow.
Right.
And actually taking a look at the GTO quickest times, that 131.79 by the 225 Thunder Bunny team was the 4th quickest fast lap of the day in that class. The quickest car is a car that joined us really late, the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks with a 131.084. A 770 for Hitman Racing in the 34 team, and Thunder Bunny Racing 766 with a 131.786, 3rd quickest of that group.
Yeah, that's what I get for not scrolling down. Although the Thunder Bunny car being 4 thousandths of a second faster, I completely missed that. But yeah, still very, very quick.
Absolutely.
Not that many cars putting in the fastest laps in there recently. Rockwell Autosport Development just did on the previous lap, and a couple more further down the field.
Scott, another Supra approaches.
Oh god,
the 11 of Kingpin is now going to get caught into that situation with the 225. They lost a little bit of time there, coming down the back straight.
What colors is the Toyota R&D Racing number 90?
White, red, and black.
Because you see this car on screen right now
is also white, red, and black. Yes,
that
correct.
is a TRD livery. Why is that Thunder Bunny? What are they doing? They're usually purple.
Well, no, the lead Thunder Bunny car is usually purple. The other cars have always been different colors.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But it used to be that it was the purple one and the blue one, and then that red and white one was like the backup car, and then they've had to cycle cars now.
Shuffle them up. Okay. We need non-TRD liveries on Thunder Bunny cars. Oh, yeah.
I agree. But also,
the day.
TRD very much involved with Thunder Bunny now. I don't know what the specifics of the word for that is, because I don't want to say that they're not like a factory team. I don't know if they're getting stuff for free, but there's Toyota engineers here in the Thunder Bunny pit. So supported nonetheless. So they are Toyota adjacent at a minimum.
This feels like a dumb question, but is the number 90?
No.
Okay, so even though that has a name that literally spells
a very
TRD.
Official name, yes.
Yeah.
So the number 90, Scott, is employees at Toyota's research department having built that car themselves.
Right. That's pretty cool.
That is not a GT4 car. It's its own thing. Well, you can tell when you look at the 90 onboard, it's got the road car everything in it still. The steering wheel and the dash and everything.
That's very interesting.
They've run off and on with WRL when time permits, obviously, and they were really competitive at COTA a couple of years ago as well. But that is a factory car, kind of, in that Toyota pays for it, but it's not the race car.
Okay.
It doesn't adhere to any rules, really. mean, it does all these like power to weight championships, obviously, but there's no, it's not homologated. And then because that car ran before the GT4 car was like publicly in existence.
Oh.
So Joseph and I often wondered if there was any amount of discussion between, I think it was Riley that designed and built the GT4 Supras and that Toyota R&D team. Because they look similar. Like a lot of the aero treatments are like pretty close. And so I don't know if that's just a case of there's only one way to skin that cat, or if there was a transfer of information about, hey, we've been doing it this way, it works, you should try it. And then I imagine Bill Riley is more than happy to do it himself too, so, you know. As we wipe away to the next camera here. And then there's another Supra.
I was going to say, that wipe's caught the corner of my eye a few times. Oh.
There we go. Look at that.
Can we get a star?
He's been mixing them in every now and then. And I notice when he does it. I don't know if anybody else does, but I always watch. I chuckle when he does the box.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Look at this. Man, I feel like I'm in 9th grade all over again trying to make cool PowerPoints and slideshows.
No kidding. And then you get to college and your public speaking professor is like, absolutely, under no circumstances can you ever do any of those ever. And you're like, but I learned how to do it.
And then you slide one in anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but then you get a group of idiots like us running a broadcast. It's like, yes.
Right,
more.
yes. Let's do it more. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one right there. I like that one. That's where it's at.
We need like the big spinning one where it just automatically spins and turns into another picture. Like the pinwheel.
Yes.
Now, I happen to know from watching some Jordan West broadcasts that is a favorite. So I imagine if that exists, it's coming up.
So I wonder if Jordan can do the WRL logo and also the Mid-Ohio logo spinning on top of each other as they enter the screen.
Oh my.
Ideally, with no more than about 100 pixels between both logos.
That is amazing.
I don't think shouting Mid-Ohio sounds as good as shouting the Chili Bowl.
Oh, yeah. Man, Jordan is not going to get any sleep tonight. He's just going to prep transitions all night long, so we're ready for some fancy stuff tomorrow. Middle of the show, he's just going to be snoring away.
Yeah, it's all on the rotate. Like, he doesn't even need to do anything. That's, of course, Jordan Worth on production here. Happy to have him join us here at DriversEye Live.
Absolutely.
A big get, as it were. One that I wasn't even convinced that we would ever be able to get, frankly. But
miracles do happen, Ryan.
After some persuasion, we managed to make it happen.
Got that 766 Thunder Bunny car coming back up on the 70 again. They were 8/10 faster in the last lap and only 2.3 seconds behind now. Good race there for 7th and 8th overall, and I probably should filter my timing by GTO so I can see what's
actually happening.
Yeah, I can't remember ever having 3 GTU cars out the front of the field late into a race.
You're right, it doesn't happen very often.
No, so that's the battle for 4th overall.
Where's Billy, by the
fourth
way?
GTO.
Get Billy on the horn. Tell him it's his fault.
Yeah, where's Billy?
I don't know. It's your boy. Like,
actually, it's a good point. I was specifically told that. Well, I actually don't know if it's shareable information, but I was specifically told a certain French car was going to be here.
Oh, that was class. He shared that on the.
He did he?
Okay. Yeah. So that car was in the paddock at Barber with the, or no, it was in the paddock at Texas with the logos on it. And so then I asked about it, and I was like, "Yeah, no, we're going to run this." So I was like, "Oh, okay." We also don't have the Ligier, whatever the sort of GT car, the tube frame one, usually runs with automatic racing. That's not here either.
Why'd you say that as if I wasn't talking about a Ligier already?
Well, no, because there's the Ligier. There's his. It's the GTU car. This is the like GT car.
No, I know.
One.
It's just you said the brand name very specifically.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah. That car I've only seen once. The Ligier GTO. Was it a GTO?
It's a GTO. Yeah.
Yeah.
That car seems like it's a handful to get running.
Right.
Like
car off in the grass.
Oh, there we go. Oh, coming back. Oh, it's 89. So if we come back to the onboard, sometimes it's delayed. No.
Yeah. It was just a. I
or
caught
too
it.
good.
It was for some reason I'm behind Jordan.
All we're
but
gonna get is angry driver. That's about it.
Yeah.
It looked like it was entirely his fault. I'll
All right. Oh,
confirm.
maybe
wow.
not.
Some internet.
That guy's number one.
Some international relations there. You know.
We were talking French and Spanish earlier. That is a universal message right there.
Do you think if you're in the slower car, you didn't see that? Like you're just trying to like make the corner, and you're like making all these yeah, that guy, yeah, it's bad, whatever. And like the guy in the other car is just like driving, just doing his thing. Like how many times does that actually get seen? It's not like you're in karting or in like an F4 car.
I was going to say in karting everything gets seen,
right?
More than you probably want to. But
You look like me in traffic on the highway.
I'm
great transition, just in time. Thank you for that, Jordan. I
Yeah, great job.
I'm just trying to find it now, but
It was right as they
not-
went through turn 1.
As they went through turn 1.
Yeah.
I'm really not convinced there was contact. I think
All
he
right.
just lost it, but I can only see it from his onboard.
Sure.
It certainly wasn't the Porsche that he was waving at that hit him, if anyone did. Unless it's... Yeah.
I mean, I came pretty unglued on somebody in an iRacing race the other day that turned out wasn't the same person. So
I'm
like,
looking at the replay over again, and he absolutely did not get hit by the Porsche. He just tried to go on the outside and lost it.
We'll just
So-
use an iRacing term and blame it on netcode.
That was netcode. Yeah, there you go. Fair enough.
If anyone touched him, it was the BMW behind him, which was not the guy he was waving at. So,
Waving. Is that what we're going to call it now?
yeah, that's what we call it in England.
All right.
That's how you say hello?
We say a lot of things.
I'm used to a more an English insulting motion that requires more wrist movement.
Yeah,
Is my
that one
preferred.
Oh, yes.
It's my preferred one that I use on the freeway. But you know,
That's another kind of wave.
yes. We're here live in Mid-Ohio, these hallowed grounds.
Yes, welcome.
Brought to you by Honda, the world's finest collection of Acura TSXs in the skid pad area behind the paddock, as well as the leftovers from the Holmatro safety team, having given their hand-me-downs to Mid-Ohio after IndyCar had changed sponsors, presumably. Scott, have you picked up the Brumos liveried Supra yet?
Sorry, I'm just reading the definition of the word surfactant.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I wasn't doubting, Ryan, that it existed.
No, that's fine.
I just hadn't heard it. But
you
yes,
know, like as the person in the in our group that doesn't have the science degree, I always feel like I have to, like, when I do say something, like, no, like I know what I'm talking about. So I figured I would just put it out there.
I was not doubting you at all. The question was a Brumos what car?
Supra.
Oh no, another Supra.
Yeah.
His favorite.
I'm trying to right there.
Oh, that
right,
one.
There
There
it
it
is.
is.
Yeah.
Which team is that?
That is, I know that is a Hitman associated car.
I'm pretty convinced I've seen that car before.
Yes, you have.
Yeah. So what team is it then?
No. But they run it out of the Hitman thing. Like it's in their.
Is it
sort
Stoic?
Of, it might be Stoic. It is Stoic. You're right.
That is an incredible first click from me to find a car that I didn't know what the car was, and it happened to be a Supra.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, I've seen Stoic pop up. Not usually a front running team, but there or thereabouts, I think.
Yeah.
In my memory, they're currently running 7th in GTO.
Indeed.
And how many laps? This 150. They've just crossed the line to finish lap 152. So they're actually only a lap and a bit behind. It's a very close race.
It is.
Amongst the top 10 at least.
This camera has adjusted over time.
9.
That is not how I placed it.
Speaking of close battles here, the round 3 racing machine has been really able to close that gap on the 89X just ahead of them. That's the battle for 3rd in the GTO class. Gap now 4 seconds separating those two. A big cut into that from 45 seconds back not too long ago from that 70 round 3 racing machine.
Well, there's only there's less than 10 seconds covering those 3 cars, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So
absolutely,
89X round 3 racing and Thunder Bunny. Although that's the Thunder Bunny car dropping off. So I think last time I mentioned them, it was about 2.5 seconds. But yeah, really good race for 3-car race for the bottom step of the podium at the moment. And the AOA car 30 seconds behind. And sort of closing. I kind of wish I'd love it if Race Hero had a column for like last 5 average or something.
Nah, you got to use Joseph's timing software then. Well, it doesn't give you last 5 average, but it's easier to see.
Right.
The link is in the chat feed thing.
I'm somewhat out of monitors.
Okay.
That always ends up being, well, should really have the race control feed up as well. But yeah, that always ends up being one that gets cold.
Gotcha.
Although one of my onboards is buffering constantly, so I could probably cover that up.
Are you doing this live from your F3 cockpit?
No.
Oh, okay. He does. He does.
Is that something that happens here, Scott?
Not an F3, but
what is
I
it?
have it's essentially a kart seat, but it's what I do my sim racing in.
Very cool.
I have 4 monitors attached to that though, so that would give me enough monitor space. I only have 2 plus a laptop here, so I'm somewhat limited.
So the number 70 draws ever closer, now within 1.2 seconds of the 89X. I reckon the pass is going to come on this lap.
I would definitely say so. That gap is continuously just dropping and dropping, getting closer and closer. That's the battle for 3rd in GTO, obviously 6th overall. We should see that on the screen very shortly as these guys duke it out. 4th position, there it is.
Jordan catches the pass as they come down the hill.
Great work.
70 goes right by. Yep.
No transition necessary. We got it.
So that car, I think, is going to scatter away from the 89X, and they have now put a little bit more time between them and the 2 Thunder Bunny cars.
Scatter away.
Yes.
Okay.
The 38 of Palomar comes down the pit lane at quite a rate of speed. I don't. I don't know.
He's just testing a new line for the racetrack.
But I feel like that was too fast. I don't really know about that one. Palomar, of course, out of Southern California. You know, props to them, etc. Home team advantage for me. But yeah, that was a little on the quick side, I think, for the pit lane here.
It sure did look a little bit too quick. We'll see what happens there.
It's not very often that somebody's noticeably speeding. Like usually, you get the speeding penalties. It's like, oh, that's a shame, but I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that was.
There's a car cruising down the back straight.
That's
here.
incredibly slow.
And is that the PC Racing number 44?
I believe that's the 88 of Zealous Motorsport, the GP1 entry.
Got it. Okay. All right. It is. Yep, indeed. It's got the logo on the side of the little dinosaur type guy. I haven't specifically asked what that logo is of, but indeed, their PC Racing having a wonderfully uneventful race as compared to their last, 10 or so, where they've had constant issues. That 44 is just at the front, clicking off incredible laps in GP1. Harrison having lost a bunch of time at some point. They were contenders in the 392 BMW. We'll probably see them back near the front tomorrow.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been a pretty good day for that GP1 field. We've seen some great driving all throughout, and
so
we should see some more cars back tomorrow as well. Go ahead.
I'm terribly sorry, Robert. That 38 now doing the same speed it was doing down the pit lane, actually on the front stretch.
It has one
which is
speed.
to say, still too slow for racing, but still too fast for the pit lane.
We've also got a change for which position is this?
What position's that?
No, I think it might have already. No, it's the 89X being caught by the 766 because I've gone back to overall rather than class. That's why I got lost.
The 88
it's
has
for
made it to
fourth
the pit.
overall. So
Sorry, Scott.
the 766 should be passing the 89X probably on this lap because it was only 0.6 off at the start of the lap, 4 seconds faster on the previous lap. So that 89X driver is struggling a bit for pace, it seems. Imagine they're getting ready to. No, actually, still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. I was going to say, imagine they're getting ready to put their final driver in, but it might be a little bit early on this next stop, which I imagine we're expecting pretty soon.
We are.
So we're on board with the 89X in 100 by 100 pixel
It has looked
density.
good earlier.
Yeah.
But it comes and goes. Yeah.
So I can't work out if that's the car we were looking for it to.
Race leader to pit road,
Passed
the
by.
Stratus 60.
That move has been made. So I guess that was. I think that blue blur in the distance was the 766 Thunder Bunny Supra. So we've got Supras 1, 2, and 4 now in GTO.
I'm going to mark this now. The number 70 is at 53 seconds behind the number 90. And I imagine that's going to fall rather quickly, given that the 90 is now off the pace compared to where they were even a few laps ago. That car also capable of the ultimate pace to keep up with the leaders, but not currently able to. Wow, and now it comes down to 33.7. So there's a vagary of the timing system there, or I don't know. But
that's the 90 behind the 225.
Yes.
You were talking about the 70 behind the 90, were you not?
Yes,
Right.
I believe you're correct, Scott. Yeah.
Wait, what am I doing wrong? What?
You switched from the gap between the 70 and the 90, and then you switched to the 90 and the 225.
Well, it's just done that too, because the gap from the 70 to the 90 was 53. Now it says 1 lap, and so when the 90 clicked past, it showed the gap for the 225, which is 33 seconds.
So when the 70 comes past in about 20 seconds or so,
yeah,
we'll
then
see
we'll
it.
update
It should still be 50 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that gap for the lead isn't massive. So yeah, it's all still relatively close.
Yeah,
together.
there you go.
52,
51.9. Yeah.
Right. So it's actually no game time on that. Yeah, because it was 53 before. Okay,
Right.
we're
now on the same page.
The fastest car of the top 4 is the 766, which is only 5.8 seconds behind the 70, as the 225 enters the pits, which is the GTO leader.
That's going to be them registering as going out, Scott.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. There's only one loop.
Okay. So
it's
that
back
probably
out.
means that the 90's in the lead at this point.
Probably. Yes, that is correct. They are going to click through in the lead here. No? Oh, it's going to wait for the 225 to come back around. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. That feels tight but doable for 2 more stops. Have the cars been going an hour?
So usually you can do about 75 minutes in a GTO car if you're
Okay,
careful.
in that case, not tight. In fact, I guess if any cars can go another 10 minutes or so, then we'll start to think about them being able to make it on
One stop.
more.
Wow.
Yeah.
One is tough.
Well,
It's definitely going to be pushing it,
It'll
but
be really tough to do one.
if I do the
Now,
maths on the number you just gave me, which was 75
I know,
minutes.
but doing the 75 minutes twice, I have not seen.
Okay.
I would not
Well,
bank on doing 75 twice like that.
Well, let's not speculate that they're going to pit at exactly 230. Let's see what happens. It does look
Right.
like we're getting towards that range where some cars could think about making it one more. I don't think that sounds like an option for the 225. I think if they're pitting now, you're not going to do 80 minutes
no,
twice.
there's no way.
No.
Without safety cars, that is.
Exactly,
well,
exactly.
yeah.
You throw the safety car in, that could completely change everything
Well-
and give you an opportunity to save a little bit.
Well, actually, having said that, your 75 minutes, that probably includes safety cars, does it not? Because we haven't had
No,
any...
that was a green run at Road Atlanta with no lap havoc because
Oh,
it was
sorry, I thought we were talking about today.
Oh no, I mean that's like generally it's been in that range.
Fuel economy should be better at this track, though, right? Just in terms of like
In
liters per
theory.
minute, just because it's a slower track.
Right. I guess so. So you're not
And the
really getting
90 did
to
take the lead, by the way.
You're not conserving momentum very many places.
It just off throttle time is much larger here. Oh, yep, that's contact.
Oh, there we
Oh, I
go.
think
We got
that
a
man-
double spinner.
Saw that coming a mile
I think
off.
they went around there.
Trying to spot any cars that might be coming into the area. The 89X is somewhere near.
Just went through.
Oh, did it? Wow, my onboard's way behind. Yeah, there it is. Not sure if those two cars got going again.
Okay, so
As
the
the-
70. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, just as that Audi TCR that seems to have been going around. Those cars didn't get going before the 89X got there, so they might still be there.
Appears to be the 296 for HM Road Racing and the 64 also involved in that spin. The 64, the open throttle racing GP1 entry.
Yeah.
The Chattanooga onboard cut out at that exact part of the track.
Of course.
So I couldn't get an update. Although it was a green BMW, right? So I think that.
Yeah.
I think the green
Wow.
BMW. This is the green BMW actually that was in the spin. Yeah, he's holding up.
And
half
that
the
is
field.
what we call a gaggle.
Found another Supra to get in the way of.
So Scott, the update now after the
Straight to the point.
has gone through. The 70 is only 11 seconds behind the 225.
Wow.
That's oh wow, yeah, that is.
And then we know
Oh,
the
but that's
70 can
obviously-
go
yeah, that's
longer on fuel, but the 225 has now made a stop.
Yeah, so if the 70 can get to a point where it's only making it on one more stop, then both of those cars have 2 stops to go from this point, if that made any sense.
Yes. I think the 90 does better on fuel than the GT4 cars also.
Oh, interesting. So is there a different engine in the 90?
No,
Okay.
there's different control electronics and stuff.
Lower downforce, potentially? Or... Well,
It's
you were speculating earlier that there's a lot
like
of...
it's pretty close.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
you're
yeah.
the aeronautical engineer, Penske, whatever. Well, that's fine. So I'd be happy for you to tell me, Ryan, you're an idiot. No, look at.
Well, I literally haven't seen the car from the outside. So,
That's fine.
Although I would be hesitant to. I'm a more of a test engineer. So let's put it that way.
Alright.
I wouldn't just look at things. I don't see air. I test it.
You don't see the air. Oh, okay.
No.
All right, that's fair.
Just like I don't think Adrian Newey does either. Frankly, I think he tests it. But, that's a different matter. I only have the same degree as him.
Just saying.
The wing
Looks like-
on the 90 is wider and taller
Interesting.
than the other one, and I imagine that's balanced with a more aggressive front end situation.
WRL only penalizes you on power to weight for having aero full stop, right? There's no adjustment for bigger aero than similar car.
Only in GP. So if you're in the GT class, they don't care. Like you run whatever you want.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually, we had this discussion last time, didn't we? Where we were talking about why aren't
there's a
there time attack
penalty
cars?
for having Lexan side windows versus no windows.
Okay.
So if you have no windows, you get a little bit more allowance. But if you have the full Lexan enclosed window thing, then they ding you a little bit.
Interesting.
And then there's like mild modifiers for if it's turbocharged or not. Like for the most part, they don't care what you do to the car at all. Indeed, at one point, Random Vandals had like a 5-way adjustable like remote reservoir super duper shock package on one of their BMWs and not on the other. And you could hear the difference in the tire squeal into turn 1 at Road Atlanta on the one that had the good shocks versus not. But like completely out of homologation.
The 90 has found another Supra to try and lap. It's stuck behind the GTR 99 car at the moment. That would they'll be putting that car 4 laps down, I think. But I've noticed from their onboard that it's been stuck there for a number of laps now, and the GTR 99 car isn't particularly quick.
70 was 2
as it gets very sideways.
off of the 225 lap. So they caught
Yeah,
that.
So-
very,
Oh,
very
wow.
close.
Yeah, it was
And
a
the
38. Oh, and the
90
90
is in the pit lane.
90 to pit lane, yep.
Yeah,
So that should, I believe, hand the lead over in that class.
probably to the 70.
Hmm.
If I don't know if the 70 is going to make the pass on
I
this
don't know
lap, but
how
it's a lot quicker.
far back the 225 was from the 90.
Well, the
They're
225
going a lot
was
slower.
Yeah, the
so, like,
225
maybe-
was 30 seconds ahead of the 90 before the pit stop.
Right.
So
Oh,
I
the 70
think-
just clicked through. They're like comfortably going to go through the lead.
and they have made the pass on the 225. They're 5 seconds ahead now.
Oh wow!
And
So
the
that's-
766 is only 3/10 behind. That will be what we're looking at right now.
Yeah. Well, that's
It's actually
awesome.
very impressive what they've been able to do to come back from being numerous laps down in class earlier on today.
Absolutely.
We just saw the 70 go into the keyhole there, and that was the pass there for what's going to become second in GTO, I think. 766 on 225?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
Actually, I'm gonna wait.
89X will move up as well. They'll have already gone through on the 90. And if we look at the clock, we're at exactly 2 hours and 30 minutes. So that means that Ryan's, because I trust Ryan's maths, well, not maths, I just trust everything Ryan says
Yeah.
with 100% confidence. I know absolutely for sure that the 90 is now going to make it on one more stop. And that is why they're pitting now. They're back timing
Yep.
based on Ryan's data.
Yes. There's no data involved. It's all about feeling it. It's a feeling. You just
That's
you don't
right.
get it.
Yes.
It's qualitative data. It's still data.
Yeah.
It's not good data. But they're out of the pits. That felt
It's
quick.
just data.
That felt quick. Was that
A little
quick
bit.
stop?
It wasn't slow, but I mean, it wasn't quicker than I would have expected. And the 70 is going to go through right now. They're not quite going to get there. So here's the 70. We'll pick them up as they go into turn number 1. There they go in the Porsche.
I was about to say that's important because if a safety car comes out, blah, 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 but it's not important because GTU cars exist.
Right. So they avoid putting the number 90 a full lap down here, but only just. And then now the 70 has to decide when they're going to make their stop. I don't think they can do it on one more stop from here. Like, there's no way they can make it on one more stop from right now.
Despite what you said 10 minutes ago.
No. Like, the 70 hasn't stopped yet at all.
Oh,
Like-
so you were
like,
saying
period. Like, they have to stop 2 more times. So they're effectively on the same hit cycle as the other guys, but they can probably short fill the last one, is what I'm saying.
that, well, if they pitted right now, then they would need 2 full stops.
Yeah.
Including the one that would be right now.
Right, but they're a little bit further up the strategy because they can run a little bit. They've run longer all day.
Right. So yeah, this cycle hasn't cleansed itself yet. I think that was the 90 just got passed by a Supra, which
gonna
obviously there's
hit
1,000 Supras out there, but I think
Used to be there was only 2.
that was the 766.
All right, I'm going to hit the thing. I'm going to press the button.
No, I
Didn't
can't
do
do
it.
the 766 because I didn't see the 70. I don't know which Supra that was. I'm lost.
I'm still waiting.
Wait, you've hit irresponsible maths in the middle of a pit cycle. You are you madman.
You are absolutely
Still-
a madman, that's for sure.
Still just no respect.
That's irresponsible use of irresponsible.
Where are
maths.
they finishing
Absolutely.
now? 10th?
Yeah, like, I don't even see where.
Screaming Goat are going to win.
Yeah, exactly. Round 3, purple. Yeah, no respect for the 70. They're still in 4th or 5th.
Wow.
No respect.
There's something in the system deciding that that car is terrible.
Yeah. Which is demonstrably false. The car is good.
What is a little bit terrible at the moment is the 225's ability to get up to speed. I mean,
What a transition.
that car was doing 31s and 32s before the stop.
Shout
It
out
was
to
doing 38s
him,
and
by the
39s
way.
now.
Thunder Bunny Racing. Great homies. Great friends of the show.
Why aren't your onboards working?
They used to have really good onboards. too.
Yeah, they did. When they work, they're really good.
Yeah.
Big fan of when they work.
I'm also a fan of things working correctly. Oh my goodness, a gaggle on the front straightaway.
Absolute gaggle right there, that's for sure.
How many
Wow.
Supras? Only one.
Like 40. Only one, yeah, it's not too bad.
So the 70
Oh no, there's a second one. Don't worry, one just came out the pits to join him.
The 766 is on the same pit cycle as the 70 question mark? Like they still owe a stop? Oh, they've just come in just now. Okay, there we go. So
You were correct.
heck yeah, I got this figured out. So that car can probably go on one more stop. I feel confident about that.
Okay.
Mark it down.
225, I'm
Having
less
gone
confident.
5 minutes further.
Yes.
than
I think that's
90.
the 5 minutes that counts. I really do. If it goes
So
green,
you think they can go 74 minutes on fuel rather than 75, as you said 10 minutes ago?
I think if it goes green, the 225 can't make it, and the 766 can.
Oh, that's such a tight call. You've decided that's the difference.
It's all about going for the double cover, Scott. All right, you bet the money line and the spread. All right.
I was going to say I'm going to bet on a Supra winning, but actually the 70s might ruin that.
I was talking about the 70 hours ago, and y'all were shooting me down, saying, "Oh, they're really far behind. You know, they're not. They're only doing the same pace as the 225, and they're in fourth. So, you know."
Well, I was not here hours ago, so I don't know
I've been
what you're
calling
talking
it.
about.
I've been calling it.
Man, they've been so fast all day that it's hard to write them off at any point. And I think they're just setting themselves up for a really good pit strategy here. We'll see.
You know who I am getting ready to write off? It's the 225, because that was another 39 that lap. So that car is rapidly dropping away from... Well, I suppose it's dropping away from cars that still have to pit. So it is in a good place on strategy.
Maybe
Unless
they're saving fuel.
Yeah, unless we believe Ryan. Well, that could be it.
They want a one-stop at two.
Yeah, see? They're having to save fuel.
I believe I heard Ryan say there is no way that car can make it on one more stop, and that would include fuel saving. So I don't believe they're fuel saving because they know that they can't do it, because Ryan said.
That's a lot of fuel save, man.
I mean, doing 39s is...
That's a lot of fuel save. Like, that's
It's not going to be worth it. Because
No,
you're losing,
not at all.
You're losing 5 or 6 seconds a lap, so you might as well make a pit stop at that point.
Especially if you do get a yellow, then you're like double posed on that.
Yeah.
The 89 is coming in the pit
reason.
lane. They're going to be doing their cool fuel thing. God, I'm so impressed by that. I really shouldn't be, but like that's just the coolest. Like,
Do you know what fuel method the 90 uses?
Oh, driver change too.
the 90 uses just the regular one as everybody else, I believe.
Same as all the other Supras, or is it different that way?
They use whatever filler neck is on the road car, whereas the Supras have a like racing style one up by the quarter window.
So that is different.
Yes.
Do you think the racing style one is faster?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I didn't know if that would be one of those things that actually gets compromised because of legality.
I mean, I guess there's nothing saying they wouldn't have changed it, but like given the amount of stock parts on that car, it would surprise me if they put the time and money into changing the fuel system. But I guess if they put a fuel cell in it anyway, you can change all that. If they're still using the stock fuel tank, then like it's kind of a pain to change any of it. But if they have a fuel cell in it, then it doesn't matter.
Do you know if they are or they aren't?
WRL does not require a fuel cell.
Okay.
A lot of series do. WRL does not. Like the SCCA, for example, at least they used to require a fuel cell, which was the lion's share of the cost of prepping a car. I always felt that like you could get the car and have a buddy that knows how to weld and like get the car pretty cheap, but then you have to buy a fuel cell and they were like very expensive, and like that's like digging into a car like in a big way. So that was the way it always stopped me. But with WRL originally a no contact sport, I think more inclined to let that rule go, especially given modern fuel tanks are in much safer spots than older ones used to be. The 123 also coming into the pit lane now. That's usually a contender, the 123, but they're quite far behind after some issues they've had today. So that'll be another car to watch at the front, Scott. The Mercedes AMG GT of NFC Motorsports, the championship leaders.
Yeah, they are looking like they're going to take the lead and win the race of the guys who've had problems. Because there's a 3-lap gap between 9th and 10th.
Okay.
And they're catching... Well, they're less than a minute behind GTR 99. New car in 3rd place. not overall, in GTO. AOA.
Yeah, the 74.
Yeah, that's obviously on pit cycle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't seen that BMW up there, at least since I arrived in the broadcast. Remember when the number 70 overtook the 225?
Yes.
Straight after the 225 pitted? That gap's up well over 30 seconds now.
So they need, how long does a pit stop take? Like 90?
Yeah, I think it's about a lap.
So
Now 38.9.
If you're Thunder Bunny, do you just trundle around until you get to 90 seconds and then turn it back on? And try to save fuel the whole way and know that you're still going to be in the lead on the pit cycle?
What?
If you're the 225, right?
Yeah.
You save fuel until there's a 90-second gap.
Oh, you've decided they're saving fuel.
Yes, I have. I really have. That's the charitable explanation as well.
Okay.
So, like, and like for what it's worth, they're very consistent times.
They are actually.
Like almost intentionally.
138s, 139s consistently. Yeah, you're right on that.
It's just too much to be giving up. It doesn't mathematically work out that you're going to be better off that way, unless they're doing what you're saying, and it's like, oh, let's save all the fuel we need in the first 20 minutes and then go.
Right.
Which isn't the most efficient way to do that. Especially as you could have safety cars, which could save all the fuel you need for you.
Oh, the 70 is in, Scott.
Well, here we go.
The 70 is going to take down to pit lane. They're going to pull in. I do not believe they are going to do a driver change. It looks like they are going to... no, they are doing a driver change. It's just the driver's wearing black overalls.
So you couldn't see it?
I can
not
see
night.
it.
This is going to put AOA into second if they stay out, which is cool. Again, it's artificial because they still have to hit. But...
All right, we're doing some more fuel. They're checking some other things on the passenger side of the car. The black overalls, I'm pretty sure, is Cole Offsguard getting in. So I would imagine that was Josh Balicki getting out and Cole getting in. I firmly believe that was Josh getting out because of the branding on the overalls. Looks similar to the branding that he would have carried on his Cup car.
Was it an insurance company on the? So. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ziegler, I think.
White. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Josh Balicki.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The DGM Racing driver in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, Josh Balicki.
Yeah. So they're still putting fuel in. They don't have a fancy fuel system.
Another car to keep an eye on is the 766 Thunder Bunny racing car, which has done a 139 and a 140 since the pit stop. So they're going at exactly the same pace as their team.
They are
Here they come.
departing the pit lane. I have not seen the 225, but I also was not paying attention.
It should have passed. Yeah.
Okay.
Like a minute ago.
Oh, well, all right. Well, I mean, it should have, yes. And the 90 is going to come through as well. I think the 90 is going to be right behind the 70 when the 70 comes back out.
Well, I know you guys don't have the onboard, but I'll keep an eye out and see. They got a bit held up by the Palomar BMW coming through the carousel in the final corner. No sign of a car leaving the pits from the 90, so they're either a long way behind or they got ahead.
I think they're a long way behind. Like, further than I would have thought, because I can't quite see the end of the pit lane, but they should have made it. The 70 should have made it ahead of the 90. And so the 225 cycles back through the lead. The 74 still owes us a stop. They'll be in second, and then followed by the 90, and then the 766. And of course, the 70 is going to cycle in somewhere in that realm, somewhere in that region. I'm going to press the button again.
The car that's picked up the pace is the 89X Motorsports car.
Well, that car had a driver change.
So that's, not a huge surprise then that we see a difference in pace. But the Thunder Bunny Racing 766 has done its fastest lap since the pit stop. It's still 5 seconds off the pace. So that position, those two cars are, that's my race hero refreshers, not very helpful. Those cars are 15 seconds apart, racing for 5th overall.
So the round 3 racing 70 came out third in class in the GTO field, 18.9 seconds behind the AOA 74, and 5 seconds back of the 70 is the number 90 for Toyota R&D Racing.
So they basically made it a 45-second gap.
Correct.
That they need. So they split it. They split the difference on that situation.
Okay, so we're pretty convinced 225 pitted too early to make it on one more stop.
Well, and then they started running tremendously off the pace.
But I'm trying to, my memory's failing me slightly. That wasn't the car that pitted at 230. They pitted before that,
they
right?
pitted before.
Yeah, so they really, maybe
Yeah,
that.
the 766 I think can make it.
Yeah,
the
225.
766
766 did pit at 230. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, so they're the first one we think could make it.
For what it's worth, I have seen the 111/225 save a bunch of fuel and make it further than I thought. But again, I think 75 minutes has been like the limit. 75, maybe I've seen 80 like once, but with a yellow.
Yeah, so they need 280s.
I don't think I've ever seen. Still no respect for the 70. Absolutely none. Also, no respect for the 225.
Well, the 70 is the front-running car that can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Almost...
This is the overall. My apologies.
Oh yeah. Well, they won't be there.
Oh, there we go. Now we respect the 70. There we go.
Okay.
So they've just moved up into second. So is AOA in the pits?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So AOA briefly moved up into second in GTO, but obviously owed us a stop. Their last stop should be relatively short because they seem to be able to go very long.
Yep.
And also only have 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. So they might jump a few places on the very last stop, but I don't think they're in contention for that podium they were just in. Gap's down to 12 seconds between Thunder Bunny 766 and 89X Motorsports, with 89X 3 seconds faster on the previous lap. 37.3 for 766, and 89X should be coming across the line in the next 10 seconds. There it is, 33.8, so that's another 3.5 seconds taken out of that gap. So actually, yeah, we're going to see that position change in the next couple of laps at this rate. That is 5th in GTO. That might be 4th in GTO now. It is 4th in GTO now because AOA's dropped behind them.
Just waiting on an update on the gap in the GTO field. The Thunder Bunny Racing 225 last time by did a 138.8. If the round 3 racing 70 continues to do the 132s, should shed off another 6 seconds here and be in the 39-second gap range here. 40 seconds is the gap between first and second in GTO, and a 6-second difference in lap time once again between first and second.
That's only 7 laps until he's in passing range, which is obviously significantly less than 2 hours and 15 minutes.
It's 7 laps, but difficulty rating green.
I was trying to piece together that AWS, and I couldn't quite do it. But thank you, Ryan, for finishing off my thought.
I got you. Unfortunately, the gaps in GP1 are the closest gap is the number 5 or 5th place number 112 of TC Klein, having just set their fastest lap, 44 seconds behind 4th position. The number 946 Flying Fur Motorsports machine. So that TC Klein 235i race car. It takes a little while because Montgomery Motorsports also had one of these 235s running in the GP1 class, and it took them a couple races to get it going. But as soon as they had it hooked up, it ran really great and ran towards the front of GP1, and I think that's going to be the standard for the future of club racing at this kind of level. Are those BMW 2 Series with the straight 6 engine with the turbochargers. Not dissimilar to what's in the M4, but in a much smaller body. And then, of course, you're running less power out of it, so it'll last a little longer in theory.
Just saw the Stratus 59 make a business decision there not to go 3 wide into... oh, what is that corner called? The one before Thunder Alley. Which I think I have the right name for. One of the corners towards the end of the lap. It was a good decision because the 2 cars in front of it had no idea he was there.
One thing of note here, last time by Thunder Bunny Racing 225 ran a 140.591, so their fuel saving, if that's what's going on, is getting even safer at this point.
At this point, they're second guessing me. Like I can't. There's no way. There's no way they can make it on one more. No chance. If they get to an hour, if they get to an hour and 15 to go, and then they stop, like no, impossible.
I don't even mind because if they try, then they're going to have lost too much time for it to be worth it anyway.
Right.
So yeah, they could do it, but what would be the point?
Right.
16 seconds now between the 70 and the 90, and then a further 33 back to the 766. That's the race for what's going to become the lead when the 225 seemingly inevitably gets engulfed. Fastest personal lap of the race.
Wow.
Fastest lap in GTO? I don't think it is, actually. There's a car further down the field.
Moorhead's still the quickest by quite a margin.
Right. Yeah. But it's the fastest of the front runners, I believe.
Correct.
With 31.741. That's the number 70 car, the one that is chasing down Thunder Bunny. So that lap, they were over 6 seconds faster.
Now down to 25-second gap. So they've already pulled 20 seconds out of it since they've stopped.
They are stretching away from the 90 at this point. The pace is significantly and consistently quicker. Down the 90 and the 766.
Absolutely phenomenal pace. Only probably about 4.5 laps away from first and second in GTO being together and battling it out for that position. And if the pace continues the way it is at this point, just heard some crazy tire squealing, by the way, right there. I would expect the 70 to make pretty quick work of the 225.
We just had a position change. 7th overall and 4th in GTO. The 89X car has passed, the Aston Martin has passed the 766 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra. So that's another Thunder Bunny Supra that's back in the 37s and 38s consistently, which has cost them that position. And that 89X car is... the 90's just put in a very similar lap. So there's a chance there that 35-second gap to the number 90, which is currently running 3rd in class, could close up. So we'll have to track that at least.
Down to 17.7 seconds now. A nearly 8-second difference between first and second. Wow.
That's a whole other class's worth of, like, if you look at like 39, that's getting into like almost GP2 pace. Yeah, the fast lap in GT2 is a 139.7. So like right now, the Tourenwagen car could keep up with the 225 of Thunder Bunny.
There's something going on with that car.
There's something, inexperienced driver maybe, but like my knowledge of the Thunder Bunny driving lineup is that the drivers that are in it know what they're doing. So it would have to be like a newer driver, like a new driver. The tires gone, maybe. I don't really know. I don't have an answer for you.
I'm the furthest thing from a race strategist, but would you put your most inexperienced driver in towards the end of the event?
No.
Or would you want to put them in the middle, have a strong start and strong finish?
And so where does the red play into that? If the inexperienced driver was in for the red and like didn't really get any drive time,
that's a good point.
Put them in, like usually Laura Hayes starts and finishes the car. And the stint in the middle is Bill. Bill doesn't run this slow. Like, that's not the pace that he does. Like, this is crazy. He's not as fast as Laura, but it still would be, more speed than this. So if there's a third driver in play here, they had a couple outlier laps there, but they keep hitting this like 38 on the money every time.
Yeah, the answer to the question is you put your slowest driver in as early as possible in a race where safety cars are likely,
right.
Because it's what the IMSA LMP2 teams do.
Yes,
they're happy to lose plenty of time towards the start of the race, knowing that they'll just make it up as soon as the safety car comes out. And if they only have their pro drivers left to run, then they've only got fast laps left to do while they're after the race gets neutralized. So yeah, you would avoid putting a slower driver in at this point in the race if possible. But in WRL there's always the factor of these seats. A lot of these seats are sold, and therefore there are specific amounts of time that drivers have to be in the car for based on that, no matter what their ability level. And if we've had a red flag cut an hour out in the middle, then yeah, you might end up with a slower driver.
And then you double down on that,
at this point.
In WRL, you have to start. The driver who qualified the car has to start.
I actually didn't know that.
So there's that, which they're only. I think that's only a rule as of this year.
How does that work for tomorrow?
I think it will still be the driver that set the fast lap has to.
Oh wow.
Be the person that starts.
What if that driver only bought Saturday?
So that's the thing, though.
Then
I
you can't race.
So I believe, I'm pretty sure, Scott, the 766 only runs on Saturday. Just in general.
Oh, so that car won't be his tomorrow.
They will not. The 225 is not a car that they like sell seats for. That's like the car.
I was more asking in a philosophical sense. Like,
Sure,
that seems like something that could happen, that a driver pays for one day, sets fastest lap, and then you just can't start the race the next day. I imagine that might only be the rule for Saturday, but not sure. I'll have to check on that at some point.
Maybe they would start you at the back or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they could just take the fastest lap from a driver that is. Although,
yeah,
WRL doesn't report which drivers are in the car at any time, do they? They have no. Well, you have no obligation.
They're working on it.
Yeah, but right now they have no obligation to do so. So how would they even know who set the fastest lap, and therefore who should start the race? I think we're talking about rules that we're speculating on rules that do exist and are written down, and we're not looking at those words. So we should probably just educate ourselves at some point and discuss it then. But looking to see if any of the gaps we were tracking are closing down. The 70 is down to 9.2 seconds behind 225. So that position should change in the next 2 laps, based on current trends. Actually, maybe the next 3. Thunder Bunny, nope, there it is, 3.8 seconds apart. So we're definitely gonna have to find them on track. But as has been the case at least half a dozen times so far, Jordan has already found it. So we're looking at we just saw the number 70 go out of shot into turn 1. This here is the 225, and this is the 70. So this is the battle for the lead, and followed, of course, by another Supra. This is the battle for the lead in GTO. 225 Supra coming past the camera now, and you can see every time they go through a new camera, the 70 is slightly closer. Going down the end of the back straight into turn 5. Visibly the gap closing as we watch it. This might be done by the end of the lap. I'm trying to get an idea of where exactly the time is being lost. It could be on here. This might make it obvious. It's really not that much on corner entry as the Supra goes wide, and just like that, just by following the racing line, the number 70 round 3 racing car, I think, will come into shot in the lead in GTO. So there's our lead change.
Takes the lead and already starting to put a little bit of a gap on that Thunder Bunny 225 here. We'll see how big of a margin they can stretch it out to before having to come down for the final pit stop as we do approach hour number 6, 2 hours to go here momentarily.
Well, it was 2.1 seconds just in those 3 corners they had.
Impressive.
And also the 225, of course, is going to pit first. So it's not like the 70 has to stretch a gap out because they're going to potentially pit one more time or pit for longer. They're actually in a better position on strategy. So this really is... this race is getting away from the 225 at this point. We've got the 90 who's just come across the line. They are 26 seconds behind the 225. So that's going to be the next... Yeah, as I was watching the 90s on board, they got very sideways in the carousel. Gathered it up nicely. That car's doing, did a 33 flat that last lap. So that's 5.5 seconds quicker than the 225. So that means this is going to be about 5 or 6 laps before second in GTO dangers. that's really weird. The 89X, which is the car behind the Toyota number 90, also did a 33 flat. As in
Wow.
33,
Down to the 1,000th.
yeah,
Yeah.
000. So not only did they do the same lap time down to 1,000, it just happened to be an exact number, integer value. I've never seen that before. Not that it's
That's rather interesting.
Yeah, not that it means anything at all, but it is a really weird quirk. But yeah, those two cars clearly running roughly the same pace, 28 seconds apart. So quite quickly, those two cars could end up being the back end of our podium, as already the 70 has come around for another lap. It's 32.6. That's a really solid lap time. And they've pulled 7.5 seconds. So yeah, another 5 seconds added to that gap, over 5 seconds added to that gap.
That's absolutely wild.
And I really wish we could speak with the team owner behind the number 70. If we could get a word from him, that would be really, really good. And indeed we can. Brad McCall is here on the mic with us.
There we go.
Brad, with Round 3 Racing, what's gotten into the water there in Illinois/Southern Florida?
That was timely, wasn't it? I came up here. That was good luck. Usually when I come up here, something I'm not even going to say it. But, yeah, man, that car is awesome. Really cool. We got Cole Lofsgaard in the car right now, and we all know he's amazing. And, yeah, he's putting on a clinic right now. He's doing amazing.
It's incredible. So that car has come from, we were watching as the safety car cycle went through. And we were talking about, like, well, because the 60 is in the other class and leading, they're getting picked up. So you're not quite getting the ability to, like, get all the way back around the way that you would want. And so the 34 was right behind you in the queue a couple times, and then they've fallen back. And so it seemed like you weren't getting any luck on the safety car cycle. But now, on sheer pace, you've come through past the 766, the 74, everybody, and worked this car all the way back up. I think you were almost 2 laps down at one point.
Yeah, we were. I think we were maybe even more than 2 laps down. We just kept catching terrible luck with the pace car. One time we were out there, and the leader was just behind us, and they made us get behind the pace car. It made no sense.
Okay.
But I think it's, and you alluded to it, the GTU cars are throwing us off because we're all down there. We have this sorted by GTO,
right?
As you do on the screen right here too.
Yep.
We forget. Wow, we just did a 31.2. So, I mean, we forget that the GTU cars are in this mix also, and they're the overall leader. And I think that has caught us out a couple times where the GTU car was the leader. They came into pit before the pace car released, and I listen, for race control, that has to be a nightmare for them as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I know they're probably frustrated as well. But listen, the GTU cars are out here to race, and they have every right to race just like we do. Unfortunately, it's just one team racing against themselves. So there's no perfect way to do it. It's just been bad luck for us today. But the pace has been amazing. Josh Balicki was in the car this morning, and he was just super consistent, really patient, just hanging in there with the Supras, running with them, not saving tires. And then Joe Coney got in the car.
Right.
Joe did an awesome job. He kept us in striking distance the whole time. And now Cole's in to clean up.
And Cole, of course, has cleaned up a few races for Round 3 Racing here in WRL. He's probably the person you'd want behind the wheel to close out a WRL race. I mean, among the people that are out there, a lot of them have driven for you at one point or another. The people who have the ability to come in and close one of these things out, with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, we've been really lucky with a lot of really good drivers come through our program, and Cole was absolutely at the top of that list. And he's awesome. I mean, when Joe called me and said, hey, I need a third for Mid-Ohio and for Road America, Cole's going to be with us at Road America as well. He said, I need a third for those races, and I, without hesitation, said, Cole's the man. Let's bring Cole in.
Perfect.
And it worked out very well. I feel bad for the team that he runs with on a regular basis, HM Road Racing. They were not planning to be here, and Cole committed to race with us, and then they ended up coming. But they were super understanding. They've been awesome with him, and they said, hey, go ahead, run with R3R, and made that commitment. So that was really nice of them. And he's freed up for Road America as well. So I think this team's going to be awesome for a while to come.
I mean, this is the proof is in the pudding here now, right? I remember when you first brought one of these Cup cars to Road Atlanta for the GT only race last year. And that car had pace, especially with Cole behind the wheel. That car had pace, like it was there. And that car has continued to have some like reliability issues, etc. You got the number 70 here, the 991. I know it was a lot of work to get that car to where it's going to be legal for WRL because they're not set up for this type of racing at all. Is this do you feel? I mean, you probably feel good about your decision when you make the decision, obviously, because you're an intelligent guy and you're checking into stuff before you just spend money. But do you feel even better about the decision now to have gone away from the GT4? I don't want to say spending more, but like it seems like you got to buy the car that everybody has to be competitive, and you've gone the other direction to a cheaper car. At least in the 997 terms,
Right.
it's cheaper.
For
I don't
sure.
know if the 991 probably still a little cheaper, not a lot, but have you made the right decision here? Are you happy with it now?
I think so. It was, when Joe and I got together, we talked about what we were going to race, what kind of car we were going to race, and we're a Porsche team. We love Porsches. Our whole shop is full of them. And we talked about the different options out there, and I said, listen, we like being different. We're one of the very few Porsches in the GP class, GP1.
Right.
Certainly with the 997, we're the only Cup car in GTO, and we like having a bit of a project. Yeah, it takes a lot of work, and yes, it costs money, but he was into it as well. He was really down with the idea. He's a Porsche guy as well.
Yeah.
So I cannot even begin to tell you the amount of work that it took to build this car into what it is. I mean, everybody said it can't be done, it can't be done, it can't be done. And we worked really, really hard, had a lot of smart people involved.
Right.
And did it. And, when we came to Barber, the car was good, but we could see we still had a little ways to go. We still had some work to do. And you can see here it has some different aero on it. And we've done some setup changes to the car to try and pick up that speed and cornering. Listen, I've looked up to what Chad Moorhead's done in this series for quite a while, where he doesn't necessarily have the most powerful car out there, but his car handles incredible, and he has a really good formula for it. So I wanted to mimic that, have a really good handling car, not necessarily the most powerful. I mean, we're lower horsepower than a lot of these cars out here in GTO,
Right.
but we're also lighter.
Yeah.
So if my calculations are correct, we may not have to do a tire change today.
Excellent.
So that could be a game changer for this program if we can go a whole race on one set of tires.
I got you. And are you at the same tire supplier you had before? Question mark.
On the 997, we are not on the 70. The 70's run on Yokohama's.
Yokohama's. Okay, I got it. So that was my other question. You lead into it, and you kind of talked about it's a lighter car. Typically, we see in the GP classes, especially, the lighter cars run longer. You're comfortably running longer than the GT4 cars, right? Like
we are. Yeah, we've got a lighter setup, so it's tuned. First of all, we're lower horsepower, so we're burning less fuel.
Right.
But it's tuned to be fuel efficient as well. And we were pretty shocked at the fuel efficiency when we went to Barber.
Okay.
I mean, even we were scratching our heads like, man, are we sure we still have fuel left in this car? And it's doing really good. Where we have a little work to do is on the fueling itself.
Okay.
We're a little slow filling the car. We're about twice as long as some of the competitors.
Okay.
So we've got to work on whatever's going on with our fuel jugs and our filling and our whole setup. We got to work on that a bit and try and get our pit stops a little faster. But the car certainly has pace, and the car is, as the drivers will tell you, very easy and very fun to drive.
And I would imagine so. And again, it's not the same as the real thing. I'm aware of that. Those cars, they have a reputation of being difficult to drive. But I can imagine that if you're going to pull 50, 80, 100 horsepower out of it, suddenly you have more car than you have motor, and it would become a little bit more docile and, kind of work better for you. What is it like driving that compared to driving your GP1 car?
It's interesting. So I've only driven the 991 one time. I was the test dummy for it. I drove it at Sebring, of all places.
Okay.
And I went out there with the intent of being really patient and conservative, and by the end I was pushing 10/10 because the car, it just gives you that feedback, and it gives you the ability to, it's so responsive and it's so predictable,
Right.
that it makes it easy and a whole hell of a lot of fun to drive. The 997 is definitely more difficult to drive than the 991. The 991 does everything the 997 does, but better.
Got it. Okay.
It's just, it's smoother, it shifts better, it does everything better. But the 997, I absolutely love driving it. It makes a ton of noise, it does all the right stuff, and it makes you feel like you're out there wrestling a race car around the track.
Excellent.
The Caymans, the GP1 cars, they're fun to drive. Interestingly, I feel like the Cayman suffers a little more from the off-throttle oversteer than what these Cup cars do.
Interesting.
I have not really experienced that big off-throttle oversteer issue. And I don't know, some brilliant person listening right now is probably like, it's because of this.
Right.
I'm sure it is. There's a lot of weight over the rear tires. The car is really planted well.
Yeah.
We also have a ton more aero on this car
Right.
than we do on our Caymans. But it's really cool to drive, and I'm excited that we've been able to make this work. Been able to do something people said we couldn't do.
Right.
And yes, for everybody out there who's wondering, yeah, it's going to definitely be an expensive car to run. I mean, but detuning it from the stock 480 horsepower down to 350 horsepower,
Right.
that's going to save stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, that,
you're going to save motor, you're going to save transmission.
exactly. You're going to prolong the life of some of the components. And Porsches are reliable, and they're fun to drive, and our customer likes it. So,
and
like
I know that you're like a big Porsche team, of course. Is this still a motor that you sent out to have rebuilt, or can you do that in-house?
We can do some stuff in-house. We do work with an engine supplier, but man, I tell you, we don't really do the whole expensive built engine thing.
Okay.
Because
I mean, like they have a service life, obviously.
Yeah.
Eventually, you're gonna have to do rings and
For
stuff.
sure.
Yeah.
I don't even want to. This car, though, I'll tell you what, this was a 0-hour car when we bought it.
Oh, you haven't touched it since then, probably.
It was 0 hour. It was a guy in California bought it, and he was going to run it with his son, and like right away they had an engine failure, and he went into a long battle with Porsche to get them to replace the engine.
Right.
Well, by the time they replaced the engine, he'd already bought another car.
Okay.
So he put it up for sale, and the timing was right, and we bought this car. It had no hours on it. We got it. This was a brand new Cup car.
Excellent.
Beautiful, beautiful. So that's why me being the first one to drive it at Sebring, I was like, oh man, you got to be kidding me.
Right.
Be super careful.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's been fun. I unfortunately only got one lap today in my car. We had some issues. Cole actually started my car, the 997, this morning, and he was doing great. He got up to, I think, 7th by the time he came into pit. I got in the car, and we were having an electrical problem. But he had gotten hit just a little while earlier.
Okay.
It was not the car that hit him. I would never even report it because I don't believe it was their fault. It was just an accordion effect.
Right.
But it was a really low car and got up under our car and hit our exhaust. So Cole did report, hey, the car sounds a little funny. Well, I got in, and I go down after madness, and all of a sudden I lost power steering.
Okay.
I was like, I know what this is.
That's not any fun. Okay.
So we came in, we changed the alternator, thinking that would fix it. I went back out, and a lap and a half later, it just completely died on me.
Oh, jeez.
So it's in the garage right now. We got the exhaust all torn apart, trying to figure out what the electrical problem was, but hopefully we'll get it fixed and get it back out tomorrow because it's a lot of fun to drive, and I want to get my dad some seat time as well.
Absolutely. So are we gonna? I mean, we're on the journey for fun, right?
For sure.
We're continuing that forward. Are we going to keep doing the two-prong attack? Are you going to bring the GP1 car back out? Do you have that kind of stuff sorted yet? What's the plan for the rest of the season?
The rest of the season will be 3 cars. So we'll have these 2 Cup cars, and then we'll have the number 701 in GP1.
Sweet.
With a solid driver lineup. Same 3 drivers that were in it last year.
Oh, perfect.
Dennis Neal, who
Dennis
you know
Neal,
well, and Dylan Christie, talented young driver. And then Oleg Gorshkov, who Oleg is the Iron Man in the WRL paddock. He likes driving 2 cars every weekend.
Excellent.
So he's awesome. So we love having those 3 guys in the car. They'll be with us for the rest of the season.
I was missing having Dennis and his son not around yesterday at the drivers' meeting handing out hot chocolates.
Right,
I was really looking forward to that. I was like, they're not here. So
that would have been nice yesterday.
Yeah. So excellent. Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing you for the rest of the season.
Cool.
Road America and then Charlotte, of course.
Yep, we weren't going to go to Charlotte, but when Daytona got canceled, we decided to go. So we may only run 2 cars at that race.
Okay.
We'll see. And then we're still the only one we're still deciding on is High Plains.
High Plains.
But we'll be at the rest of them.
It's the endurance format, though. You got the long race. It's going to be fun. Everybody's going to be there. And then you got Sunday to drive back.
We might do just a GP, just to bring 2 GP cars.
Okay. That'd be
cool.
fun.
Yeah.
And you could probably, if you were so inclined, I'm sure there's local renters out there that would pay for those seats as well if you
probably
3 cars or something.
Probably.
Yeah. So
I just like going out to Colorado. I love it out there.
Colorado's a good time. You spent a lot of time there this winter, I've noticed. Yeah.
I'm going back in the summer.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm like, really? Like again? Like, okay, I got you.
I did 2 ski trips this year. That was fun.
Sweet.
Both of them real last minute too. So.
That's the best kind, right?
Yeah.
Was the snow good?
Full course caution here.
Oh, we got full course yellow. Thank you. Do we know what the reason for the full
But
course yellow
it
is?
isn't a full course yellow yet, but it's a crash out of turn 1. Oh, there it is.
Now it is. Yeah, there we go. All right. So something down in turn 1. I think
you can see it off in the distance in this camera shot here. It looks like a car stopped at the bottom of the picture.
Let's see. Yeah, I just don't quite have the resolution to actually see what that is.
With a big wing on the back.
Yeah.
Or a big bug, I don't know.
Yeah, that too.
It does say somebody impacted the wall on driver's left. We don't have a number on it yet from race control, but
On driver's
keep an eye
left.
out for that. Yeah.
Spin on the way. Okay. All right. Well, we'll wait and see what happens there. Hopefully the driver's all right. We will kind of re-rack him and reset here. This yellow is going to play a situation here. Brad, we were just talking about you can run longer. Do you pit here? Or is this too early?
I don't know if we can go that far. I mean, honestly, being in the lead, double yellow, I would come in. If I was in the pits right now, I would tell them to come in, splash it. It gives us flexibility.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
All right. Well, then
So if
have
any
the
of you
pace,
guys
too.
down there are listening, I'm right across the track here. I'm recommending strongly that you pit right now.
Bring the car in, says Brad McCall.
It's some sort of Porsche. I'm fairly confident of that. It's red and black, and that's about all I can.
Is that the
get for you.
HM Road Race Cayman? Potentially?
I can't help you with that.
That would be the red and black Porsche that's still running. The Rockwell Autosports car of those colors is not currently running, so I think that would be the only remaining Porsche.
And nothing yet on the log.
Not as of yet. Still nothing up there.
Looks like they're trying to type it.
Here's another question for you, Brad. I know you were only out there for a little bit. The new surface,
Yeah.
is that
I
a
like
factor, a non-factor?
I like it. I
You
drove
like
in it yesterday in the rain. I went out in that 4th qualifying session when it was damp. It was definitely better. I mean, the surface was way better than it used to be, I thought. Now, I was on rain tires,
Right.
but still, I felt it was a lot better than it was previously. So I was happy.
Has the cold weather impacted how you would deal with tires this weekend? Like you were talking about, you think you're going to be able to go to the end on one set of tires. Is that because it's been cold, or is that because the car is light on tires?
By the way, it says that it's car 501, which is that Rockwell car. I did see them prepping it to go back out again.
Oh, did they come back out?
So
Okay.
it looks like they went back out and maybe crashed.
Yeah, that's no fun. Okay.
That's not good.
So if that's a 501, that's a bad weekend.
It does screw you up a little bit with the cold weather, trying to figure out your starting pressures.
Mm-hmm.
But it's part of the fun,
All right.
part of the challenge. We'll see.
Gotcha. So a pit stop in the cards for the 70. The 90 has stopped. I don't think Thunder Bunny can make it from here. Like, there's no shot. If we're like an hour and 20, then like maybe. But I think this helps them get to that hour and 20 because I think they were going to be behind the 8 ball there a little bit.
Let's see what happens here, because I think we're not actually the leader. See, this is why I keep getting screwed up. I'm like, we're leading. No, we're not
You're
leading.
not,
Because
right.
one of the GTU cars is leading.
Yep.
Driver change for the 90, by the way.
Also, new driver into the 90. Excellent. The 34 is in. The Thunder Bunny, so the 225 and the 766 have both taken to the pit lane. So they're going to put both of those cars. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the GTR 99. So the 766, which pitted later than the 225, comes to the pit lane. And then the GTR 99, which, as it's going down the pit lane, kind of, because it was both blue, has also come down. So we're still waiting to see. The 225 has to stop. Like, they got to do it. There it is, right there. So the 225 coming down the pit lane now. And they're going to pull in right ahead of the sister car.
They got to be doing a driver change.
And they will, and that is Laura Hayes getting into the car. I recognize the helmet. So they are doing a driver change. Is that Bill getting out? Like, it has to be. Very interesting. So they've got the car to this point, but again, with an hour and 42 left. I mean, Brad, you had that GT4 M4. You can't run 90 minutes on that motor at
Here?
race pace here.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
So they're still going to be due a splash. And I mean, it depends on how long this yellow goes, I suppose.
Oh, they're doing tire change too. Are they? Yes, they are. Oh wait, no.
And you can hear it.
That's
Yeah, they're doing.
Is that Thunder Bunny? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Okay. The 99's up ahead of them.
Yep. Gotta have the sort of Toyota region over there.
It's funny. You used to be able to just guess. Oh, it's probably a BMW M4 because this field was full of M4s. Now it's like that's probably a Supra.
Yep. Scott has noticed that. He's
Scott would agree with
not-
that for sure.
Yeah, not impressed with the number of Supras that are out there.
That's what we wanted to be different. Plus, I think ours looks cooler.
I think so too. It sounds a lot better.
Does it's too quiet? I mean, listen, I love a quiet race car,
Uh-huh.
but for just one event, I think we should go like really loud because they sound great when they're loud. But I do like it when it's quiet.
Probably makes it a little bit less exhausting to drive, right?
But it sounds cool too. I remember back in the day, like the Toyota Celicas, Chris Cord,
Mhm.
you know, those. You probably weren't even born yet.
I've seen those though. Like I know what you're talking
And
about.
they would just come whistling by, just real quiet with the turbos.
With the turbos,
Oh, those were
yeah.
so cool.
That is an unpopular opinion. I don't think you'll have very many people who'll agree that, oh yeah, I love a good
On
quiet
TV,
race car.
On TV, they sounded terrible, but at
Right.
the track, they sounded great.
You know what I love? Formula E. That's just the
Oh, God.
What a great sounding car.
just a field of cars that sounds less loud than one car. Yeah.
Moorhead's Janetta sounds awesome.
It
I
does.
love the sound of that car.
I hope they can get that going for tomorrow, because that car has still got, I think, the fast lap of the race for.
It does.
GTO.
Yep. They've been out there just doing some testing today,
Okay.
just figuring it out. That thing's just giving them fits.
And like, as much as I like that car and the theory behind it, I miss the 147. It's a good-looking car and competitive and the whole nine.
Well, you might miss it forever.
What, did you buy it?
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
I've heard that it's being replaced. I should.
Interesting.
Yeah,
All right.
but I
Ugh.
fully expect that whatever replaces it is going to be very good looking and ridiculous,
All right.
ridiculously fast as well.
All right.
That's my expectation.
That's your expectations.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll get Chad to come into the comments and tell us what it isn't. Usually he's pretty good at that. That's how he was able to keep that Janetta under wraps for so long.
Yeah, I think they got some cool stuff coming.
Are they buying a cup car from you?
I don't know. No. They're. I would bet that it's going to be a BMW.
Okay.
He's a BMW expert.
All right. That tracks. Makes sense. You could do a Janetta with the V8 from the Chevy, obviously, and then you could also do one with that V10 from the M5 and see how many rod bearings you can go through in a weekend.
Yeah. Dennis just sent me a text. He said, "Sorry, no hot chocolate."
That's okay, Dennis. We appreciate you anyway.
Dennis, the drivers' meeting was cold once again, and
So
we were
cold.
we could have used hot chocolate.
So the Thunder
220.
Bunny car is coming back in again. I wonder if that's trying to stay on the lead lap, and we just put a little bit of fuel in and do more fuel.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Yep.
I'm waiting for
Situation.
this to play out myself because I'm really hoping that the GTU cars didn't get in between the GTO battle at some point. It's kind of hard to work out with everyone pitting at different times, but
Right.
I think it's okay. It looks like the top three are all on the lead lap.
They maybe just didn't get it all the way full.
That's what I'm thinking. Is they didn't want to miss the end of the line, or the front of the line, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it, and didn't put all the fuel in it. Because they're going to need. I don't think they can make it still.
Pace car's still out. Oh, can't believe we didn't come in.
You've got somebody on the YouTube chat with the name of Racing Data Systems wants your disclosure sheet.
No problem.
At the bottom here.
It's like weight. I think we're 3150,
Okay,
and we're 350 horsepower.
nice.
And yes, it is restricted, and yes, the rest of it is strictly confidential because we spent a ton of money to figure out how to do it.
G14 classified.
But if you want to buy a 991.2 Cup car, bring it to us and pay us to run it for you. I'd be more than happy to tell you what we did.
Excellent.
but it is all 1,000,000% legal. Trust me, my car is
It's
very, very legal. I would not risk getting kicked out of the only series that I race in
Right.
by doing something illegal. So my car is very legal.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I don't want because obviously things are competitive, etc. So don't answer if you don't want to. Can you give me a percentage figure on running costs versus the M4?
That's a good question because we've only run 2 events with this car.
So you don't really know yet, obviously.
I mean, the M4 still has a lot of expensive components too.
Right. That's what I was thinking, because I know there's a lot of coolers and there's a lot of other stuff on there.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten to, honestly, the transmission in the M4 is probably just as expensive as the transmission in the Cup car.
Mm-hmm.
Although that M4, man, that thing is a tank and it's built to run a long time.
Right.
But we figured detuned the Cup car is going to extend the service life of a lot of drivetrain components because we've detuned it so much.
Far. Right. Okay.
But we'll see. I mean, we're just having a lot of fun with it.
Yep.
And we'll see. I mean, I think it's going to be a blast. And as you can tell, I mean, it is not blowing the doors off of the competition. Our lap times are very, very close.
Yeah, reasonable. Yeah,
fast lap. Look at that. I mean,
you're right there with everybody else.
The Aston Martin is right
you're a
there.
little up. You're a little up.
Yeah, we're a little
half a second.
Yeah, we're a little up on, but everybody, look how close that field is.
That was just one single lap as well.
Exactly.
That 31-2. I don't think that car's been within half a second of that at any other point.
And I'm not saying that other teams don't have incredible drivers. Like Jason Marks is in the 34. He's an incredible driver.
Yes, crushing it.
But that's Cole Lofsgaard throwing down a golden lap.
Yep.
He probably had open track, and he's an incredible driver. And a lot of these other teams have incredible drivers too. So can I get in that Cup car and do a 31-2? Absolutely not.
Not many people who can. I actually spoke to Cole Lofsgaard. My leadoff was, is that Cole, Richard Westbrook, Lofsgaard getting out of the car? Like, it's, getting your head around those Cup cars, be able to squeeze that much pace out of it, like, gets you factory rides, or at least used to.
Yeah. He's he's such a deserving driver.
Yeah. And the flashes, I think, that he showed when he went and did Lamborghinis, like, he was like right on the pace with all the other pros in those cars. It seemed like they were right there. Like, they kept getting hit and hitting and like all that, that comes with racing the Super Trofeo. But it didn't seem like they were off the pace tremendously so.
Well, I don't think that he and Mo would mind me telling you that they were definitely in a subpar car.
Interesting.
That their car, like when they didn't run the last race of the season, and another really, really good driver got in that car, and he was pretty far off the pace.
Interesting.
All year, people were telling him, "Hey, that car you're in, that's
not the car.
That's not the car."
Interesting.
And he and Mo did a tremendous job with a car that was not up to snuff. You put them in one of the top cars, they would have been right up there in the front.
I got you.
Yep.
I want to get Cole and Glenn McGee to run like a WRL sponsored GT3 car.
Come on, let's go.
Like,
Glenn can come race on my team anytime.
I believe that.
Anytime. He's an awesome dude. I like Glenn.
Can I interrupt for a second, guys?
Of course, yeah.
The 225 is back in the pits for the third time. I don't know if you guys can see what's going on there.
They are not in the pits. I cannot see them.
Okay. They must have just left the pits.
That's them having left after the second time.
There's 3 Ps on Race Hero, but
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, there just seem to be in and out. I don't know if it is literally just hopping up.
Yes, sir.
But that seems excessive. But I guess if you're at the back of the train anyway, maybe that's worth doing. I think we're down to 3 GTO cars on the lead lap. I think the 766 was slow enough on that last run that the GTUs got ahead of them, and that's trapped them a lap down. So that was the other properly competitive car racing for the win in GTO. AOA was sort of peripherally there when on pit stop cycles, but they also are trapped a lap behind now.
Cool. I will read the text that you sent.
Yeah, so it looks like 4 cars.
No, I think it's
4 on the lead lap.
Yeah, sorry, 4. Yeah, you're right. I don't know how I counted 3. Yeah, no, 4. The 766 was the
cars
5th.
coming in. Pace cars on pit road.
Stuff.
Green flag.
All right, so we're going to go green here. The 123 is going to lead the field. The 59 is going to be right behind him, but the 70 takes off like they're shot out of a gun.
I was going to say cannon.
Yeah, that works too.
Same thing.
Yep.
Same firing power.
Different caliber, you know.
Three very fast cars at the front of the pack here with a lot of clean air in front of them, so we should see some good lap times pretty soon.
There is. I do want to read this real quick. A lot of people in the comments have been asking about it, so I'm going to make this.
Yeah.
This is the statement from the team at the number 16. The driver has no broken bones, and he is being kept at the hospital for observation and protocol. So the driver is mostly okay, I think we can say, at this point. So the car, less so. But the driver, of course, alive and nothing broken. So I would imagine we're not going to speculate about it. So anyway,
That's awesome. That's really good news. I can tell you that everybody in the pit and paddock for the last several hours has been very concerned. It's been a bit of a solemn mood down there because that was a tremendous crash, and I guarantee you everybody's gonna be very, very thankful to hear that he's doing well.
Yeah, and it sounds like the car did the job it was engineered to do, which is to absorb most of the energy of that type of thing and ensure that the driver's able to get out mostly safely.
Exactly.
So that's good news. We're going to leave it there, of course. But yeah, the driver's at the hospital being tended to, no broken bones. Good to go. So we come back here to racing. The 70 about, we'll have to wait for it to update again. A few seconds ahead. So Brad, your team did not pull the 70 into the pit lane on that yellow.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm a bit surprised, but I have two amazing strategists down there. They are very smart. They have computers. They have a lot more information than I have.
Okay.
So there was probably a very good reason why they did not do it.
All right.
Yeah, it's I'd love to know more. The number 90 did pit, and they're only 13 seconds behind. It feels to me that gives them a pretty big advantage at this point. They obviously still have to pit one more time, as do the cars ahead of them. But the number 90's pit stop, I imagine, would be 13 seconds shorter, with half a tank less fuel to put in. So yeah, that certainly puts that 90 car in a really strong position right now if it can get through the traffic.
So I'm betting for sure the 89, 90, and 225 can't go all the way. And
the 89 didn't pit either, for what it's worth.
Okay, so all four cars on the lead lap cannot go all the way on fuel.
Yeah.
So it's got to be that they probably know that even if we had come in and filled up, we couldn't make it all the way. It's got to be why they didn't come in.
Sure, but obviously the cars that pit, we were about halfway through the fuel run. So the cars that did pit have to put half a tank less fuel in, which is a significant amount of time, less time in the pits on the last stop.
100% agree.
Yeah, so for me that's a lot to give up just for track position on a restart. But the number 90 is really trying hard to work its way through the GP traffic right now, but it's not easy going. So there is that. But it wasn't, as I say, it was only 13 seconds back, so it's not like it was right at the back of the train. So they should be clear of the traffic pretty soon. We'll just have to see how this all plays out, I guess. Personal fastest lap for the third place Stratus 59 car with a 29.1. Doesn't really help it in any way because it's still slower than the two cars ahead of it on fastest lap, so it will still start third tomorrow. But the track's obviously in good condition.
So here's a question for you, Brad, and this is dumb, and I don't really care. I know that there are LS swap kits for 997 street cars. How would that work/look in the back of a 997 Cup car? Then you could be going toe-to-toe with Chad in the weird chassis with the V8 motor.
That'd be cool. I want to do it in a Cayman.
I think that'd be fun too. I did watch a review of somebody who had done a Cayman with the Mustang 5-liter in the back, and they said that was a riot.
I'll bet.
So I would imagine that going for a 6-liter or a 5.7 or whatever would also be a heck of a time.
I've got a great chassis for it, and I've actually talked to somebody about doing it because he has the LS. He's got the 5.3 liter. Is there a 5.3?
Okay, that's the truck one. Yeah.
He's got a 5.3. So he wants to put an LS in it. I'm like, great, I'll give you the chassis. You do all the work. You put the engine in it. Let's go.
We'll make it happen.
Well, we got enough going on now that we haven't had time to do that.
Sorry, I just noticed the battle for the overall lead is only 2/10 apart. So the 58 has caught the 60 through the safety car situation. Yeah, we might be having an overall. Oh, in fact, we did just have an overall lead change. Sorry, that was the 60 retaking the lead on that lap. Completely missed that had swapped because it was the 60 that's been in the lead of the whole race, right?
Yes, and that was the car that was off sequence in the first couple yellows at the beginning of the race.
Well, both. Actually, no, that's what happened. The 58 didn't pit on that last safety car, so they took the lead that way.
Okay.
And now the 60's just taking it back.
I gotcha.
Hey, I'm going to go back over there, Ryan.
course,
But
yeah.
I'll
Do your
send you a
job and
text.
stuff.
I'll let you know because I'm interested to find out why they didn't pit too, and there's probably a good reason. But
All right.
it's for the entertainment factor. I'll send you a text and let you know.
Absolutely.
We
And
definitely appreciate that.
if you
thanks very
don't
much.
send me a text, I'm going to make stuff up, and
Please
then
do.
you'll definitely text me.
Please do. And if for
The
whatever
whole
reason-
team was fired.
yeah. And if I can come back tomorrow, we'll definitely get into the make stuff up segment of the show.
Sweet.
It's my favorite.
I'm in for it. Brad,
Well,
thanks
okay.
for coming up. Appreciate you.
You got it, man. Anytime.
I love Ryan implying that he isn't always making stuff up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm specifically going to start making stuff up. Yeah, okay.
The 60 car was able to get the lead there, Scott, and absolutely pulled away now. Nearly a 2-second lead over the Stratus 58. So great job by the 60 team to get the lead and run away with it.
Yeah, interesting. That car's got a lot more pace all of a sudden than the 58. They are, I think they're both working through traffic. At least based
Absolutely.
on, yeah, based on the fact they're both 2 to 4 seconds slower than the 59, which is the car that's out in front with no traffic. Although I imagine it will be catching the back of the field by now. I've just noticed that the 89X's track map on their onboard includes the little chicane before the keyhole.
Hopefully
Weird.
they're not taking that.
No, they're not. I just saw the dot went off the track, and I was like, what? Oh, yeah, it's because it doesn't include
Oh, yeah.
the part of the track that actually... Yeah, the dot follows the correct track, the track map that includes the chicane, that I don't know has ever been used. So that's interesting. So yeah, we got the 60 ahead of the 58 and pulling away in the lead. The 59 has improved their fastest lap again. They're down to 28.8. That was while running in clean air, but I think they've now caught traffic. So that was probably their best chance to try and stick it on pole tomorrow, and they didn't quite get there. Still needed another half a second. As for GTO, we do indeed only have 4 cars left on the lead lap, but they've obviously all closed up a bit with that safety car. And we've got a 50-50 split between those who pitted on that last safety car and those who didn't. The 2 cars running first and second, the number 70 Cup car, 911 Cup car, 12 seconds ahead of the 89X Aston Martin. They didn't pit, so they've got a full-ish, pretty much a full pit stop left to make, which should be happening kind of soon. I would expect the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then we have the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing Toyota Supra and the 225 Toyota Supra. That 225 car has just done a 132.5, which is about 6, maybe even 7. 5 or 6 seconds quicker than it went on the previous fuel run. They pitted under yellow. They changed drivers. I'm 90% sure, and presumably fueled up as well. So that car has about half a pit stop left to make. It's not the fastest of the top 4, but at least it is now on pace rather than hemorrhaging time as it was in the last fuel run. Whether that was because they were on a fuel saving strategy that's obviously now irrelevant that we've had a safety car, because they definitely couldn't make it on fuel from the safety car no matter how much fuel saving they did. So they will be now running flat out for sure. And yeah, they're on pace with everyone in the top 4. So this should be a really tight race. I really think the 2 cars that pitted under that safety car have a significant advantage because they're only, well, the number 90 Toyota R&D car is about 25 seconds off the lead, and the 225 is about 30 seconds off the lead. And I think they have less. They're going to gain all of that back with a shorter pit stop.
I think you're definitely right on that, Scott, with the way that the timing is right now, the separation between those top cars in the GTO field. 2 of them still have to come down pit road, of course, for a full stop. The others more likely just a splash and go of sorts. So there's a lot of time to be lost there on pit road for those front runners. Going to be very interesting to get that update on why the 70 machine didn't come down pit road under that last caution sequence. But as soon as we get that info, of course, we'll pass that along to you as well. Going to be really interesting to watch and see when they come down pit road here.
Definitely. On that lap, the 225 Supra was 2 seconds faster than the 90 ahead of it, so the gap's down to 3 seconds there. And as I say, I think that's going to end up being the race for the lead between those two cars as we get into the last. Well, it's going to be the last half an hour or so, because those two cars don't have to pit for a while now.
Of course.
So yeah, it's going to be a really long time before this sort of, assuming no safety cars or everything else being equal, it's going to be quite a long time until this actually cleanses itself out. By then, there's every chance that the round 3 number 70 car, which is the fastest of the 4 at the moment, on average, there's every chance that car will have pulled enough of a gap that it takes the lead back anyway. So I'm sort of covering my own ass there, but
we're going under a full course caution here, Scott, for the 89 car coming to a stop in turn number 9. So that completely changes everything.
Yeah, so much for that all else being equal thing. Yeah, so not only does the safety car obviously close these gaps back up, it changes the fuel mileage equation, but also that 89 car was running second overall, so that's a big deal. I'm going to rewind my onboard to see if I can figure out what happened.
Yeah, see if you can find out what just happened with the 89 car, because he's not facing the right direction right now.
Yeah, it's the corner. It's a really tricky corner. It's the one before Thunder Alley. I don't know the name of the corner. It'll be, if we load up their onboard, you can see it on the track map where it is, but it's that corner where you've got a right-hander braking zone into a tight right, and they drifted wide onto the curb while braking between the two apexes, and I think the left rear wheel got in the grass and it just spun the car around. It's a really easy mistake to make on that corner.
And it looks like he's kind of buried in the dirt.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. Totally in the gravel, yeah. Facing the barrier away from the track. And yeah, definitely that car's going to be beached.
So most likely on the camera shot we just had through turn number 9, he's likely just below the camera, just out of shot there. As
yes.
You do see the safety truck coming onto the scene.
And you can see to our right of the truck, those tire marks and those marks going into the grass.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, he was further off to the left than I thought he was. But you can...
Just to the right of the series logo.
Yeah, and if you follow those tracks back, you can see the mark where he stuck his outside wheels in the grass, and that's what spun him around. And yeah, he really never got turned into the corner. That grass, presumably, I don't know if it's wet. I guess if it was really cold overnight, perhaps it froze and now it's a bit soggy. But yeah, it was slippery enough that he just never got any purchase turning into the corner. And yeah, you can see the guy with the tow rope must be right where the car is.
Yeah, just out of frame here. They're going to have to pull him out. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. I would expect the 70 to come down pit road under this full course yellow. And they should maybe be able to make it to the end from here.
That's an interesting call, yeah. This shouldn't be a very long safety car, because all this is a beached car.
They're just pulling him out and let him go after this for sure.
Yeah, and then it'll be green. The 58 is in the pits. That makes sense. They stayed out under the last yellow. What's interesting, I still don't see any way that the cars that just pitted under the last caution, I mean, they should pit as well, to be honest. Because I think, if this safety car period is 5 minutes longer, it should be able to get all of the GTO cars pretty close to the finish. Certainly if another yellow came out, they could then definitely all make it. So I think it's worth everyone pitting here. And if they do, then the same rules apply. The 225 and the 90 are going to come into the pits right behind the 70, because that's how safety cars work. Few lapped cars being allowed. And then they're going to have to put in 20 or 30 seconds less fuel, which means they're going to jump them in the pits. So either way, the 70, this doesn't help them necessarily. They're still going to end up behind the 90 and the 225, I think, assuming they all do the predictable thing, which is pit next time around. I don't think there's any way the 60 that is in the overall leader managed to get in between any of those cars. They were all too close. The 70 is indeed in the pits, according to Race Hero.
You do see him there in the center of your screen, getting attention from the pit crew. Going to fill that one up, get him back out onto the racetrack. One of the Stratus cars leaving pit road as well.
So does this
Doesn't look like anyone else came down,
I was
though.
going to say, does this mean either that or the field just never bunched up? There's the
It's
safety
also...
car. Actually,
Yeah,
what-
they're... Whoa.
Did that Porsche manage to get ahead of the safety car? Maybe the 60 did manage to get him, and now he's leaving the pits.
This is interesting, Scott. I'm not sure
I
what we're seeing here.
I'm wondering if they're a lap behind this lot, but just beating the safety car out. When everyone comes across the line now, it will be obvious. Yeah, if they were genuinely ahead of the safety car there when everyone else got bunched up behind, and the 90's in now.
Yeah, I think the 70 was well ahead and just able to come down pit
So-
road there.
I guess somehow the 60 was behind them.
Wow.
Actually, that kind of does make sense. The 60 pitted under the last yellow, and therefore they were partway through the pack on the restart, and they were working their way through the traffic still. And remember, the 70 didn't pit, so they were right at the front of the train doing fast laps out ahead of everyone. Yeah, it's entirely reasonable actually that the 60 may have worked its way past all of the GTO cars except the 70. The 90, by the way, is already out, so they were literally just in for a splash. So maybe that is that the explanation for why they didn't pit? They were trying to play that card, get out ahead of the overall race leader, while everyone else was stuck, but ended up behind the overall race leader. And then if another safety car came out, which it remarkably has, that then puts them a lap ahead. They can make their pit stop, and they're still a lap ahead. If so, that's kind of ruined the race a little bit. Because, yeah, we just watched them get out of the pits ahead of the safety car. We don't do wave rounds in WRL, so there's no way that the rest of the field is going to catch them. They've just come across the line now, and the 90 is only on the back straight. Well, we'll look at the safety car now. Yeah, so they are. They're a lap ahead of everyone.
Wow.
They've even managed to jump the 59 Stratus, unless that Stratus car has a problem, which they probably do because they were 2 laps ahead.
He has shown up in red on the scoring, so it's indicating something is going on with that machine. See if we can get another update.
Red is a bit temperamental during a safety car.
Oh, of course. Of
Yeah,
course.
But the only other car that's in red in the top 20 is the car that is being plucked out of the gravel. By the way, that process is taking longer than I'd expect. It looks like they couldn't get it out with the original truck they sent, and they've now got a full-on tow truck in there.
Gotta wonder if potentially he's just too deep into the gravel that they didn't want to stick the truck in there far enough to get him out.
Or
So
the
they're
truck
using...
couldn't get purchased on the grass, maybe.
Quite possibly. Again, Ryan did mention that it was quite saturated down there, so doesn't want to get stuck himself and require a tow.
Yeah, and that obviously would have contributed to the spin, the fact that the grass is
Absolutely.
saturated. So the length of this safety car would help the 225 is the only car that pitted under the last safety car and didn't pit just now. So this would potentially, the Stratus 59 is still losing places, by the way. But this would help them get to the end, but it's somewhat irrelevant because they're a minute and a half.
Wow, he was deep there,
behind.
Scott.
Yeah, it's a deep gravel trap down there. It's another one of those ones that runs down the hill, so it needs to be deep to stop you. Stratus 59's fallen to 6th overall now. But yeah, I think that's it. I think we've got the 70 on the tail end of the lap ahead of the rest of the GTO cars. So that, whether it was intentional, whether that clearly it was an intentional choice, but whether that was the intention, is to try and get the 60 Stratus car in between themselves and the rest of the GTO cars for half a stint and just roll the dice and see if another yellow comes out. If that was the call, then pretty genius. It certainly worked. And it's I mean, you have to say it's pretty much guaranteed them the win at this point. There's no way a very similarly paced Supra, either the 225 or the 90, is going to close up what should end up being well over a minute once we get going again. The only downside is the 70 now has to work its way through every single car on this restart that's left in the race, but you'd easily take that and given a minute plus lead. So yeah, we're going to have an hour or so of racing, and all the 90 has to do, not the 90, the 70 has to do is pick its way carefully through traffic and survive and not lose more than about a second a lap. Thinking about it, a second and a half a lap. And he's got the win in the bag, really.
It's pretty remarkable considering at one point they were 2, maybe even 3 laps down earlier on in the event. And now essentially they're a lap ahead of everybody else here. And we'll see how quickly he can work his way through the field. Obviously, a lot of traffic here, a lot of battles going on throughout the field for position from class to class. But speaking of class, why don't we just take a quick run through by class here. In GTO, of course, it is the number 70 round 3 racing machine with a substantial margin ahead of the 225 Thunder Bunny racing machine. The number 90 Toyota R&D racing entry in third. GTU, of course, the 3 Stratus cars currently leading that one. The 60 machine ahead of the 58 and the 59 in GP1. The PC Racing 44 continues to lead the way. They've had a phenomenal drive here today. 4 laps ahead of the Palomar Racing 38 machine, and the 522 Choice Racing entry is on the same lap as Palomar. So a battle for second in GP1 sure to ensue here in the coming laps. In GP2, it's Tourenwagen Meisterschaft leading the way. The 369 entry by 4 laps over the Open Throttle Racing number 66, and the 41 for Rockwell Autosport Development in third. And GP3, the AOA Racing 55 leads that one by 76 laps over its sister car, the 85.
Just because they sent a message to us midweek, I'll make sure we give them their full name. Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft.
There we go.
For some reason, they were, I think they were saying that they come up on our timing as Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, and they like having the Chattanooga in there. So there you go. The other thing, you mentioned it's remarkable that 70 was running laps down for much of the day. Not only that, but as you guys pointed out a couple of times, the reason why they were running laps down is because they kept getting screwed by the safety car. Related to where the GTU cars are, and that's
Karma flipped here.
And exactly. That's literally. I don't know if we could even say karma or luck or whatever, but that's literally the effect they just used to essentially win the race. I'm obviously projecting forward 70 minutes, so I apologize if that ends up changing for whatever reason. But all else being equal, they've won the race here because they've used the position of the GTU car to get themselves a lap ahead and make a free pit stop and keep that lap at the same time. So that's another thing, is that we did notice that they exited the pits right in front of the safety car, literally with seconds to spare. I would say, does that mean that they left the pits a bit early, just to make sure, that without fully filling the car, just to make sure they got out in front of the safety car? That would be the intelligent thing to do. But it would be very easy for them to just come back in on the next lap and top up if they hadn't filled the tank, and they didn't bother doing that. So I assume they managed to fill the tank, and it just happened to work out perfectly. The 225's in the pits, or has been in the pits, by the way. So that kind of, they're going to end up they're going to end up a full lap behind the 70 in that case if they pitted now, because the 70 should have caught the back of the train, which we're looking at. I don't know if...
Actually, Scott, it does look like the number 70 machine did come down twice under this full course caution.
Oh, so that'll be it then. I didn't notice it come through. Yeah, okay, so that'll be it. Which is absolutely the intelligent thing to do, is they pitted and waited for the safety car to so that's the 70 coming through, and I don't see the 225 yet. They're probably still catching the back of the train, unless they'd already gone through. I wasn't paying that much attention earlier on, but anyway, the 70, I guess, would have pitted. They'd have had a guy looking at the last corner, making sure they had an eye on the safety car. Safety car, which is coming in the pits now, by the way.
Let's go racing.
And then they let the car go just in time to get out in front of them, and then came back in the pits to finish off filling up the next time.
It's the green flag back out on the field. Just over an hour to go. An hour and 7.5 minutes here remaining in this event. Just finished up full course caution period number 8 on the day. And some big changes with some pit stops here under the caution. Of course, the 70 machine, like we mentioned, able to get out to a substantial lead in GTO. We're still going to have another GTU trying to work its way up to the field. Actually, still issues for that car, dropping all the way back to 10th overall is the Stratus 59 here, Scott. So not sure what happened to them, but definitely not something they were hoping for.
Yeah, I imagine they pulled it into the garage, possibly because what's the point in putting more mileage on the car, just running around last in class?
Yeah,
Especially as it's only the only.
you're guaranteed a podium.
Yeah, and it's only their teammates ahead of them, so maybe they'd had enough for the day. Possible that it was a different issue, but either way, they're certainly not going to lose anything by stopping now, other than the opportunity to gain time if one of their teammates has a problem, which obviously they would never hope for. So yeah, it looks like from timing, I'm not sure. The 90 should be on the same lap as the 70, but most of a lap behind. So we'll wait for the timing to recycle a little bit at the end of the lap. The 225, I think, actually got out of the pits. I think it was a very, very short pit stop. It was only 9.5 seconds behind the 90. Yeah. So they may actually still be ahead of the 70 on track. But either way, it's not going to help any of them because the 6...
and there's the gap right there, Scott, between the 70 and the 90. A minute and 20 seconds.
Yep.
So that's worked out perfectly for the 70 then.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That fire yellow and then getting this one. It's like just... Well,
exactly what Scott said, Ryan. It's what was hurting them earlier on in the event happened in their favor this time.
Yes, absolutely.
And I wonder if they it had happened to them the other way around so often that they learned exactly what the GTU leader's going to do,
right.
and they've used that learning to engineer a situation where they got themselves out in front. I genuinely think if it had gone green to the end, they would have needed their pace to bail them out. But yeah, if that was how they were playing, then obviously it was a gamble and it worked. So can't fault them for that. It's a shame, obviously, for the race that we've ended up splitting up a really good GTO fight.
The 59 actually has just had the front bodywork off of it in the pit lane.
Oh, so it is still in the pit lane.
Yeah.
By the way, the 58 has taken the overall lead again. I don't know how that's happened, actually. They pitted under that last... No, they did. Yes, they did. Sorry, my race hero took a second to update there. They pitted under the last safety car, but so did the 60. The 60's pitted under both of the last two. 60 also pitted a lap later, which meant that they obviously got cycled behind again, the 58. The gap is only 1.7 seconds, so it might be worth us having a look to see if we can find that on the track. The only two remaining MPO1s, so it should be reasonably easy to spot.
The third one has returned to the track. They just went back out.
Okay, well, it's the two that just crossed the start line then. The green and the blue one, I think.
Yes.
Otherwise, we have 7th overall AOA and Hitman. Haven't really called Hitman today, at least while I've been on the broadcast. They're a 10th of a second apart. What is that about? 7th overall, so that'll be 5th in GTO, I think. Yes. Yeah, 5th in GTO now that the 89X has disappeared. That car, by the way, dropped to 11.
So pretty big fall back for them after getting it stuck deep in the gravel back there. Had to get some help out of there. And
here's our overall lead battle.
There's the battle.
I like blue and green as a combo, so this is an aesthetically pleasing battle.
It definitely is aesthetically pleasing, Scott. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And they're right behind one of the Supras. Which one? Is that the 225? Let's see if I've learned my Supra colors yet.
225 is blue and white.
Is it predominantly white?
Yes.
Okay, that's the 225 then. That is kind of in the way of our overall lead and GTU
How dare
battle.
them.
Oh, they're just out there cutting laps, running their race.
Just cutting it up.
Just having a good old time here at Mid-Ohio.
I mean, they're also running second in class.
Yes,
so.
that was my point. It's like, how dare they be in second to ruin Scott's...
And only 5.6 seconds off the lead. So yeah, they have every right to be driving as hard as they want. I do feel the previous safety car kind of bailed that car out, closed the gap. Oh, as the green number 60 Stratus car looks down the inside into the keyhole, but is given no space at all. There's a joke in there about... Anyway. Now they're going to do it again down the back straight. Looks like that car has a decent run. They're side by side. And this should be completed pass at the end of the back straight into turn 5. You can hold it around the outside of that corner. It's definitely a common move in IndyCar, but not this time. And the green number 60 Stratus MPO1 takes the overall lead. Potentially for the last time, because I don't think either of those cars have to visit it.
They shouldn't. Within an hour to go, if they pitted on that last yellow, they should be good to go to the end.
MPO1s tend to get really good mileage relative to the GT cars.
Well, 4 liter or 2 liters or 2.5 liters, depending on which one they're running. I think Stratus does the 2 liters still. Happy to be corrected on that.
Still stuck behind that 225 though. Oh, the 89X is in the pits, by the way.
Yep, and they just did a driver change as well. I think that's a, hey, we're not going to make the win. Let's get everybody a little more even driving time here, and then we'll take a crack at it tomorrow.
Yeah, they ended up sort of falling into that gap that we've had for much of the day between 10th and there's like a 3-lap gap between the top 10 and then all the cars behind. 89X kind of came out the gravel in that gap. So yeah, they've actually, they pitted there and not lost anything extra. The 225 is closed down to 3.6 seconds behind the 90 now. So that's actually what we're looking at. We've got the overall leaders, but we've also got the 90 right here passing this Mustang. And the 225 is the predominantly white Supra, a few cars behind. That is for the overall lead. The GTO lead. The overall lead is right there as well. That's the 2 MPO1. So this is where it is.
It's not for the overall lead because the overall leader's a lap.
Just a quick update here. The GP1 leader, the 44 of PC Racing, sounds like they've come to a stop in turn 11. Oof. So some drama here with just an hour remaining. I don't see anybody stopped here in 11, but there they are on the right. Yeah, they're completely stopped there on driver's left.
Well, that's pretty devastating.
Oh, there we go.
They're moving.
They're rolling.
They have indeed dominated GP1 here today. Just unfortunate that they've run into some issues. Very slow moving, so they're going to have to work their way back to pit road. Luckily, not a long way to go to get there, but their chances at victory seem to have gone to the side at this point.
Well, I wouldn't say that. They've got a 3-lap lead. So if it's not a big...
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Well,
Absolutely.
They're having to limp it to the finish or to the pit lane here.
Yeah, again, it totally depends on what the problem is. If it's something they can fix in a minute or two, then they've got a good chance. If it's not, then yeah, it's game over.
That's a good point. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if they're able to make it back out here in relatively quick order. JT Tammy's joined us again. JT, welcome back.
JT's not ready yet.
Imagine JT turning up
soon.
Just as production drama happens. For the first,
He'll be here soon.
Literally the first time since he left. Had a reason to talk about production classes. Also, the car that's catching it is the Palomar racing car, and I've seen that car running slow multiple times today. So even
there's two of them, Scott.
Oh, is it? Okay, I hadn't scrolled down far enough to notice there was a second one. So that presumably the Palomar one, that's the car that's in second, has been strong all day in that case. So that is the number 90. And I don't know why Ryan was telling me that's not for the overall lead, because it absolutely is.
The 70 is in the GTO lead. Is it
no,
not?
the 60 is in the
60.
overall lead.
I thought you were talking about the 90. And got it. Okay.
Yeah. The GTO lead battle is right in front of the GTU lead battle. So we've got our top 4 cars overall, but in the wrong order right now on screen.
Got it. Copy. A firm.
Understood.
Do race cars?
The 89X behind.
Do race cars still have a confirm button?
Well, I think it depends on the race car.
I think there. I thought it used to be kind of common that, like, instead of keying up the radio, there was just a button that was like, yes to that.
I imagine there should be.
I haven't heard anybody
definitely make the job easier.
That is the pass for the lead, the GTO lead, by the way.
The GTO lead?
Yep, right there. That's 225 passing the 90.
That's for second in GTO.
Ah, so that's what you were trying to tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bit you're right about. Yeah, that is. I forgot the existence.
I was confused there for a second.
I'm like, what? Please, I feel like I just tried to cover this.
Yeah, where'd the 70 go?
No, yeah, sorry. Yes, the overall lead is right behind although now it's in between the battle for second in GTO.
Yeah.
I forgot about the 70.
He's just so far ahead.
I just dismissed them because I'm so peeved that their excellent strategy call has ruined this race.
He's so far ahead that he's behind second place at this point. Yes.
Irresponsible.
And he kind of is. I think.
And Scott Michaels, no respect for the 70.
Are they at least giving him some love now?
I was going to say, surely.
I just clicked the button. We will find out.
If they still say seventh, there's something wrong.
Let's see. It takes a minute. Not a lot of. There we go. Okay.
Cue the Jeopardy music.
The 60 is a favorite, but only by 2%.
That's reasonable.
Which is nears makes no difference. A dead heat.
Yeah, that
Wow.
makes sense.
How the mighty have fallen. The 70 now a 93% chance at victory.
Wow.
Supposedly a pretty tight race between the 225 and the 90, though.
Well, they did just swap positions on the last lap, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Those two pretty squared away, and then the 766 likely for fourth.
That seems reasonable. I don't know what the gap is right now. I don't think it is a full lap to the AOA, as Race Hero is trying to tell us, because I think the AOA car is going to come across the line at some point, but I think the gap's big enough that, yeah, the 766 is relatively safe there. Although their last lap was not fast. Airway across the line, they're 50 seconds behind, and the Hitman car is actually right behind them. So I don't know if we can try and locate those two, because they're having a good race for 5th in GTO. That is the Hitman Toyota Supra, the AOA BMW GT4 car. I assume that's these two, is it? They're not two cars that I'm familiar with. Is AOA the red BMW there?
Yes. That's the BMW that has the nose on it. The enlarged, the beaver one. Yeah, the red one. Yeah, there it is.
It does indeed have a nose.
And that light blue Supra behind is the Hitman car. So this is the battle for 5th in GTO.
Yep. And they're just icing. Just like a overpriced hairdryer. Or vacuum. Dyson.
Oh, Dyson. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, you know. Anyway. I stand by that.
Fantastic.
Ooh.
Fantastic.
There's a lunge on the MX-5 there, pushing it out way offline. Oh, there they are, side by
Oh,
side.
that is tight.
Adoring each other.
Wow.
What a move.
And they're going to come through the carousel here.
And that position has changed. So that's
Not-
the Hitman Street Supra up to 5th.
Not sure if flashing lights or LEDs phasing weird with the frame rate.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
I would say
to
flashing
see-
lights.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm wondering what race control might think of that, because there was side-to-side contact. But I don't know how you necessarily place blame. I would say the Hitman car looked like it wasn't as far to the right as it could have been. And that was the car trying to make the pass, so it's kind of their responsibility to not make contact. And that might explain why the AOA driver is not super happy about that.
We're going to try. No, they're not going to try again here down into turn 4. But going to be right up behind the Supra through the DRS detection zone. He's going to go for full overtake. And then as we move back through turn 9, he's going to open the rear wing slot and motor right around him.
Use all the hybrid energy for the push to
Yep.
pass button.
Yep.
Love the use of the DRS here today. They've definitely timed that
Yeah.
quite well.
And I think if the BMW adjusts the front bar a little bit, then that should probably help the stability on the car on turn-in.
Will he take the Joker lap?
No. No
Maybe
Joker
next
laps here.
time by.
Yeah, there you go. I still want a series that has absolutely every possible driver adjustment and or like gimmicky passing aid
So
like available.
Formula E.
Hey, can you adjust roll bars in Formula E?
I don't know.
Do they have a weight jacker?
Don't know. No, I'm kind of with you. I'd like active suspension, all that stuff. Yeah, why not? Let's see it.
Nah, I don't want active. I want the car to have the literal V8 supercars, twin lever adjustable roll bars, and then like fuel mix, push to pass, DRS, the whole. But you have to do it. You can't automate it. It's your job to use the tools that are available. That's what I'd like to see.
Oh, big smoke.
Wow. Oh, it's one of the Strats cars.
Yeah, and it's not the third place car, so it's one of the leading cars.
The green question mark?
So that is the 60, isn't it?
That'll be the leader then.
Yeah, okay, well. Now, that is a spot where, in theory, you could do a hot pull. Because he's off the racing line, he's by the cutout.
Are there marshals at that cutout?
No.
Does it matter?
It may not matter, that's true. They did say they're going to deposit everybody into the paddock. So it could be that we need to go full course yellow just to get the car around the track. By the time they get up onto the flatbed, I don't imagine.
There we go. Yellow flag displayed. Full course caution.
Full course yellow here.
All right. So having said that, all that the 70 has to do is circle around and not crash. If the 58 is in the right place here, it could bring them all back together again. We shall see. A little bit confusing because the leader is, or the guy is the car that's stopped, although the leader is now the 58.
Right.
But that means that they just came across the line. So where is the 70?
The 70 just came across as well not that long ago. Should actually be coming onto the screen here shortly.
Okay, let's see where they are relative to the blue MPO1. There's Hitman and AOA.
Yeah.
That's the battle we were just watching.
That's the 123. Scott Snellen's still short. In the space of like 3 hours, he's already got it nailed. He knows all the cars. There's the blue one.
There it is. Is the next car going to be the 70? I think it might be.
Should be. There's the 225.
Okay, so that car's trapped.
Yeah.
That car is running. Oh, well, that's the second place car, so.
Right.
And there's the 90. So, yep,
maybe I'm crazy.
hasn't.
Maybe it wasn't.
So, no,
well, no, because the 70 hasn't come through. So, yeah, they're done.
So, actually, that was irritatingly close. Yeah, well, I suppose that makes sense because we were just watching that battle with all of those cars together.
There we go.
Yeah. So I was momentarily excited by the fact that we might have squeezed our GTO race back together, and we very nearly did, but we haven't.
So close, but so far.
Well, it was because we were watching that battle between the 225 and the 90, and they were right in front of the leaders. So we probably should have noticed at the time that if the safety car had come out right then that would have condensed the GTO field altogether. And we should have sent Ryan out with a banana skin or a beer can or something to throw on the track.
This stage break brought to you by Continental. I should tell Jordan that Brendan has just unashamedly stolen Jordan's bit about 5 to go presented by Credit 5 Bank.
That wasn't. I don't think that was Jordan's, was it?
Oh, was that not Jordan's bit? Oh, whose bit is that? Whose bit is that?
That was a bottom split thing, but I think it was Sam.
Oh, so, okay. In any case, that's a bit that Brendan has fully embraced.
"48 minutes to go," presented by Credit 48 Bank. So the 60 car is going to start dropping down the order, so we're actually going to get our GTO winner into second overall pretty soon. 225 and 90 are trapped a lap behind with the 58 right in front of them. I don't think we'll see any of the front runners in the pits this time. Another interesting thing might be whether the 766 has managed to get back on the same lap as the 90, but it doesn't look like it right now. Possible though, because the 225 is literally the car right behind the leader. What is the 766? That is a Supra, do we know what color?
That is the Toyota liveried, but not Toyota sponsored one.
Don't know if that's in this train behind the safety car here.
The 34 has taken to the pit lane.
Okay, so that's that battle we were watching between AOA and that 34 Hitman car. So
Yeah.
that goes back to AOA. Which is a car that I think has been getting the best mileage of anyone, at least through the second half of the race. So maybe they can make it to the end and the Hitman car can't. So that might win them 5th place in GTO. Just by being able to stay out on this safety car period. Here's that Mazda crashing into pit lane.
Yes. That's a new color on this car. It's more of a banana-y yellow than it usually is.
I was going to say, there's almost always at least one yellow MX-5.
But it's not
in
this
series.
yellow. It's got more like blue in it.
Okay.
So it's not caution flag yellow.
No.
Okay.
I don't think the camera's picking up that nuance.
Yeah, probably not. All right, I'll ask Scott this. So, Scott, the sort of corporate colors of Continental would be black and what's the other color?
Orange. As I look at the Continental logo on the 89X on board.
Thank you.
Why?
JT and Brendan gaslit me into saying that that was yellow.
Yeah. I would call it orange. I would allow dark yellow.
They described it as school bus yellow, which I don't think is accurate.
I can see that, but like if we're looking at this camera right now,
it's orange.
In the middle there, you see yellow. You see yellow. The top left of the screen, you see yellow, and then the track map and the Continental logo are not the same color.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I would. Yeah, if somebody wanted to call that yellow, I'm not gonna argue too hard.
Oh no, I was gaslit into like you're crazy for calling that orange.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, no, you're not crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like now we can see on our leaderboard the Stratus 58 car. That's an orange, so that's also not the same color, but it's right
closer to the Continental logo than the yellow is.
I'm gonna say it's 50-50 in between. You know, I'm not the sort of person to just sit on the fence, but no, I think with this one, it can be either.
All right.
But
Jordan says he's calling it gold. That was not one of the two options provided.
You see,
unfortunately.
Yeah, it's yellow or orange. That's it.
You see, I have never really considered gold a color. Gold is like an orange combined with a metallic. Like you can't just have the color gold.
Oh, here's JT. JT, answer for your sins.
Which?
Of telling me that it's yellow and I'm crazy.
I think you are crazy because it's orange.
No, it is orange.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Are
it's
you guys
just
both fighting the same thing?
Yes, that's why he's crazy.
I remember calling it orange and having either you or Brendan, and I thought both of you tell me that I was wrong.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think either's wrong. You can call it orange or yellow. I think you can get away with it. If you want to call it gold, then
right.
There's just gold is a very obvious thing where you're like celebrating something.
Yes.
I don't like gold as a color.
So gold is a celebration, not a color.
So here's the thing. It is technically yellow.
No, okay, see, this is what I'm talking about right here.
We can argue whether or not it's orange or yellow, but Continental says it's yellow.
Okay.
And I don't know, if we want to get super picky, we can copy the color, find out the correct RGB numbers or whatever it is, and we can decide whether or not it's yellow or orange.
Sounds good.
I think the only thing we could say is that you're not crazy for calling it orange.
No, because it definitely is a darker tint to it, so it looks orangish.
All right, man. Alive here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Thank you for that, Jordan. Thanks for bailing me out there. Here in Lexington, Ohio, with the World Racing League, the 85 returning to the track, the blue MX-5 Sands bumper. Turns out you don't especially need one of those.
Who needs a bumper? It's just extra weight.
Modified
Yeah.
class.
You guys are really ripping on the MX-5 and BMWs today.
That's all that's in the race.
And Supras.
The entire general production field is BMWs, with the exception of these two Mazdas.
I would disagree.
I mean,
There are
generally
two
speaking,
fantastic Fords in this.
There is. One very similar to one that I owned.
Yeah.
But I know to be not that fast. Makes a lot of noise relative to the amount of forward motion it puts out. Something crowds. Scott, have you got an answer from Billy yet why he doesn't have his Eligier here?
No, mostly because I didn't send a message.
Oh, that's a good
but,
reason why.
But I can
Well,
fix that.
That's why you have to have friends in high places to like squeeze them for information. Like if I had Chip Ganassi's phone number, for example, I would ask. Nah, I'm not gonna do that, Joe. Never mind.
As you see on the screen,
Yeah.
folks, tomorrow we're going to kick off at 8 a.m. Eastern time for a 7-hour enduro race here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow. Same place, different time, same great action all day long.
And we'll have non-stop action as well. No 1 hour.
That's right.
And also, yeah,
delay.
it's actually not all day long, is it? It's a very early finish now.
It is, which JT loves because that means it's like barely going to be cracking noon. Then he can get out there and go to Pike's Market and get some fresh perch and maybe a Dungeness
You making
crab.
fish there, JT?
Apparently.
Yeah. Now, JT actually is crazy because doing this job while on the West Coast just makes no sense. But, so yeah, I guess if you're a crack of dawn type of person, I would be like, I'm not even going to wake up before the end of the race if it's a.
I am not.
Yeah, no kidding.
You'd have us fooled. Plenty of time to watch the various other sporting events. At least catch up with them after the WRL race.
Other sports? Oh, no.
No, it's more like catching up with them. Like, ugh.
Oh, okay.
You watch it live or you don't watch it at all.
There's not much option to watch Paris-Roubaix live, sadly.
That's true. No, you're not wrong. You can watch it on Peacock, actually.
Yeah, with American commentators, which means there is no option
It's
to...
not American commentators. It's Phil Liggett or Paul Schur, whichever one it is.
That's worse.
He's not American. No, he's not. Oh my gosh. Scott's gonna be stabbed by every cyclist in North America.
I don't think I am. That's a popular opinion out here
No, is it?
amongst cyclists. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Liggett had his day about 25 years ago.
I mean, I'll buy that. That's fine. I don't like Bob Roll, but you know, I do like Christian Vandevelde pretending to be interesting. With
He's
his
fine.
suit on. In the
I'll take Rob Hatch and Adam Blythe, thanks.
that's fine, but you know, just don't sell the NBC coverage short. They've done a really good job with that for a long time.
No, they haven't. It's,
Yes, they
it's
have.
really bad. It's
not.
way too many adverts. It's almost
Well, that's
unwatchable
not. There's
in that
nothing.
way.
You can't do anything about that. Like
That's just
can.
network television.
yeah, that's
Well, you can not watch it on network, but yeah. Discovery Plus.
but the BBC's about to have ads.
Is it really?
That's what the Tories want.
God.
So they're going to get rid of the license fee and then have ads.
Well, you stream on GCN when it wasn't cancelled, or you stream on Discovery Plus now, except you can't get that in America because NBC has the rights and they play 30,000 adverts an hour.
gotta have 21 minutes an hour,
Is it?
Scott. Not 22 and a half. Gotta have that round.
3 minutes every 9 minutes. Is it 3 every 9? Is that what it is? 3 every 8. That still feels like it falls short of what NBC manages.
It does. It really does. My favorite was when they went to add right as the Daytona 24 went back to green. I was like, that's just incredible. Like, how do you do? Like, is there no one in that production truck that knows anything about the event at all?
The racing can wait. We have to get to an ad about microwaves. Like,
It's just
hold
some
on.
like D-level football producer is like, yeah, I'll do the ad.
Remarkable.
When we go green, can we do a bit about how tire suppliers are important to our technology in racing, but also sustainability?
Michelin has set off on their important journey to ensure that your vehicle is safe and that we're protecting the environment. Here's Jamie Howe.
We can either do that, JT, or we can do a half-hour interview while the racing is on with a Michelin salesman.
Would you like to know more about Mobile One?
No, I hope that we can do a 40-minute session talking about how great DRG is and go to their wine event and walk through their little building and like, wow, look at this old Porsche. Wow. How embarrassing was that? My goodness. I actually tried to explain that to somebody the other day, and they were like, oh, I didn't watch the American feed, so I have no idea that occurred. I was like, it was embarrassing. Who was I talking to about that?
Well,
it might have been Greg Kramer. I don't know if it was Greg Kramer or...
I'm in the same boat. I don't actually know what you're talking about. I was the
Scott. Brian Till went down there and just acted like TRG was God's gift to sports car racing for literally 30 minutes.
During the race?
During the race. At night.
Wow.
During the race. They went down there like multiple times. It was awful. Awful. Gotta talk to Kevin Buckler. Ugh. Pat Long looked like he was there by gunpoint. Yeah, no, it was great. Yeah, we loved it. We're gonna go green here.
Saving Ryan from ruining any chance at a career.
Yes, indeed. That ship has long sailed, Scott. let's be real here. I'm not the. My father is not a important IMSA racer from the 80s and 90s. So
the green flag did not save Ryan.
No, it did not.
Absolutely not.
And I also don't have the right accent for it. Scott's a lot closer to a career in this than I am, just by virtue of having a different accent.
I mean, you could try an accent, see if it works for you.
Please
I'm not very good at it. I'm gonna level with you. I'm not very good.
Oh, sorry. The number 90's onboard camera randomly flicks to 90 degrees sideways every now and again, and it really throws my brain. A weird one. But yeah, we got the A9X has gone down the inside of the 225 to take the lead on track position lead, I guess. It was interesting. That 225 is in a pretty fierce race with the number 90, the car that keeps flipping on its side. Must be a netcode issue. But yeah, that's a 1.9 second gap, so they can't really afford to get stuck behind another car at this point.
Yeah, definitely got to watch out for that netcode. Isn't that right, Scott?
There they are side by side. Yeah, definitely don't want to netcode a lap car. That would suck. And then the overall leader right behind them. So if a safety car came out right now, the 225 would cycle back around and we'd have a race for the lead in GTO. Just saying.
We would.
Ryan. Just saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Doesn't sound like you're leaving the commentary box to go and throw something on the track.
I'm going to level with you. I'm not. That would even further destroy my career.
Absolutely.
As entertaining as it would be.
Front straight, the Rockwell Porsche was off track there as it rejoins.
That car has had a rough day.
That could have been a bit bad, considering how slick the grass is.
Well, they actually, while you were away, they came out on track after an extended time in the paddock and immediately stuffed it in the wall out of turn one. So yeah, long day for that crew. But there's speaking
car
of
off turn one.
There we go.
Into the tire barrier, very lightly though.
It's going to be pretty deep there. They're going to have local yellow. involved, and the man on the starter stand is bending down. Where the or woman, I think it actually is a woman.
That is the 97 car, the Liberty Autosport machine.
What
Black
did I
and
just
red,
say about
Ford
if
Mustang.
a safety car comes out
Oh
right now?
my goodness! Oh
There
my
it is.
goodness!
Full course caution.
Did the 58 get past the 225? Because if not, then we may have a race for the GTO lead. Oh, actually, the 90 on board shows that it doesn't. That it didn't. The 58 is right in front of the 90. So the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra is going to remain trapped a lap down, but the 225, which is running second in GTO, is ahead of the leader. So that car should cycle around to the back of the train.
Ooh.
So it's a long shot because the 70 is going to be at the front of the train and the 225 is going to be at the back.
Right.
And we're only going to have 25 minutes at the most to go, but we might have a race in GTO. But we have also lost our race for second in GTO.
Yes.
Thanks to this.
Well, this is still the race for second.
No, yeah, but we've
Second overall, yes.
second overall, sure.
Yeah. See? You know.
But we've lost our race for second in GTO because the 90 is going to get something.
But in a sense, we haven't. Because second position may still yet change.
Because first becomes second? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not
Go
really
on.
a battle. Okay, it's a battle for... It's like when you say people are racing for
Battle for the
last.
top two.
Yeah.
So Scott has effectively willed this into existence. He put his positive vibes into the universe, and the
I heard
universe
some,
has responded.
Some commentators at the Bathurst 12 hour, they had a guest up, and there was some discourse about the commentator's curse and how cute the driver or the person who was actually in racing thought it was that the commentators consider that they have any bearing on what's going on. And I'm fully on board with that. Like, we're just sat on the side watching things as if anything we would say could possibly have any effect on what happens in the race. Unless, other than Screaming Goat, who do listen to our strategy advice.
They do, absolutely.
That's the only thing.
That's a car that's supposed to be detuned for GP1 this year.
That's
not
disappointing.
Not going to be running with the leaders. Apparently, they cannot push that kind of power and not break the rear suspension and the axles and such.
So, what was wrong with the car that was highly competitive before they LS swapped it?
Well, one, that engine is very expensive to have an S54. That straight 6 BMW motor.
Okay.
They're not built anymore. And to rebuild them, they're expensive. And they're pushing more power out of it, so it's really highly strung, so they don't last very long.
Right. And with the LS motor in it, they then, if they tune that up enough, they break rear suspension.
Yes.
Okay.
And
That's a
hubs
shame.
and things, yeah. Well, between that and then they're running a bigger tire on the rear, which is also more weight on the suspension than the suspension's used to dealing with. So there's like a couple cascading issues there that they were going to fix by tuning it back down to GP1. The wind has picked up substantially here.
Tailwind into the keyhole, which is always a tricky braking zone to begin with.
Less than 30 minutes to go here.
Do you think you could get 1987 NASCAR Cup cars to go 4 wide into the keyhole?
I'm interested in comparisons between the average WRL driver and the average iRacing AI driver.
Jordan, can you make a car set for WRL? Do you think we could get that? Do we think we could get that figured out? We can have like 4 or 5 different cars. Jordan says he could. I feel like that means it's not going to happen. That's okay. I'll take it. Yeah. There's no Supra, importantly, which that's kind of a big one.
I don't think the NASCAR Supra would work, but it's worth a shot.
Actually, yeah, like I hadn't really thought about how many of these cars are in iRacing.
Most of them.
Yeah.
For the NPO
Yeah.
ones, you could
We-
use the
we
S1F.
kind
Or
of
the
have the
Radical.
right Audi, not quite, but close enough.
Well, you have the TCR car.
Yeah, but it's the older model, right?
Oh, it's the older one. Okay, got it.
That's why I meant not quite, but close enough.
Right. The BMWs.
Yep.
The Mercedes. The Miatas.
Mercedes is there without any of that aero, right?
Right. I mean, so it's going to be not quite, but like, close.
I'm just interesting that is that a newer model of Mercedes GT4?
We got the Mustang.
No,
or are
it's
they-
just that they can do whatever they want.
That is just an added wing, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Shame we can't do that in iRacing. Just slap a wing on.
That's what Forza's for.
Yeah, well, sure.
Which they fixed Forza. They got rid of their stupid level system. It's now gone, and you can just put whatever you want on the car, which is how it always should have been. Yeah, the lack of Supra is really going to be a challenge. And like, you could use the 86, but then it's going to be in the wrong class.
Give it a weight penalty.
It has. The Dodge Challenger safety car getting the job done.
Full course caution number 9 of the day.
There was one time, of course, I've told this story on the air before, but probably not to this specific commentator audience, where I was at Thunder Hill and they exploded the engine in the safety car.
Oh,
And the safety car was from then on a flatbed.
They could have borrowed someone's car from the car park or something.
Guess not. And it was actually
Flatbed.
Laguna Seca's safety car. So occasionally, like at Road Atlanta, they still have them. It's a CX-7 Mazda. But I believe all of the tracks got them at the same time for the ALMS or something, and they all had these CX-7s. And so occasionally you'll go to a track and they'll still have one. It's like Road Atlanta still has theirs. But yeah,
all the others are blown up.
they explode. They completely blew the engine.
That's
after
wild.
having driven that car up to Willows like 3 hours, and yeah, they just had the flatbed be the safety car.
next time we'll just put Scott out there on his bicycle with the flashing light on his
there we
helmet.
go.
We should be good to go.
Be good.
As long as the track's flat. We have to go up a hill.
There's some elevation.
good.
Sorry.
All right, Scott, we need you to pick up the leader going into turn
Get
one.
your bike
at Coda.
pants on.
Good luck.
Just watch the track limit, Scott.
Yeah. That's gonna run the curves on his cyclocross bike.
Just hit one of those sausage curbs and face plant. Ugh.
I've done a time trial at Charlotte Motor Speedway, but they made us run the apron, which I was really disappointed about. I have raced on the banking at Thompson.
Yeah.
full
There
circuit.
you go.
That's amazing.
See, I feel like Homestead would be the place to do it because it's got the progressive banking.
I mean, bear in mind that I won a national championship on the velodrome, which has higher banking. Than
Look at me
any,
and my medal.
Yeah, sorry, had to. Higher banking than any NASCAR oval. So
I believe that.
we can do that. You just need the corners to be tight enough.
Is it tight enough at Homestead? Would you fall off the bike?
Homestead, the banking's nowhere near
That's true.
steep enough. Daytona would probably be too high and not tight enough a corner.
Okay.
Charlotte would have been like on the edge, I think. Like I'd have probably been leaning into the banking a bit. I think, yeah, might be a bit steep. Thompson felt great. That was like the perfect amount of banking for the tightness of the corner.
What about
Bristol's pretty steep.
I'm just picturing you on your bike at some of these circuits and just trying to balance yourself on the banking.
Well, I get you can go like you've watched Olympic like sprint racing.
Yeah,
on the velodrome, you can go like 0 miles an hour on the 40-degree banking, so you can do it. It's just you're leaning to the right, which is actually you get used to that pretty quickly, to be honest.
Because you're going to lean opposite of the track, right?
If you're going slowly, yes.
Okay.
How do you think you would do at the new Smyrna Speedway?
I
know the
that.
commentator there.
No, you don't. They don't have a commentator there.
The former, yeah, I'm sorry, it's the former commentator. You know, the hurricane came through.
I don't know if I've seen the current like. I feel like I haven't seen New Smyrna Speedway since it was the old layout, which was like 25 years ago or something. Is it 4 corners now, or is that the old one?
You're asking the wrong person, man.
Yeah, I think.
There was a time where they didn't have 4 corners?
I think so.
Oh, guys, great news! Great
You
news!
think Pocono?
The Honda Civic is being driven in the paddock.
Oh!
Yay!
It is coming down to the pit lane here. Oh my god!
They finally got their part.
It's time
Part
to
has
qualify
arrived.
for tomorrow.
It's been installed. The driver's been installed. We're gonna go out there and just rip this thing.
Please don't send it into turn 1.
No, I'll be fine. Good to go on that. They've just got the rear tires at like 60 psi. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we're just going for it.
20 minutes to go. Lots of time to get out there and set a fast lap.
Yeah, look at that thing. Rolling down the front stretch. It's going to come out of turn 1 here. We're still fully under full course yellow. Can they catch anybody?
Ooh.
I don't think so.
I'm going to say no.
Of any of the runners, oh no, because it's only AOA in that class. Yeah, probably not. All right. Well, it was worth a shot.
At least they tried. I would have thought we'd be back to green flag racing by now. I thought they got the car off a while ago. Maybe dealing with some debris or some fluid or something on the racetrack. Of course, we saw quite a bit of smoke there.
And dust. Lots of changing atmospheric conditions near that car.
Absolutely.
As the graphic says, tomorrow the coverage begins at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central Time, and that makes it 5 a.m. Pacific. I know that in DriversEye Live we pretend that the West Coast doesn't exist.
What West Coast?
Yeah, exactly.
I believe that was the Civic that just went by right there.
It is. There we go. Beautiful, the TCA Civic there. So they'll be ready to rock tomorrow, and they'll make a race of that GP3 class.
Absolutely. Will be nice to see another car out there, see what they can do. Should be a good podium battle amongst the entries in that class.
Yeah. Of course, the street tires here used in WRL, 200 treadwear road car tire, lends itself to a little bit more sound than a race tire would have.
I would 100% have blown a tire by now if I was out on this racetrack. I just can't save tires whatsoever. So kudos to these guys able to save them all day today.
Making a Porsche Cup car go this long on one set of tires as well, as Brad was telling us
impressive.
earlier. Yeah, that's really something.
I mean, it's down 100 horsepower. For
Still.
what it's worth. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Now we're going to go green here. The 58 is going to lead the field away. The 70 looking to put another lap on the number 90 car, or put a lap in general on the 90 car. We're going to have about 17 minutes here to run to the checkered flag. Unless we get a yellow too close to the end, then we'll go into WRL overtime.
All right, so the race for the GTO lead is actually pretty close. It's 12.9 seconds between the number 70 and the number 225.
So the 70 is going to have to get a move on here to put some of that traffic in between them and the 225 so that they can make their escape at the front of the field while the track is still clear.
Yeah, the 90 is the fourth car in line. So, and it's only GTO and GTU cars ahead of them. So,
are they going to catch traffic?
Oh yeah, they catch traffic in about 5 minutes in WRL, don't they?
All right.
Oh,
And
yeah,
there's not that many slow cars, is the thing. There's not a
Okay.
whole bunch of GP3s and GP2s. It's mostly a GP1.
It is quite a
field.
small track as well, though.
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
No, I think they will, but it's not going to be much. Probably
Right.
only once, at least for most of the cars.
Catch the Civic. But there is that.
Did we know what happened to PC Racing?
No, I know that we talked about the commentator's curse is fake, but I was told the driver in that car, and then literally 2 minutes later is when that car had problems.
Yeah, because when I rejoined you guys at the top of the hour, it was still in the lead.
No, it was literally breaking down as you joined us.
Yeah.
We kind of joked about the fact that you turned up at the exact moment that GP became relevant
Yes.
because of that. So they stopped on the left before the carousel,
Yeah, turn
got
left.
moving again, came in the pits, and we haven't seen them since. 'Cause, yeah, at the time they had a 3-lap lead, so we were kind of saying, if it's a small problem, spark plug things falling off or something, I don't know, but then you could just get it running again cleanly, then they'll be fine, but not if it's an extended issue. Or if they just run out of fuel or something.
Just a quick note here, the gap between first and second in the GTO class is at 12.9 seconds. The round 3 Racing 70 ahead of the 225 for Thunder Bunny Racing. The only unfortunate thing is they're basically running the exact same lap times.
And I do believe that the 70 could be being held up here by the other two Supras ahead of it. And again, not quite enough pace to just blow by and make that happen.
It's also a really tight battle for fourth in GTO. Hitman and AOA have relit that battle after Hitman had to pit and AOA didn't on the previous yellow. They also managed to catch the 766, and they've both actually leapfrogged over the 766. So there's a 3-way battle there for fourth in GTO and fifth overall. That's the Hitman Supra, the AOA BMW, and the 766 Thunder Bunny Supra.
I think the 70 is going to have lost some time here.
I imagine not as much as 225 has stuck in much slower traffic. So that's Hitman and AOA there, and then the next car through. So Hitman, AOA, and the next car through should be the 766, I think. As AOA sets their fastest lap of the race so far.
Only a 1/10 of a second difference on that lap. The Thunder Bunny car was just a little bit quicker, still at 12.8 seconds, separating first and second in GTO.
That's pretty impressive considering the traffic that car is going to be working its way through. The 70 isn't keeping up with the Supras ahead of it, actually.
Something to watch right here. The 221 Alpine Autosport car in the GP2 field has come to a stop on driver's right in turn 8. So we'll see if that comes into play here with less than 15 minutes to go.
If we go full course yellow here, I guess this is down at turn 9, so they'll be able to get it back to paddock kind of quickly.
Relatively quickly, yeah, for sure.
I'd like to think that's in a safe enough position with so short to go they could just leave it.
Well, I wonder if that's what the corner marshal is speaking to the driver about. Of course, in the SCCA rules, if you wait 2 laps and get the driver out of the car becomes part of the course, and you just move on with your life.
I love that. ownership passes over to the track.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. but that's in the sprint racing where they can't really afford to have 4 laps of yellow.
Well, we're in a sprint race now, damn it.
That's true.
Green flag with 15 minutes to go.
That is a fact indeed.
Yes, however, the series prides itself on safety.
All about safety.
That's also a fact.
That could be dangerous. So I'm not sure.
So yeah, that was
willing
my
to
original.
leave a car somewhere. on
Yeah,
track.
my original point was that doesn't look like it's in a dangerous place.
Yeah, the driver is out.
Driver's out.
So we're going to leave it.
It is now part of the course.
See?
I've got an image of like the grass just coming up and engulfing it at this point. So,
we come back next year and the car's still sitting there. It's a lawn ornament now. That gap in GTO is stretched out just a little bit, an additional second and a half or so to 14.1 seconds now between round 3 and Thunder Bunny.
yeah, it's gonna be tough. Hopefully, at some point, the Thunder Bunny car gets clear of traffic. I've just noticed the 70's just passed the 90, so it's working its way through those couple of GTO cars it needed to. But yeah, we need that Thunder Bunny to get a car to get clear of traffic and see if it's got any pace to catch the 70. But time is rapidly running out. At this point, got to catch it over a second a minute, so that would be over a second and a half a lap, which is a big ask. Car coming in the pits there. It's pretty late for a pit stop, so that's presumably an issue. Hitman flashing away at the, I guess that would be the two TRD looking Supras have ended up together on track, so I'm getting confused which one that is. But whichever one it is, the Hitman car is now working its way through, which is good because it has the AOA BMW right behind it. And again, this is a battle for 4th in class, so it's definitely not insignificant. They've gapped the 766 Thunder Bunny car that's going around in the 36s at the moment. It's in the pack behind, but yeah, it's definitely getting dropped by those two cars battling for 4th. So it looks like 766 has resigned itself to a 6th place finish in GTO today.
Just 10 minutes to go in today's 8-hour racing action here at Mid-Ohio. Some great action all day long in that gap between first and second, closing just a little bit here. I just don't think there's going to be enough time. 13.6 seconds separating round 3 and Thunder Bunny now. Obviously, anything could change if we do see another one of those full course yellows. But I'm hoping at this point we're able to go green to the end and see what we can do from there.
Yeah, so this is really the only pressing battle on the track at the moment. Well, there is also a race for 9th overall between Stoic Racing and 89X Motorsports, and then Random Vandals right behind them. A couple of team names we haven't really called out today, so I thought I'd mention them. That's 9th overall, 8th, no, not even 8th, that's 7th in class, because there's 2 Stratus cars ahead. Lots of personal, well, I say lots, 2 personal best laps on this lap. Thunder Bunny 225 with a 31.22255. That beats the number 70's fastest lap, so that's important for tomorrow's grid. 31.255 is, I think that might be the 2nd fastest lap we've had all day for GTO. And then AOA, that BMW, 32.052. Their new fastest lap as they're chasing Hitman right up under the rear wing of that Supra now.
Definitely impressive to see the quick times going down at this point. There's the lawn ornament down in turn number 9 as we continue on here. Just about 8 minutes to go. The Stratus 58 has a substantial lead by a couple laps over the round 3 racing number 70 machine in the Thunder Bunny 225. That is the overall podium right now. But of course, in GTO, it's round 3. Thunder Bunny and the Toyota R&D Racing number 90, the top 3 up there within the top 5 overall. Couple more personal bests there. Scott, the Hitman Racing 34, runs a 131.699 and a 131.731 for the AOA 74 machine. So a couple of these teams finding a little bit of extra speed and helping them out when it comes to the starting order for tomorrow's race.
Well, those two are just in an absolute war over fourth in class there. They're nose to tail. They've managed to catch the GTO leader. And now it looks like that number 70 car is going to start interfering with that battle for fourth. So those guys are absolutely on the limit, pushing as hard as they can. See the Hitman car here. Really?
Yeah, there they are.
Could really do with that leader getting out of the way, really.
I mean, at this point, he has a fairly large lead, 11.5 seconds. Let them by, let them duke it out, maybe. But I doubt anyone's going to be getting out of the way at this point.
Yeah, the 11.5 seconds. Yeah, with 6 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go, it should be fine. But it is closing. It is reducing at about a second a lap. That gap. So yeah, they don't really want to give up 2 or 3 seconds letting these guys through. You're absolutely right. Especially if they then were to come together and get in the way, you can easily lose another 4 or 5 seconds, and then yeah, who knows what could happen. I don't think that white car in the background. I think that car that we see in the background there going through the carousel is the chasing 225. Yeah, this is the Toyota race development car, the number 90. I think this is the 225.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's a shame we didn't have this pace from them. Well, obviously they needed to be in the position they just got into with the safety car, but yeah, this is a lot of pace they're showing. 31s consistently now, which we haven't seen from them all day. I'm sure the track conditions are improving, cooling down as we get into the evening. Not that the track temp was ever very high today, but it was quite a lot higher than the ambient. So with the sun disappearing a bit, we get cooler track temps and a little bit more grip for these cars. Hitman's still right up behind the GTO leader. AOA is, they're just not able to get quite close enough. Right? There's that little bubble that they can't quite break, which they'd need to get in range for a lunge in a braking zone. They are right there for this mistake.
It's really tough because they're running such similar lap times right now. I mean, you look last time by a 131.788 for Hitman in the 34 and a 0.783 for AOA. So there's not really an opportunity to gain on the car ahead. And of course, like you said, they're stuck in traffic. You're getting into deeper traffic now behind the round 3 racing number 70. And it's going to be interesting to see how quickly they can work their way through this slower lap traffic. The 70 machine going to go to the left side, try to get them on through, and hopefully they're all able to follow through here.
I don't know why, but in the last half a lap, the Hitman car has found a way to make a gap. Maybe the AOA drivers just running out of steam a bit. But yeah, they're definitely nowhere near close enough at this point. Should be, what is it? It was about just under 5 minutes to go when they crossed the line, so I guess another 4 laps.
We're running out of tire at this point as well.
Yeah, that was quite sudden though. That this almost, what is that? It's got to be over a second, doesn't it? That gap. Yeah, 1.1 seconds at the line. That seemed to open up really suddenly. I didn't see a mistake, but maybe it was because they're kind of still hanging around there. But Hitman very much looking like they want to get past the 70 leader. The gap for the leading class. It's kind of stabilized now. That was that's actually why I think the number 70 did a 31.5 on that lap, which is substantially quicker than it's been going. So I think that car has dragged the Hitman car away a little bit, or at least allowed the Hitman car to run a little bit faster. It was a 32.5. No, wait, sorry, that's the wrong car. 31.8, so still a fast lap from AOA. But yeah, Hitman did a 31.3, which is their fastest lap of the race. 4 tenths quicker than AOA's gone all race. So yeah, I think Hitman's just being allowed to stretch their legs a little bit as the 90 speeds up. Sorry, the 70 speeds up slightly, and that's what's drawing them away from the AOA car. There are 2 more lapped GTO cars just ahead. One of them, it looked like, was the 11. That would be Kingpin, who have also just set their fastest lap. It's at 33.3. It's like a qualifying session out there. 89X has just set their fastest lap at 31.8. So it's like they're all.
Is. Like you need this for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it feels like. Is that they've all decided, even though cars running further down the field, it's like, well, let's make something of this last 20 minutes and get ourselves a grid position for tomorrow. That 89X time is very quick, for example. Anyone in the 31s is pretty fast right now. Oh!
Oh, wow.
That was almost the end for Hitman.
A lot of speed in.
Not only completely sideways, but also having to avoid the lapped Porsche ahead of it. Managed to save it though, and still has that gap over the AOA car.
Coming through the S's, it's Mustang Corner and down Thunder Valley.
Actually didn't manage to get ahead of that Porsche. So now that gap to the AOA BMW has really closed up, because they had to follow them through that whole rhythm section. And they've both got ahead of the leaders, the 70 car. So that's going to allow them, once they get through this green BMW, might allow them to have a clean last 2 laps with no traffic. Actually, it's not going to be 2 laps, is it? Because the overall leader is the 58, which is assumingly, I assume, actually it will be 2 laps, yeah, because there was no white flag there. But the 58 will be coming around to the white flag this time around.
Just over a minute remaining in the race here so far. Like you said, white flag should be displayed this time by the Stratus 58 machine. That gap between round 3 and Thunder Bunny's dropped to 7.3 seconds. Just not enough time unless a mistake is made on this particular lap. But a valiant effort nonetheless there by the Thunder Bunny Racing team to try to battle back up there to that round 3 Racing Porsche, who continues to lead the way in the GTO field.
Just lost a little bit too much time in that kind of middle stanza there. The white flag is going to come out for the leaders.
There it is.
So this should be the last lap for all vehicles that we see come through the shot now. It's been a mostly flawless run for the 2 Stratus Civico NP01s at the front of the field, the Mazda-powered sport prototypes.
There's only one at the front of the field, right?
There's only one at the front. My apologies. I believe they're running nose and tail, though, currently. Correct?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, okay.
Or at least 2 of them are. I think actually one of them's a yellow one, which is the 60, which is quite a long way down.
Okay.
But yeah, we've had issues for 2 of the 3 Stratus cars in the last hour, but they've all kept their order, so not significant issues. Oh, that was a weird. That looked like the leader absolutely lunging one of its teammates, but not sure about that. Having already taken the white flag. The gap between Hitman 34 and AOA 74 for 4th in GTO was out to 2 seconds at the end of that lap. So I think once, well, actually they both set pretty slow lap times on that lap around. So I guess they were probably in traffic and it fell Hitman's way. But either way, the Hitman did look like the faster car at the end there when it was in clear air. So I think that car is going to take 4th.
Well, and you see it on your screen now. The Stratus 58 going to come across and take the checkered flag. Victory on the day for the 58 team as the rest of the field going to work their way on by.
Good to see the GTO cars come through pretty soon. I don't think they were a long way behind. Obviously, we'll see the battle for 4th come through first. That's these 2 cars here. So that's Hitman taking 4th and AOA taking 5th. And then this is our GTO class leader, the Porsche number 70, taking the win in GTO.
The round 3 racing team taking the victory there. Great day for them. Had to fight through adversity here today. Multiple laps down at one point, but going to come back and take that win by 5.5 seconds ahead of the Thunder Bunny Racing 225. So great showing by those drivers here today.
Both BMWs. Choice Racing in GP1 and the 369 Touring Wagon Masters F version 3.69, both crossing the line there, flashing lights. And our GP3 winner, the 55 AOA Racing, our yellow MX-5.
A valiant effort to keep that car out there on track and continue to get
absolutely
practice laps. Again, hopefully they'll have a friend to play with tomorrow in the Tooth Autosports Civic.
Yeah, considering the trouble that the 55 had at Barber, this is much needed.
Yeah. A nice, clean running here at Mid-Ohio. So once again, we're going to be joining you all tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Mountain, 5 p.m. Pacific.
How about 12 hours earlier?
AM. Yeah, that's true. You probably want that. You probably want that to be correct. Otherwise, you'll miss the entire race.
Yeah, don't miss it, folks.
Yeah, don't miss it. 8 a.m., 7 a.m., 6 a.m., 5 a.m. Here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, 7 non-stop hours of great multi-class endurance racing. We will join you here tomorrow. I'll do the Brendan thing and ask if anybody else has anything to say about today's race, starting with Robert.
Yeah, great event all day long. Obviously saw some great pace out of many teams here today. A bit of adversity. We had, I believe it was 9 full course cautions on the day and the red flag event as well. But overall, a fairly solid day here at Mid-Ohio. Looking forward to tomorrow and seeing what these drivers have in store for us in the 7-hour wrap up to the weekend.
JT, you were able to join us for most of the day. How did you like today's race? I know it was a little light on general production action for you.
It was still good. We still had a lot of really good battles in general production. This is just one of those races where it really rewards those who can stay out of trouble. We've got a new track surface. It's a rather difficult track, even if you do know the surface, especially for multi-class racing. So staying out of trouble is going to net you a good finish. So hopefully we'll see a lot of people doing that tomorrow.
And then, of course, elite sportsman Scott Michaels.
Good grief. I'll say, so yeah, we just adding to what the other guys have said. Good race. Definitely some really good competition in terms of like lap times and strategy matching between lots of a big variety of cars. I will say that I think it's just that frequency of safety cars and the type of safety car we have here. We just came from, or at least I don't know if we had any WRL rounds between, but thinking of Barber, where we had a great race with Code 60s, I feel like we were robbed a little bit at the end there by some yellow flags and GTU leaders getting in between GTO cars and really fundamentally changing how the race was going. So that was a bit of a shame, considering how amazingly close such a wide variety of cars otherwise are, and all the cool, interesting strategies we always get with WRL. Robbed of us a little bit at the end there with all those safety cars, but what can you do? Hopefully we'll get through a cleaner race tomorrow, and we'll be able to get a bit more long green flag running, particularly towards the end of the race.
Should be a fantastic time, folks. Tune in tomorrow morning, 8, 7, 6, and 5, depending on the region of the country you live in, or indeed the continent. I'm Brian West here for Robert Hill Jr., JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, and Jordan Worth on the 1s and 2s. It's been a pleasure broadcasting this race from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.